Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is hammered down in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 26, The Broken Spell. To tell you the truth, class is over. Their homeroom teacher Oka saying, enjoy your weekend. Don't dawdle, now, run on home. Unless you have club activities. Then you stay. As for me. And she swept her satchel over one shoulder, smiling in that slightly unhinged way she had. I have a date. Sitting quietly, none of her students seemed certain of how to take this news. Apparently that was no concern for Miss Atto, for as the bell rang she simply saluted them with 2 fingers and strode briskly from the room. I always feel kinda sorry for the guys she dates, Ichigo muttered, coming to his feet. Oh. Rukia was busy tucking her books away. I see nothing strange about it. This is how people find love nowadays, isn't it? Instructors should be no different. It's not her profession, it's her personality. Sometimes she gets this look on her face like she's imagining us all with our heads cut off. He was wearing that pained expression he got whenever discussing anything remotely related to romance. Rukia found it entertaining, while at the same time wondered if now might be a good time to discuss the topic. He had brought it up, after all. Several of the books I have found deal with students instigating relationships with their teachers. Perhaps you simply aren't well read, Ichigo. The disguised death god could feel him glaring at her as she walked out into the hall. Off the way, Kigo was engaged in a vocal and apparently one-sided screaming match with his friend Mizuoro, who was absorbed in chatting good-naturedly on his cell phone. She remembered him being described as somewhat of a rake her first time posing as their classmate, so it was probably a woman on the other end. Orium and Ishida were walking off side by side. They participated in the same handicrafts club after school, and must have decided to travel together. Meanwhile, Tatsuki had Chizuru on the ground and was engaged in a most vicious display of a scissor lock, quite effective if one were to judge by the way the other girl's face was turning blue. The rest of the students from their class were dispersing on their own. Strangely, Rukia found herself considering all of these events in terms of romantic attachment. Kigo's fit was similar to a jealous boyfriend finding his girl cheating on him. Ishida and Orium were standing somewhat closer than one might expect, possibly indicating a hidden romance known only to themselves. And the sight of 2 girls wrestling on the floor, well, she didn't have to be a teenager to make that particular leap. Ichigo stumped past her without giving any of these events a glance. He seemed bound and determined to ignore the implications as well as everything else conceivably love-related in his life. Maybe you should take a cue from those books you mentioned. How so? You know, be aggressive. Tie his wrists to the bedposts while he sleeps and see how things go from there. I'm fairly certain that was meant for comedic effect. Nobody was laughing, I could see. The sound effects seemed to imply that. No need, I remember quite clearly. And thank you, but I believe I will look for the appropriate moment. This one has lost its flavor. Just confess already. He's been so gloomy since that night with the espada. This might lift his spirits. Hearing someone tell you they love you never did a person harm, right? I have my doubts. Let me get by them, and then we'll see if your assertion holds water. He'll thank you for it. Believe me. Their conversation ended. Tagging along with her student-turned-savior, Kukaki considered these words as they descended the stairwells, merging into the swell of liberated teens in that chaotic yet effective dance through the packed halls that every high school student picked up eventually. It was hard to imagine anything more frenzied than this. With all the shouting and carousing, there might have been a party going on, but one that seemed intent on dispersing as fast as it could. And Ichigo certainly had his role as the first party-goer out the door down pat. It was like the tides parted before his scowl, and by trailing in his wake, the relatively tiny woman was able to avoid being bumped into or jostled and soon found herself outdoors in the late summer air. She was just about to try and initiate further dialogue, when a familiar feeling brushed between her shoulder blades. Turning, Rukia focused on it. She suddenly decided to re-evaluate her priorities. Hey. He stopped and looked back at her. Go on home without me. I've got some duties to take care. He was surprised by this, lifting his eyebrows and peering skyward. Is it a hollow? I don't feel anything. Feeling auras was never your strong suit, Ichigo. The lavender-eyed female noted how he bristled at that comment, but it wasn't as if he could deny it. This isn't something you need to concern yourself with. Just a personal matter I want to take care of. Ichigo stood fidgeting for a time, like he was trying to decide whether he should be irritated or concerned. Rukia couldn't say why, but the sight of him all twisted up like this made her feel quite affectionate towards him. At last, with a roll of his shoulders, Kurosaka spun about and stalked off, hunching down and grumbling, "Whatever. Just be back in time for supper. Yuzu's making gingered pork, and she wants everybody's opinion." "I will." When he turned the corner around the school's gate, she gave him a few minutes to get started. Several of the students from class made their way by her, offering cheerful goodbyes which Rukia reciprocated. The press of departing mortals thinned, and in that time, she had located her target. He was moving away from her, but not with any particular speed. Chances are this meant he was in the same corporeal condition as her. With that in mind, she chose swiftness over maintaining her cover, and proceeded to run in the direction from which that sense was exuding. 15 minutes of racing through the clean streets of this suburb saw her sweating slightly but still not out of breath. A good thing she had been wearing her school uniform when this opportunity occurred. It might have been somewhat awkward attempting this feat in a sundress. But at last the royal damsel's feet brought her onto a lane that cut through the green face of a cliff, bisecting it neatly. It took her only a second to ascertain where he was. By the time she did so, he had settled down beneath the shade of a tree on the top of the sward and was obviously waiting for her. Apparently he wanted to talk. Rukia broke off from the path and climbed the hill. Reaching its peak, she then moved at a more sedate pace over to where he sat, allowing her Jigei's heart rate and breathing to return to a more natural pace. As she came upon him, he stirred and turned to regard her, smiling whimsically. "Oh, Rukia-chan. Oh, Yomishika-san." Her comrade was dressed in the same school uniform that Ichigo had been sporting, but he had added a tie which was perfectly maintained and boasted a blend of aquamarine diamonds on a red background. During a chat she had with his fighting partner Ikeku, Rukia learned that Ayaskawa had spent a whole day back in Seoul society experimenting with the proper method of tying that particular fashion accessory, and had blistered the ears of some of their company with his curses when it didn't turn out right, according to the manual he consulted. None of the older members of the Shinigami squad assigned to combat Arrancar invasions had opted for such a modern and thoroughly unnecessary accoutrement, but the 5th seat of Division 11 was well known for his quirks. Although if he were trying to look normal, he really should have plucked the feathers from around his eyes. Not that this would ever happen in her lifetime. Looking normal, that is. He moved over a bit, giving her space to sit beside him comfortably. Rukia took him up on his offer, and they stayed for a time together gazing out at the blue horizon that rose to cover the whole world. Anyone who happened to come upon them would have seen 2 young students taking a break from their studies. Not 2 Shinigami at war with the devil himself. It was Rukia who broke the silence first, in a way that ensured it would remain broken. "Have you been avoiding me?" Ayaskawa whipped his head around to his companion. "Rukia-chan. How could you ask me such a thing? As if I would ever miss an opportunity to surrender myself into the halo of your refined loveliness. Does he practice these lines beforehand? Seriously, ask him." She knelt in the cool grass, her legs off to one side and a hand resting on the soil. The appearance of ease this lent her was not quite as accurate as she might have hoped. Rukia was feeling somewhat flustered, so much that she couldn't even look at him directly. "After you helped me, and we mustn't forget to ask about that, I tried to call on you a few times. You were never in your quarters, and no one in your division seemed to be able to tell me where you were. Even Ikeku-san. After a while I started to get worried. But then I saw you with some members of the 11th coming in from patrol. I tried to call out to you, but you moved off with them, and I had to go with my unit as well. I know that we agreed to postpone our training sessions owing to my obligations as the head of the Kukaki, but even after Nii-sama returned to his post, you never contacted me to resume." Her handsome admirer had a speculative cast to his features as he observed her now. "Byakuya-sama only came back to active duty 2 weeks before we came here, my dear Rukia-chan. Did you miss my splendid company so much in that short time? He's doing it again. Don't let him." I won't. With that she locked eyes with him, and there was a plaintive edge to her words that hopefully left no room for doubt about her sincerity. Please don't try to distract me, Yomishika-san. Just tell me the truth. Am I wrong in thinking that there is something off between us? He seemed taken aback by her serious turn of phrase. Yasukawa was apparently at a loss for words, gazing fixedly at her as though seeking some enlightenment to aid him in this situation. The prospect of being proven right was making her feel slightly queasy. How many close relationships did she have in her life? Not many, and of a certain, her friendship with Yumi-chika was one of them. Since the day she met him, this flamboyant and cocksure man had acted towards her in a way that left Rukia believing behind all the gushy endearments and odd taste for battle there was an honest concern for her well-being. It was not that she had ever doubted that he liked her, but with Yumi-chika, one always had to wonder if his devotion to anyone could possibly match the adoration he felt for himself. The compliments he handed out so readily to her might be second-hand ones he had already given the mirror, a thought that had made the girl laugh when she first had it, but now left her feeling slightly sad. Are you? She hesitated slightly, but then bore ahead. Are you done with me? He jerked where he sat, shock settling in where previously there had been confusion, and hurriedly she rushed to clarify. I mean, our training. Do you feel that there is nothing more we have to gain from training with one another from now on? No. Yumi-chika shook his head violently, sending gleaming black hair and colored tufts flying. He then scooted over until he was right in front of her, and his hands came up to hover near her face. Rukia was astonished at the intensity in his features. After a while, his fingers gently cupped about her cheeks, and at this contact, his previous distress departed to be replaced with ease. He even smiled at her, that old teasing mischievous smirk she was always glad to see. No, my ravishing princess. Your knight hasn't abandoned you. If you tell me to, I will draw my blade now and proceed to get violently sweaty and dirty with you in a way that would cause any onlookers to blush upon seeing it. At this moment my heart and my sword are yours to command. Just give the order, Rukia-chan, and I'll bring you the heads of General Yamamoto and the rebel Aizen, dipped in gold with flowers stuffed in their mouths. I can't believe I'm hearing this. I can't believe I'm hearing this, the sword's wielder deadpanned, giving him a frosty look that would have done her brother proud. Were you drinking before I came here? And Yasukawa laughed, letting go of her and slouching back on his palms, giving Rukia a look that was so radiant it left her laughing too. Oh, you're hopeless, you awful man. Are you really so totally arrogant that you would say something like that and mean it? Naturally. The dainty fighter flung back his shining mane. As the avowed champion of beauty, there is nothing I wouldn't do for its sake. I might not fight fair, but my face always is, and that's all that matters. By this point Rukia had dropped to the turf and buried her head in her arms, legs kicking wildly as she sought to hold in the breathless laughter which would otherwise overtake her. This process took several minutes, as every time she looked back up at him, he was sporting that heroically dashing smile which could only be worn by the most conceited person alive, and it made her somewhat giddy. Eventually, though, she pulled herself together long enough to crawl over and fling her arms around his neck, shaking violently and staining his shirt with tears. Yumi-chika just smiled and held the delirious maiden gently, every now and then reaching up to stroke the back of her head in commiseration. After a while, the noble lady of Kukaki finally mastered herself and ended the embrace, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Byakuya would die of mortification if he saw you behaving like this. Ah, Byakuya Kukaki can kiss my rose-scented tuchus. The sound of another voice inside her soul caused Rukia to quickly lose her previous giddiness. She gaped in absolute astonishment, staring at Yumishika's beaming countenance. I couldn't agree more, the winsome warrior said as he adjusted his tie, which had come somewhat askew by her display of merriment. His audience continued to gawk in a manner very similar to Ichigo. Who are you? You mean you haven't guessed? Come on, Rukia, you know her. She spoke to you once before, remember? And then she did. A candlelit sanctum decorated like a Middle Eastern belly dancer, and while she sat on a velvet-roped swing, vines of energy entwined them both together, feeding her the other man's ryotsu until her own was once more at normal levels. Their parting came with a person she didn't recognize asking if she would keep her vows. What was the name he had spoken then? Oh, yes. Rui Iroku. One of Yumishika's buffed fingers stole up and pressed against her lips, preventing her from completing the title. Rukia-chan, he murmured. Don't go speaking that name so carelessly. But I wanted to hear her say it. Yes, but I'm the master and you are the weapon. So what I say goes. You parasite. Right back at you, Fuji Kyojaku. Erg. The sense of another Zanpakuto slid away from her then, and Rukia unconsciously reached up to place a hand to her heart. They don't get along very well, I've noticed. She's as much in love with herself as he is. But they still work amazingly well together. The awestruck Shinigami was as motionless as if he had laid a spell on her. Yasukawa had settled back against the tree trunk, hands laced behind his head and affecting a posture of total relaxation. Your sword. She breathed in amazement. You keep it hidden. The power you have, it's... Rukia found her face to be flushed, and her breathing labored. For one heart-stopping moment she had felt the true strength of the soul that lay tranquilly before her, and it had been like a completely different person than what she thought she knew. You're not as strong as a lieutenant, you're stronger. I can't say, it's hard to tell. Shock and spirit awe caused her to reach out and touch the earth, its solid presence assuring her somewhat. When she had finally mustered some control, the young woman turned uncomprehending eyes to her colleague. Why didn't you ever tell me? His eyes came open slightly. Yumichika gazed off into the distance, looking thoughtful for once that day. There are few enough things in life one can love unreservedly. His plum purple eyes, still wearing that shadow of solemnity, moved to rest on her lost features. And doing what I love most could cost me my life. I don't mean dying. I mean the life I've earned as a Shinigami in the 11th Division. If I were to reveal the true nature of my powers, I would be ostracized by every one of them, even the captain. And I don't want that, Rukia-chan. Even if I face an opponent whom I can't defeat without calling my soul cutter's name, I won't do it. Not if anyone can see me. No one from my squad can know about this. But what about? What? He interposed before she could complete her thought. My duty as a Shinigami? I keep it. We never give up. Those are the words we live by, and die by if necessary. No matter the enemy, I will never retreat from a fight. The same goes for the meanest, weakest member of the 11th. It's the example our captain sets for us. And we respect him more than any of the other first seats. He's better than they are. Yumichika narrowed his eyes when she seemed about to call him on that, and Rukia swallowed her objection. Captain Zaraki lets nothing come between him and victory. Not traditions or oaths or ceremonies or orders, not if they come from Commander Yamamoto himself. He understands his purpose better than all the rest. He knows that he wasn't born to fill out forms and answer summons, but to fight. If the rules say no, he just walks through them. They're not as ironclad as your brother seems to think. Nor is following them necessary. He didn't become a Shinigami for any reason other than battle. Neither did I. If I'm no longer allowed to fight to my heart's content, then there's no more reason for me to wear these robes. And only under Kenpei Kazaraki am I assured of that. So that's the reason I do it, Rukia-chan. Someday I'll be forced to drop the charade. I'm not so foolish as to believe I can keep it up forever. Eventually word will get out. When that happens, I know my days of freedom are numbered. They'll kick me out of my division and some other squad in need of a lieutenant will snap me up. From then on I'll be stuck in a depressing, odious position where I have to shout orders and arrange people according to rank and be a role model for younger cadets. In such a vile situation, my beauty would surely wither, and my life would lose all meaning. But I'm determined to postpone that fate for as long as possible. He quirked an eye in her direction, and once more a playful smile came to the fore. And that goes for you too, my goddess of winter. You promised me, remember? Not a word of this will pass your lips. The word of a Kukaki is their bond, yes? I have yours, so don't you go costing either of us our honor. After all that, Rukia found herself to be quite speechless. Wow! Who knew he could talk so passionately about anything beyond his own face? True. But what about my feelings? Isn't there anything else? The fifth seed pouted. Like what? Family. He chuckled. Orphan, remember, Rukia-chan. The 11th is my family. What does it matter if you're an orphan? And she crossed her arms determinedly. I grew up alone, and now I have 3 families in 2 different worlds. There has to be something that interests you besides fighting. And doing it beautifully. She insisted when he seemed about to raise a point. Yomishika's mouth closed with a click. Even if you admire Zaraki, there's no way you can live like him. He's just not built like other people. I hate to hear you talk as if not being able to carve up hollows whenever you please is a death sentence. I know something about death sentences, need I remind you? When he just gazed at her quizzically, Rukia had to resist the urge to plant a swift kick to the side of his head. Yomishika-san, you've got to have more than one thing in life to look forward to. And at that, he smiled. Reaching down, Ayakawa plucked a tiny violet from the ground beside him. The color was reminiscent of both their eyes to some extent. He then brought it up and slid it into Rukia's hair. She felt his touch as it brushed through her inky locks. I look forward to your smiles, Rukia-chan. Neither she nor Sode no Shirayuki could find anything to say to that, and so he simply watched her affectionately. Before they could come up with a response, the cell phone in her pocket began to beep, while a similar ring was coming from Yomishika's pants. Withdrawing their respective devices, they both saw a dot glowing on the map of this region. Hollow, Rukia breathed. And such a small one, her tutor groused, his eyebrows contracting sulkily. By this point, Kukaki had already popped a soul candy pill into her mouth. Her spirit came free of the Jigai, and she was about to sprint off, when she noticed that Ayakawa had not done the same. Yomishika-san. He waved a hand. Go on, Rukia-chan. After listening to your arguments, I find I am unable to bestir myself to battle. You can take care of this small fry, I'm sure. When she hesitated, the popinjay threw out his legs and crossed his fingers over his stomach in a classic posture of extreme laziness. Not seeing you in battle will be my punishment for causing you to doubt my devotion, Lady Kukaki. I shall bear it with as much grace and fortitude as I can muster. And he raised a hand to his brow and sighed dramatically. She kicked his feet to let him know what she thought of that. When he jumped a little, Rukia smiled fondly. You never change. With that, she flashed off the hill, soaring through the sky like an eagle loosed from its tresses. Yumishika sat up to get a better look at this flight. When he could no longer perceive the magnificent flow of her black robes rustling, his head drooped disconsolately. There came a rustle of movement beside him. Looking up, the flamboyant fighter found himself being stared at intently by Rukia's Jigai, who was crouched on her knees just a few feet away. The stem of the violet was now sticking out of her mouth, and she sucked it back in and chewed a little before swallowing, never taking her eyes off him. Do you like what you see, little one? He asked in a teasing tone. Pion. The feathers in his eyebrow rose. Silly me. Of course you do. Outside the barrier surrounding Karakura's facsimile, Yuryu Akishihoen sat atop a hill in the mortal realm and watched as the forces of Soul Society clashed with the power of the king of Hueco Mundo. So far, things were looking good. All the hollows Aizen was sending into battle were becoming worm food, and now his 3 greatest espada were preparing to engage an enemy boasting far greater numbers than themselves, with no particular success so far. Hardly the sort of overwhelming power expected from Vastolord, come to think of it. Everything seemed to be going Yamamoto's way, as far as the eye could tell. Even her own. Of course, there was one tiny flaw in this performance, one that apparently the playwright had neglected to take into account. It felt good to realize this. Meant he really wasn't God. And a girl might have her doubts, considering everything she knew about him. According to the reports they had received, there were only 4 known Vastolord in the ranks of the Espada. One of them was without a doubt the pale-skinned creature she had met way back when he and his pet rock came blowing into town, intending to ferret out Ichigo. And the other 3 were all accounted for here. Putting the matter of trust aside, it was a safe bet that count hadn't changed in the last few weeks. She breathed in deeply, closing her eyes. The scent of the hollows' rank miasma invaded her being. The cat goddess sifted them through her senses, searching carefully. Nope. I'm positive. Not a one of them smells like that underwater leviathan I saved Rukia from. And it's just as certain the former captain wouldn't have simply killed one of them out of hand, let alone allow it to roam free. Not with everything he knows he'll have to face if he really wants to become king. Which means this whole fight is just another sham. Yuriuki tucked her knees to her chin and wrapped her arms around them. A frown caused her golden eyes to narrow savagely. He was screwing with them again. Bastard. Didn't Sosuke ever get tired of messing with people's heads? But it was no great surprise. Kisuke had assured her something like this would happen. Probably, maybe, 90% certainty, let's say. Those were his exact words. After all, what kind of underdog revolutionary does exactly what his opponent expects him to? When she had relayed to her genius colleague what Soul Society determined Sosuke's intentions might be in regards to Karakura, he had laughed himself silly. What? Use the Hogyaku to create an imperial key? That's insane. What kind of guileless simpleton would believe it was capable of doing that? Geez, didn't they read the manual? It was pretty far-fetched, come to think of it. But apparently the Commander-General had latched onto that idea as a fact of life and planned for it accordingly. Which was what had brought them to this point. It appears that our side has the advantage. The Shinigami princess glanced over at the speaker. He was waiting at attention beside her, not standing out at all in spite of his formal manner of dress. Practically blending into the background, really. No surprise, considering his heritage. Don't get your hopes up. It's just another deception, she clarified for him. The bastard's keeping everybody occupied until he's ready to spring the surprise on them. Ah. I see. The note of defeat in his tone was faint, but she did not fail to pick up on it. Devotion to family, or devotion to one's duty. He had made the choice, however it seemed a tiny flicker of hope had remained that he might not have to go through with it. Yuriuki knew what he must be feeling. You should leave now. The battle's in full swing, they won't notice you're gone. If we're to have any real chance of winning, you know what we need. His mouth tightened, and smoky gold eyes came about to regard her. It seems a risk, trusting that man. In response she shrugged, a sad smile lifting one corner of her mouth. Actually, what we're really gambling on isn't his trustworthiness. More like the exact opposite. Don't you think that's a much safer bet? I suppose. There was little confidence to be heard in his words. But this was one person whose loyalty the Lady of Shihoin had never doubted she could depend on. Are you certain you can do it, Otoji-san? Her relative drew himself up with a look of offended dignity. I have lost none of my skills with the passage of time, young one. On my life and honor, I swear, no one will see me coming. There came a pause. Are you certain you will be able to penetrate the Siriti? They will no doubt have the Ring of Fire activated, and the gates will be warded against unauthorized entry. Relax, the part-time feline yawned hugely, moving her jaw from side to side. They can't shut me out, I'm halfway in already. No magic can keep us apart. Now get going. You're burning daylight. He bowed to her, and his royal matriarch gave him a wave of farewell before turning back to watching the shadow play being put on overhead. As he turned to go, he heard her murmur softly, "Don't do anything stupid, either." She rested her chin on her forearms. Father's spirit would never forgive me if I got you killed. You will have no reason to regret using me. The Sene's Chal disappeared swiftly and silently, as only a member of her clan could. Yuriuki ground her toes into the dirt, feeling restless and dissatisfied. So much depended on what they believed they could trust, both in terms of people and fortune itself. How strong they were, how fast they could be, what the enemy believed and what they and their friends hoped. It all seemed like such a toss-up, really, and when it was over, who's to say just which of them might be wearing the crown of Soul Society? But they had to try. The Lady of the Shihoin had sworn to defeat the Lord of the Takiyaku, even if she had to die a horrible death to do it. Make no mistake, monster, she thought, rising to her feet. You will never hold power over the people I love. Not even for a moment. So resolved, she went to find Kisuke, and confirm the final stages of their plan. At the sorceress' command, an ancient spell was lifted. The moon had come out from behind the cloud. And so they all remembered. The flowers in the garden, some who had been sleeping for centuries, were at last permitted to bloom. Drawing his sword and standing in preparation for battle under the shadow of his colossal black Bankai, Captain Komamura looked over in surprise. "Lieutenant? Why are you not at your post?" he asked. No response. The K9 captain's brow furrowed. "Answer me, Izuru Fukutai-ku. Why have you abandoned your duty?" Izuru Kira looked at him steadily. "I haven't, Teiku." His hooked sword was held loosely in his hand. The blonde lieutenant looked completely calm. "I am here to fulfill it." And then he leapt up. So high, there might have been wings beneath his robes. Like that feathered idiot he had put to death earlier. But Kira put those thoughts firmly from his mind. He knew what he had to do. The metal monstrosity Kokyajo Tenjin Myo turned to regard him slowly. Wabisuk struck. Ensort solid steel licked out like a sparrow darting its tongue, striking the black giant's sword arm no less than 5 times. Instantly that appendage weighed 32 times as much as it previously had, and it came crashing to earth, bearing the rest of the forbidding oriental Talos with it. Sure enough, Saijin Komamura followed right behind. The 7th Division captain gritted his teeth, stricken with disbelief by what had been done to him. His Bankai mimicked his own movements, as everyone knew. But now that connection had been reversed. As the behemoth collapsed, so did he. His arm had been rendered so heavy he couldn't move it, almost as if his bones were transformed to lead. There was no time to even attempt a rescue. As the surrounding Shinigami watched in horror, Izuru flashed over the bended samurai statue, his Zanpakuto working its power over and over. The arms, the back, the head, he struck them all as swiftly as he could, many times over. A few of the more resourceful defenders rushed forward to attack him or fired off Kido, but far too late. Kokyajo Tenjin Myo now was incapable of standing under its own advanced weight, and with a roar it tumbled forward, striking the ground and sending everyone in that vicinity to their knees with the force of its impact. Komamura knelt before his war machine in the exact same position. His fingers were wrapped around his Zanpakuto Tenjin, too heavy for him to move them. He could not release the blade, and so he could not dispel its Bankai. Huffing and straining under a weight even his powerful body could not support, the mighty warrior sought desperately to break free from this treacherous spell. "My regrets, Komamura-san. Your battles are over." His feral ears pricked up, and a bestial snarl tore from his great chest. And then the tip of a wakizashi plunged into his body. Saijin shuddered, the sheer horror of the attack made worse by the fact that he was still incapable of moving to defend himself. Helpless, he felt as his Hakyuzui, one of a pair of spots on his body governing spirit energy, was torn apart, followed by the ghastly sensation as the weapon slid out of him. The noble soul immediately knew that he was less than what he had been a moment ago. No time remained to consider this debilitating sensation, for in the next instant Kira grimly stabbed him in the back once again, destroying his Seiketsu, the other supernatural chi spot. Komamura. His Bankai vanished. There was no longer any spiritual energy infusing it. A faint cry lingered as the muted vessel dissolved into the wind, the power of the Zanpakuto Tenkan disappearing forever from the world. In under a minute, Captain Saijin Komamura, selfless spirit, and valiant Shinigami, was reduced to a crippled shell of a man. "You have been retired," Izuru stated coldly from his position over the bleeding figure. Zaraki Kenpeki immediately noticed how quiet it had gotten of a sudden. Looking over, he was astonished to see Yachiru lying in the dust. Before he could move to her side, someone beat him to it. Hisagi Shihei dashed forward and knelt beside his fellow lieutenant, gathering her tiny form under one arm. Zaraki moved towards him, not recognizing friend or foe, only filled with the anger of a parent upon finding his daughter injured somehow. He didn't stop to wonder why this man was here when he was stationed elsewhere on the front lines. What he did see was that the Zanpakuto Kusanai was out, and the most vicious bloodlust was spilling out of the twin scythe blade. When Shihei looked up at the maddened giant bearing down on him, he did what he had been instructed to do, and brought the edge of his soul cutter to the sleeping child's throat. Instantly Zaraki froze. The captain's face was set in an expressionless mask, but in his single visible eye there was a promise of hideous death like no other soul could bring. The lieutenant couldn't keep from shivering at the deadly riot so crawling all over his flesh. Pain from the berserker's killing intent traced vicious cuts like knives all into and through him. But he had been prepared for this. And it was nothing compared to the shame he felt for himself with his next words. "I'll kill her. We will, yes, we will. I've been waiting for this, to really cut loose. Don't know what finally made you change your mind and man up, but it was a long time coming, buddy boy. Shut up. You've got nothing to do with this, you trash. Don't kid yourself. This is all me." Ignoring the hideous snickering voice that gleefully hounded him everywhere he went, the battle-scarred second seat focused on the immediate danger of the Kenpeki. "I'll kill you." The way Zaraki said it dispelled Hisagi's last lingering hope that he might survive this day. It had been a foolish notion, really. He was well rid of it. Living after what he had resolved to do, even if it turned out he didn't really have to go through with it, the thought didn't bear considering. And it did nothing to alter his conviction. All his years of training under Kaname Tissen had led to this day. Not practice with the sword, but more wrestling with his own spirit. Overcoming all the horror and self-doubt that had plagued him after his captain had revealed himself and his true intentions, along with what he had asked from his loyal lieutenant. It had taken many years for him to come to grips with what his venerated elder proposed, in spite of the blind man's insistence that it was necessary and even just somehow. Many was the time he had roused from beneath his spell, seeing that grim figure before him and remembering once again everything that they had discussed before, and gone for his sword. But eventually, the renegade had won him over. He could not match the captain in a fight. However, Tissen never killed him afterwards. Always he bandaged his grieving, devastated lieutenant's wounds, and proceeded to speak with him once more, going over again all that they knew about one another. It was a bitter pill to swallow, learning that he had served and would continue to serve under a traitor. Always when they were finished, the enchanted drink would come forth, and he would be required to swallow it, this meeting and all the rest submerged deep into his subconscious. Only when Kaname felt it was time for another heart-to-heart was that spell lifted. After a while, Hisagi had found his resolve slipping under the relentless push of the other man's will. When first he found this happening, he sought to try and deceive his jailer, pretend that he was succumbing to Tissen's arguments and powers of persuasion. That way when the time came for their insidious plan to be activated, he could work to prevent it. This proved to be folly. That sightless, impassive face heard him speak, and then ignored everything he said. It was no use attempting to beguile him. Kaname Tissen knew well what it was like to be lied to, and he judged his unwilling student's temperament perhaps even better than Shihei did. That was why he never lost hope. The captain kept right on working with him, breaking through his defenses, seizing upon the flaws in his arguments and skillfully bending them to his own ends. Aizen had taught his disciple well. And eventually, the former star student of the Shinigami Academy stepped out of the light and into his master's world of darkness. "We must make sacrifices," the deadly soft voice had whispered to him, always fading away into the endless night of Tissen's Bankai while Hisagi remained in it, helpless to leave. "You must be willing to do more than die. You must be ready to kill, no matter who falls to your blade. Only one who has accepted their goal as more important than their own life can be assured of achieving it. Fight for me, Hisagi-san. Help me to end this unjust world that weighs down our spirits with its petty daily cruelties. Listen to the voice in your soul that you have forsaken for so long. Reap lives, if you must, and then reap the whirlwind of penitence for it. Do what you consider evil, and do so willing to die as punishment for it. Then you shall truly be a just man." Here and now, he had accepted the truth in those words, and was willing to prove it. "There is a bomb inside me, Captain Zaraki," he whispered. "If you kill me, it will explode, and take her with me." Hisagi indicated Yachiro. "You might be able to kill me before my blade cuts her throat, but she won't live to appreciate it." Several meters away from them, the members of Squad 11 had drawn up short around where their midget mascot was being clearly threatened. Although many of them bore the same looks of frothing homicidal rage at what Hisagi was doing as their captain, they could not draw any closer. Zaraki's murderous riot was spilling out at such a level of intensity that they couldn't approach him. Only someone of lieutenant caliber could withstand such a withering display of power. "You are going to stay here, Captain Zaraki," The fallen angel continued speaking quietly, watching as his opponent seemed to vibrate at the effort of holding himself back from Hisagi's throat. You will not give battle this day. Any attempt to leave means your subordinate's death. The hardest thing for him to accept was the idea that Kenpeka could be coerced into avoiding battle. At first it had seemed an even crazier prospect than the idea that his respected leader could betray Seoul society. But Tyson had assured him there was a way. He had it on very good authority. The one thing that could be depended upon to quiet the hurricane of that monster's bloodlust was concern for his adopted daughter. And though they had each been revolted by the idea of threatening the innocent Kusagishi, much less doing her harm, eventually both men had come to grips with themselves, recognizing that in order to end the calamitous war that had plagued the afterlife for millennia, they might have to stain their hands. It's all right, Hisagi told himself. Captain promised me that if I did wind up killing her, he wouldn't let me suffer with the knowledge for long. I'll die too, Yachiro, he thought, flicking a glance down at his insensate hostage. I know that comes as no comfort, but please understand that I am not a monster. I'm only doing what I think is just. Zaraki sucked in air through his nostrils, and spoke. You. No talking. The hungry scythe drew a thin line of blood along the girl's pink throat, and the thrill of pleasure that came from his soul made him want to die right there. But Hisagi's resolve was firm. He would not fail in his duty. You cannot dissuade me, Taiko. I am not one of your soldiers anymore, so you also cannot order me. Therefore, we have nothing to discuss. The war is over. Accept it. Cold, black eyes stared into the spike-crowned lunatic's murderous visage. Accept that Aizen has won. Enough. Let's do it, the Quincy snapped. Excellent. Kuratsuka beamed. Now, let us introduce you to your new soulmate. Allow me, Mayuri-sama. She then yanked the sword from his waist and drove it into his throat, and with a look of shock the mad captain exploded into green liquid. It had happened so fast, and came out of nowhere so abruptly. This was no doubt why Ishida could do nothing but stand there and watch. At first the thought occurred to him, this must be part of the procedure. Maybe he plans for me to swallow him or something equally disgusting, like I have to eat the thing in the jar and use his body to wash it down. No. No, that's idiotic. Don't outthink yourself, it's your greatest weakness. Father always told you that. What happened right now is as simple as it appeared, and that is. Nimue just killed Mayuri. She was standing there, holding her master's sword still dripping with his remains. What looked to be green syrup covered her from foot to crown, and more of the gelatinous mass spread all around her from the heap of empty clothes. Vaguely it came to Uriah that had she not been standing right in front of him, he would have gotten sprayed with the evidence of her patricide as well. Thank heaven for small favors. Nimue. Nimue killed Mayuri? The idea left him somewhat weak in the knees. Granted, the man deserved to die, and no doubt she had as good a reason to do it as anyone. Maybe more, from what I've seen. But NEMU? It defied belief. No way could she do it. He knew how devoted she was to her abusive parent, as messed up as their relationship might be. She couldn't do it, she. How dare you raise your hand against me, you impertinent filth. Couldn't. And suddenly it all came rushing back to the mortal mage. His fight with Mayuri months ago, in which the captain had survived only by seeming to fatally stab himself with his own sword. The result of this last-ditch maneuver was that the madman's body was reduced to mobile talking goo that reputedly couldn't be injured. He had been too drained from the encounter to test that assertion. Even as this memory caused Ishida's stomach to churn, he was further revolted by the sight of the mass once again pulling a scene straight from the blob, congealing together and making what might be considered a bid for freedom. As Mayuri attempted to retreat from the room, the impassive Nimue simply gestured, and immediately something that looked like a vacuum cleaner descended from the golden ceiling and proceeded to suck up her spreading creator. In a moment, the high school student and the science project were left alone together. Once more, Ishida found himself at a loss to understand the situation. Why? Nimue-san, why? More than this was apparently beyond him, but when the classically beautiful woman turned to look at him for the first time since her abrupt coup d'état, she appeared to understand where he was coming from. I am the daughter of Mayuri Kuratsuka, but he was not alone in creating me. The lieutenant of Squad 12 spoke in the same voice, unhindered by emotion as she was normally wont to use. She appeared in no way disturbed or elated by what she had done. One other contributed to my assembly. Ostensibly the purpose of my creation was to provide the 12th Division with a suitable lieutenant, according to Mayuri-sama's wishes. But his contributor had another purpose in mind. This was to artificially engineer what they could not find on their own, a person who could be counted on to get close to Mayuri-sama without arousing his suspicions. When the time was right, I was programmed to react in the way that you have just seen, and remove Captain Kuratsuka from the coming conflict without injuring him. Nimue turned away, and for a brief moment, he could have sworn he saw a tear roll down her cheek. My purpose has been fulfilled. I must now ensure that no harm may come to my master in his incapacitated state, according to the wishes of my other creator. She then walked from the room, leaving the Quincy staring aghast. Wah! He shuddered, feeling frightened in a way he had not permitted himself to be since first being dropped into this gold-plated spider's lair. Then Ishida raced after her. Nimue-san, wait. What are you talking about? Who was it that told you to? But Uriah was a clever person. In the time it took him to reach her side, he had already figured it out. And it was then that he knew true fear. Well, looks like our cavalry's on the way, Kiraku Shunsui spoke lazily. Then he turned his head. Something wrong, Yukatake? You don't look well. Jushiro stared at his beloved friend, eyes wide in a pale face. He opened his mouth to speak. And a wash of dark blood gushed out to splash Shunsui's robes red. Then the snow-haired captain collapsed. Stunned, his partner was just about to rush to his aid, when everything he thought he knew about himself went wrong. It started with an itching in his skin. This was followed by the most debilitating fatigue he had ever experienced, enough to send him pitching earthwards to join Yukatake. It felt like all the muscles in the super-powerful Shinigami's body had turned to jelly in an instant. The impact with the ground hurt abominably, much worse than any wound he had experienced in all his long life. While Kiraku was still struggling to come to terms with this unexpected assault, his stomach clenched with agonizing cramps, causing him to seize up and lie there trembling in a pain-racked ball. Beside him, Jushiro was hardly conscious. The symptoms he was experiencing were nothing new, he had been having them off and on for over 700 years. It was their intensity, and the fact that they seemed to attack him all at once. His condition was something that only a few people were permitted to know about, much less see. But even his faithful subordinates Kian and Sentaro would have been shocked by how swiftly he had been laid low. Spitting up blood, fighting to breathe against the awful knife twisting in his lungs, the gentle man still struggled to speak to his oldest, dearest friend, not recognizing the condition the other fighter lay in. He felt someone coming up behind him, and knew relief when he recognized their Ryotsu. Help had arrived, and right when he needed it the most. Oh, my. A shiver stole over him then, for what he could not say. Look at you both, lying there. What would the lesser Shinigami think if they saw you now? How furious Yamamoto would be, to have his prized sons indulging in such disgraceful weakness. Such things are not permitted, you know. Then there was a sound neither man liked. It was a sword being drawn from its sheath. This event seemed to take longer than normal, like it was a very long weapon, or perhaps the person extracting it was simply taking their time. He's never understood just how fragile lesser men are. Yamamoto is so beastly powerful, it prevents him from truly commiserating with people when they reach their limits. He's never had reason to test his own, after all. Not even when he fought me. That's why the old man reacts so very poorly in the face of what he considers infirmity in others, whether in spirit or character. He doesn't understand what it's really like to experience weakness. But I know. Lying face down, Yukatake felt a person holding a sword bend over him. And you do too. Don't you, Yukatake-kun? So does Kiraku-kun over there, even if he never knew it like you did. Everyone knows your sickness has been eating you out for centuries, but they never stopped to consider the damage our dear Shunsui had been willfully inflicting on himself without fail. Did he really think he could drink as much as he does for as long as he has, and not experience any ill effects at all? Actually, the only thing keeping him upright for the last 400 years has been me. He never realized it, but all those check UPS I gave him, I was gently propping him up. Infusing his spirit with my power, just as I've been doing with you, enough to keep him from noticing the damage he was doing and remain seemingly hale and hearty. Of course, he just attributed it to his own staggering soul power. But the truth is, his liver was shot to hell long ago. I've removed my support. That is why you both can't seem to find the strength to move on your own. You've relied upon me without knowing it. And you've both hurt me, with your sins of omission. His of ignorance, and yours of silence. Jushiro could have cried. And in fact, he did. But not for himself, or what he knew was about to happen to him. Instead, the ancient soul wept at the realization of just how cruelly they had all been manipulated and lied to, by someone who had never once aroused his suspicions. He had feared her, truth be told, but only in the same way he feared his cherished sensei. It was fear born from respect and appreciation of their character, as well as the burdens they labored under, and had nothing to do with the dread now working its way through his heart like thick poison. Now is the time, Taiko, to regret that you never helped me, save when and how he told you to. When Anohana's sword slid gently into his Hakyuzui, doing just enough damage to cripple him but not end his life, Yukatake wept, this time for the suffering he knew he must be putting her through again. It had all gone so horribly wrong, and Hachugaya had no idea why. At first it was just Ichigo Kurosaki. Considering the trouble that kid had keeping his power under wraps most of the time, it wasn't difficult to notice when his unrestrained spirit energy just cut off of a sudden. Hachugaya didn't think it was due to the orange-headed's not having learned how to keep himself under wraps for a change. True, Yamamoto had cautioned them all to be prepared for this exact event, but still, something felt off about it. The disappearance of that tragic figure's spirit energy on the other side of the court, combined with a host of conflicting reports, had prompted the Squad 10 captain to worry for Ichigo's safety. Maybe Aizen somehow managed to get the drop on the boy, or perhaps Ichimaru finally decided to show himself and had defeated him, although Toshiro couldn't imagine the slippery weasel overcoming someone of that caliber so effortlessly. Then again, Jin wasn't known for fighting fairly and openly. When the king's door began to open above him, Hachugaya made what he recognized could be a fatal error. He flew off to find out what had happened to Ichigo. 1 minute it seemed as if all their prayers had been answered. The Kukaki had contrived to evacuate the Rogonkai along with Karakura, putting those defenseless souls out of harm's way and preventing Aizen from realizing his primary objective. Then Yamamoto had finally gotten around to opening the door, setting off such a firestorm of Reishi along the young captain's nerves that he would have felt it from a world away. It was like a bell tolling the defeat of all their enemies. Toshiro had prepared himself for the attack that must surely come then, going Bankai as they had all been instructed. Abandoning his post, even for a little while, would probably get him demoted should they actually survive to receive remonstrances. Yamamoto reasoned that being thwarted so soundly would prompt Aizen to try and overwhelm them before the reinforcements could arrive. The traitor no doubt intended to establish a front at the point of entry, allowing him and his rebels to pick off Zero Squad individually as they came through, preventing the company of captains from marshalling their full forces. It was the only possible strategy he could have. After all, it wasn't like they intended to fight the king's protectors on their home turf from the start, right? Even the Vastolord couldn't be a match for all those captains at once. The attack didn't come. Instead, what Hachugaya felt was the dawning realization that the other captains currently in Soul Society were being mowed down. First came a huge burst of Ryotsu on the other side of their forces that was as fundamentally impure as Kurosaki's, but decidedly not him. Then Yukatake and Kiraku, who had comprised the second line of defense within Siridi itself, suddenly and without warning faded from his mind. They were preceded by the disappearance of Mayuri, who had been stationed behind the lines along with the other captains whose Bankai were deemed as much a danger to their fellow Shinigami as they were to the Hollows. In spite of recognizing the merit of this precaution, Toshiro had never really liked the idea that some of their most powerful fighters were being held in reserve for when the rest of them, himself included, got ground up and spit out. And now apparently even that was not going according to plan. When Yamamoto's power suddenly blinked out like a candle, taking the ring of fire with it, only then did Hachugaya finally sense the full extent of what was transpiring. And so, he altered his course to reach the First Division offices, wrath and dread causing him to fear what he might find there. Komamura fell somewhere along the way. Byakuya and Soifone were thankfully still active and already ahead of him, their superior speed playing out. If ever there was a worse time for the Hollows to attack, it would have to be now, with all of the war leaders seemingly incapacitated. His gleaming ice wings furled in as the Shinigami prodigy alighted gracefully before the closest entrance to these offices. Toshiro proceeded to enter the complex, moving cautiously down a great hall that was normally used for processionals and receiving important visitors. As he did, Soifone's power signature disappeared so suddenly it left him frozen for a few seconds. Teiko. Spinning about, claws and sword at the ready, Hitsugaya found himself confronted by Momo Hinamori, clutching her abdomen with blood spilling out between her fingers. He didn't move right away, recalling all too well how he had been completely deceived just a few hours ago. Toshiro was resolved not to be taken in by Sosuke's trickery again. As he was affirming this resolution, his childhood friend then held out her hands stained sticky red, hurt and disbelief warring for dominance on her face. Behind her, several hollows suddenly clustered around the doorway. "Please." Momo gasped, and slumped forward. He sprang forward to catch her before she could hit the floor. Walls of iron sand, a priestly pagoda, glowing iron-clad fireflies. Standing upright, silent to the end. The whiff of magic came too late, and as he touched her, a sleeping Kido spell was activated, slamming the icy champion to the floor, his limbs and back crushed under the weight of 5 chain-linked pillars forming Bakudo number 75, Gakuteken. Not again. Aizen. Oh, stop screaming his name, can't you? One dainty sandaled foot kicked his Zanpakuto violently from his grip, and Hirin Maru's Bankai dissolved away. I swear, it's like you think every bad thing that happened to you in your life can be attributed to Aizen Teiko. Looking up, Hitsugaya found Hinamori glaring down at him. He stared aghast into her unfriendly gaze, and as he did she incanted another ward. Dull the serpent's tooth, seal back the viper's venom / lay a bomb of steel bands around this unworthy witch's throat / Bakudo 69, silver tongue striking ASP. The bane of spellcasters wrapped around his neck, preventing the captain from attempting any counter-attacks. Toshiro didn't know if he could have even managed to speak following this betrayal. Somehow it was obvious this wasn't an illusion. She was the real Momo, the girl that used to ruffle his hair and tease him for being shorter even than her. A ring of masked demons came to encircle them then. Looking up, the beaten hero found himself less chilled by the cold glowing eyes of the damned than those of the enchantress standing over him. Hinamori faced down the crowd of hollows buzzing around her and the fallen Hitsugaya. "Leave him alone," she spoke authoritatively. "He's mine." Moving away from Byakuya, Renji suddenly went to his knees. "Slay him. Slay." Byakuya Kukaki. Lieutenant Aburai quaked as he knelt in the dirt, hands clutching at his chest. Something had gone wrong. Aizen had promised him that when his memories came back, there would be no ill effects. Just like all the times before, on the day he was called to fulfill his role in their plans, the spell's release would simply mean that he could recall everything that had been sealed away, allowing him to activate the hidden power that they had fostered within him. On that day, the ambitious lieutenant would finally be granted his heart's desire. He would surpass Byakuya Kukaki. More than this, he would destroy the captain. The arrogant soul that had looked down on him, the aristocratic bastard that had taken his beloved Rukia away from everything Renji felt he had to offer her, that man would at last fall before him. Never again would Lord Kukaki frighten Rukia with his cold eyes and insolvable mysteries. No longer would she be forced to live in terror every day of her life at what her adopted brother might do to her. Her champion would see to that. That was the dream his former captain, the man who had saved him, offered to help him achieve. Oftentimes Aburai had grown impatient, wondering if the day would ever arrive, or if it was all just the grandiose vision of a madman. Now, at last, the fantasy had become reality. The tattoos carved into his body, designed to suppress his transformation, had vanished, and his unrestrained power burned forth with the queer signature of both Hollow and Shinigami. That was what Renji had been from the moment Nadala Contric Oriente infected him with her venom. It was part of her makeup, yet another of Aizen's experiments in hollowification. Even if she hadn't been able to fulfill her primary mission and kill Yuka-Take, he had hoped that she might still be able to poison the captain, precipitating the exact same reaction from Yamamoto as when the other captains had been hollow-fied decades prior to that event. Instead, he had gotten Renji. And once he had ensured that Aburai's soul was stabilized with the help of the sigils drawn into his skin, the aspiring king had worked to help him withstand this awesome power. It was strange to think how Ichigo had simply fallen into his hollow powers overnight the same way he had his Bankai, while Renji had been forced to struggle and suffer for years to reach both. It was never a sure thing that he would master this side of him, much less survive. But Renji had learned long ago that doubts could sap your strength, and the only way to keep from failing was to recognize them as nothing more than your own self turned against you. It then became a matter of reaching the limits your body could afford, and finding what lay beyond them. He was a hollow Shinigami hybrid, charged with the disposal of one of the captains who stood in their way. That was the shared conviction that had bound the two halves together eventually, allowing them to coexist even when the demon was dulled by enchantments with its host not even being aware of it. They had reached a consensus after years of ripping away at one another. Renji Aburai would crush the monstrous Captain Kukaki. Except, he's not a monster, is he? What? Of course he is. You've known it since the day you met. Don't try and deny it, Renji. Aburai Fukutaiku. Several of the Shinigami under Byakuya's command had rushed forward to aid him when he first collapsed, but the release of his hidden backup served to drive them back, leaving a perimeter around him that was slowly being devoured under a dome of angry red energy. Isolated from them, Renji sought to come to grips with something unexpected. It was the simple realization that everything they had believed regarding his captain was wrong. He was never a threat to her. It was all a misunderstanding. That's absurd. How can you possibly believe that? He was her brother-in-law. That's why he adopted her. Not because he wanted to use her or demean her, but because his wife asked him to. You're such a fool. It doesn't excuse anything he did. Listen to me, we have to put an end to this. Renji was gaining ground in this struggle. He could feel it. Supposedly once Getsui Yakumo was lifted, he was supposed to attack Byakuya and bring him low before the captain could attempt to interfere in their plans. That was where all his impulses had been geared for the last few decades while he had been tutoring under Aizen and Ichimaru. But that imperative had hit a brick wall inside his head as soon as it was released. All those years of hidden training, focusing his energies on being able to conquer the rancor of the hollow growing inside him and bring its power under his control, had been geared toward the sole purpose of carrying out his part in the downfall of the Godai 13 captains. Those memories were now a part of him once more. The only thing was, the last time Aizen had met with him was about a month after his promotion to vice captain. And something had happened between now and then that couldn't be ignored. It was another memory. The sight of Jin Ichimaru sending his sword winging towards a helpless Rukia, and Byakuya Kukaki snatching her away before it could strike, allowing himself to be impaled practically through the heart for her sake. Looking back now, with everything he knew, the double agent understood that Rukia had not been in any real danger. Aizen never intended for her to die. She was one of them, a realization that had made Renji terribly relieved when he first learned of it. The whole purpose of that fiasco with the Sokioka was to trick Yuka-Take into destroying it with the Shihoin shield they knew he possessed somewhere. Then they wouldn't have to fear the mighty weapon being turned against them when the time came for their rebellion to come into full swing. So Suke had hidden himself in the Great Spirit Library in order to locate the method of extracting the Hogyaka that Urahara had developed, and that the Chamber of 46 had sealed away along with the rest of his research. Rukia's death had never been part of the plan. But Byakuya hadn't known that, had he? And that was what made Renji realize the truth about the man. Even being as unaware of their true agenda at the time as he himself had been, Rukia's fearsome brother had risked his own life to come to her rescue. He hadn't known how safe she was in Aizen's hands. The 6th Division captain had only seen her in danger, and acted accordingly. That one single moment had collided in Renji's head with nearly 50 years of unleashed hate and recrimination. And inconsequential as it might have seemed in the face of his colossal wrath, this lone image had served to hold the outraged pain in check as surely as a Kido spell defending his life. Or perhaps, the Rakonga renegade thought, it was his soul that was struggling to rise up now, past all the lies he had bound himself in. Don't you dare turn your back on me now, you inconstant flea-bitten cur. Not after everything we went through to reach this point. Don't tell me that. It was all a lie. She never needed me. Never. All that work was just for my own sake, not hers. I was just fooling myself, saying that I was doing it to save Rukia. It really was based on a lie. Understanding this allowed Renji to assert himself. No, it wasn't just about Rukia. Don't you remember? We were supposed to crush this rotten system of living they make us bow under, tear it all down. That's what Aizen wants, remember? To hell with that. I never cared about changing Soul Society for its own sake. I only did it so that she could live in a world that wasn't filled with fear and pain. I followed her to the Siriti, thinking that we could be together in paradise. And when I thought she was in even greater danger than when we had just been dirty vagabonds back in Inazuri, I tried to protect her. But no more. I want no more part of this. It's over. It can't be. I was born for this precise moment. I won't let you take it away, Furo. Renji. And it was right then, at the worst possible time, that Byakuya Kukaki Flash stepped into the scene. From me. And the desperate Hollow brought its most powerful weapon to bear. This was another memory from that time after the failed execution. The feeling as he, Renji Abarai, held a helpless Rukia Kukaki in his arms, elated and defiant, rushing to spirit her away from all these monsters at last. And the sound of General Yamamoto giving the order to kill him and bring her back to die. No. The scarlet incandescence around the lieutenant's crouched form, which had been starting to fade only a moment ago, suddenly spiked, burning a patch of earth all around him to ash and soaring up into the darkening heavens. The unleashed spirit entity howled, and witnessing this, Byakuya felt the same presence that he had first encountered atop Sokioka Hill. It couldn't be. Get back. He shouted at the division forces milling about them. Get away from here now. They obeyed, disappearing to a hopefully safe distance, and only then did the White Prince draw his fabled blade. He's one of them. I know. You can't afford to hold back. Then we are in agreement. And so resolved, he passed death sentence on his trusted lieutenant for a second time. Bankai. Renji's soul felt like it was collapsing. He would have done it. Your precious Byakuya Kukaki wasn't teasing when he told you that Rukia was sentenced to death. Are you forgetting he would have killed you had Anohana not arrived in time? Stop. This. I'm telling you, he's nothing but a rich spoiled murderer. They all are, all those damn Shinigami captains. But Byakuya most of all. If 3 Ikago. Ichigo Kurosaki, damn him. If he hadn't stepped up to stop him, mighty Lord Kukaki would have been cleaning Rukia's blood off of Senbonzakura. No, you're wrong, he wouldn't have done that, would he? Of course not. He would have gotten one of his servants to clean it off. That way he could also tell them to throw her body to the dogs and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He's so very efficient, your noble Captain Kukaki. No. More. Oh, Captain Kukaki, look at me. I filled out all the paperwork you told me to. Stop. Captain Kukaki, I killed that hollow you told me to. Can I get a pat on the head? Damn you, shut up. Captain Kukaki, can I get a raise so that I can take your sister out to a nice dinner? No? Okay, I'll just wait around a few more years while you rape her. Shut up. Shut up or I'll. Every single night, Captain Kukaki. Stick your gold-plated cock inside the woman I love and make her scream and plead for you to stop, while I sit outside the door and bring you a fresh pillow or a cord to gag her with. Maybe afterwards you'll be so grateful for my efforts that you'll let me have my turn too, won't you, Captain Kukaki? I'll kill. Yes? Yes? I'll kill you. Yes. Senbonzakura Kagyoshi. Bankai. The cardinal flames erupted into a bonfire, sending a relentless swell of spirit energy out. Its intensity was so vast that Byakuya was knocked off his feet, skidding backwards and ending with both knees planted in the dirt. Before him, gouts of destructive Reishi went scattering all through the air, incinerating everything they touched, living or not. Several low-ranked Shinigami who had not abandoned the scene quickly enough were caught in the conflagration, and perished instantly. At the center of the inferno, the captain's eyes could make out a shadowy figure coming to its feet. That form turned about, and the fire was dispelled. Standing now across the way was Renji Abarai, surrounded by the hissing coils of his Bankai, Hiyo Zabumaru, in a scene oddly similar to the first time his leader had ever seen it. But one thing was different now. The white baboon skull that had previously adorned his lieutenant's shoulder was no longer evident. Instead, a larger and more twisted version of that mask covered his face, and the long spiky hair usually pulled up in a topknot now flowed down his shoulders like a stream of blood. The sound of his breath was the same hoarse, deep timbre most often associated with hollows. In the black eye sockets, red eyes burned a hole into the captain's heart. The level of power coming off this thing dispelled any doubts Kukaki might have been inclined to hold. It was far superior to the espada he had slain in Hueco Mundo, letting him know that it would be folly to protract their combat more than necessary. This time, there was no hesitation, no attempting to draw things out. Byakuya went straight to his endgame. Shukiai, Hakuti Iken. White wings with feathers crafted of 1,000 lethal blades apiece emerged from his shoulders. A halo of incandescent power glowed above the nobleman's head, as if to affirm his transformation from Shinigami to Archangel of Death. The blade that he now gripped might have held the core of a star in its depths, so enormous was the power contained within it. And all this the Lord of Shirai called upon as he streaked towards his target. In response, Hollow Abarai raised its bone whip high. Red energy spilled out from the spaces between its segments till the entire 100-meter length of it was engulfed in that bloody light. The head of the blazing lash reared up and trumpeted its unearthly cry to heaven, and as Byakuya rushed forth, the whole thing came down. White sword and crimson whip met. Their conflict was less a clash of weapons than a force of nature. The outburst spilled in all directions, power the color of blood and bone slamming against the walls of the Shirai like the wave of a tsunami, and those death stone barriers that had stood for millennia trembled and split in the manner of hastily constructed levees before the same. Eventually, the tumult at last ceased. Fully a quarter of that district was laid to waste around them, and who knew how many lesser death gods had lost their lives. The victor of that duel, however, was in no way unclear. Byakuya Kukaki lay crushed flat. His imperial blade was still clenched in his grip, but it might as well have been a wooden practice sword for all the good it did him now. The wings and halo had taken the brunt of the tremendous assault. Their radiance was no longer in evidence as they dissipated, leaving him with no more marks of heavenly majesty to speak of but still relatively undamaged. And in spite of having been brought low, the Prince of Kukaki rose in preparation for the next assault. As he did so, several giant vertebrae dropped straight down and encased him in their grip. The stack of cracked bone tubes immediately shrank down to trap his arms against his body, leaving Senbonzakura pointed harmlessly to the dirt. There was no time to think of how best to counter this, as the hollow was lunging towards him. Most of Hiyo Zabumaru lay scattered around them in a heap, but the head and a few of the joints were now attached to its right arm. As it came, that topaz-eyed snake skull opened its maw and spewed a siro at him. Hado 79, Harimari no Fugu. Between them formed a white pearl roughly the size of a basketball. This implement flew forth and met the stream of red energy head-on, burrowing through it without harm and dispelling the assault haphazardly to either side. The strongest spell he could summon without incantation and still maintain any commensurate power behind it, Misfortune's crystal ball then went on and slammed into the serpent's forehead to rip the skull free of its moorings and send it careening backwards. As bad luck would have it, the homing missile did not continue its flight as he had hoped, having become embedded inside the splintered bone. And even this sudden disruption in its balance could not balk the hollow's momentum. Before he could speak another word it had crossed the remaining distance between them and wrapped black-gloved fingers around the regal soul's throat, preventing any further spells from being spoken. It then raised back its other fist to strike. This close he could see into the monster's eyes clearly, but there was no recognition to be found in them. It further appeared as if any forthcoming help would not arrive in time to make a difference in this conflict. So Byakuya chose to take the enemy down with him. Renji Abarai was his lieutenant, and therefore his responsibility. Whatever had transpired to bring about this state, it would be unthinkable to let the beast run rampant behind their lines. And so, he did as his sensei-turned-lover had explained to him a lifetime ago. First Byakuya formed the dark circle in his mind, the prerequisite for all demon magic. Then he imagined himself reaching into it, touching what was kept within that darkness, the sleeping spell he had crafted and hidden inside his soul for when there was no other choice left to him. Byakuya Kukaki prepared to summon Hado number 95, the forbidden kamikaze. I have failed you. Then we atone together. The young lord found himself surprised by his next thought. Ichigo Kurosake, you had best not disappoint me. Hollow Renji cocked its fist in preparation to crush the pretty noble's face. It was afire with joy at the prospect after having dreamed of it for so long, and wished dearly that the man would scream at the last, so that they could finally hear it. A hand came down on his upraised arm. She'll never forgive you. Wah. The hollow turned its head. Things had gone quiet of a sudden. It also faintly realized that nothing seemed to be moving around them. Smoke and fire were frozen in one place, like someone had taken a photograph of the area and dropped them into it. But not completely. Floating by his elbow, staring at him sadly, there was a boy. A boy he knew. You're dead. The curly-haired youth shrugged. If you say so. I know it. You were trampled by a horse. We sat with you for 2 days. You died on the 3rd morning. You're dead. I didn't even get that long, another voice spoke quietly from behind. When the bone mask came about, it found a hefty-looking preteen with pudgy cheeks watching it closely. You're also dead. Someone stabbed you. We found the body in an alley. And I drowned trying to swim away from the hoods that were chasing me. It knew by now that when it turned it would find a young man with soft brown hair falling over his eyes. You were the last. After we buried you, Rukia said we should join the academy. The hollow that was once their friend and leader studied its old comrades. Why are you all here? We're waiting for the next to go, one of them said simply, though which was not clear. A snort of derision came from behind the helm. You're saying I'm going to die? Don't be stupid. I've got this guy beat. Just you watch and see. They all looked at one another, and began to laugh. What's so goddamn funny, huh? Amid the chuckles, all 3 voices spoke at once. You're so self-absorbed, Renji. They began to fade away. What's that supposed to mean? Damn it, get back here. And their last words came to him then. We never said we were waiting for you. Then they were gone. The world remained frozen around him, though. But it was nothing compared to the chill that stole over Renji. Rukia. Forget about it, it's just a fantasy. She'll be alright, we just have to finish this and go find her. He stared forward uncertainly now, seeing the grim determination in Byakuya Kukaki's frozen eyes. He promised me, if anything happened to me, he would protect her. He was just trying to shut you up, he didn't mean any of it. He's a liar. He lied to Rukia about her sister, and then he lied to you. For some reason, he was finding it difficult to tell the voice of his hollow apart from himself right now. She has to be alright. I don't care about anything else. Something's wrong. I'm telling you, she's fine. Now let's snap this daisy stem neck, already. But even as it said that, he knew it wasn't true. You don't even care, do you? You just want to kill Byakuya. Rukia doesn't mean a damn thing to you, does she? I've had it with this. Listen here, you mangy dog, you're going to do what I tell you to now, or so help me I'll. Don't tell me what to do, you bloodthirsty hollow. I'm the master here, not you. You're the dog. And then the black ape plowed into him. It bore Renji to the ground and wrapped its simian fingers around his neck, choking him. Above its furious snarl, he could see green eyes with red slits for pupils. I'll never take an order from anybody again. Not Byakuya, not Aizen, and especially not you. He could feel himself slipping into those inhuman paws, his spirit flowing and transmuting into something else. You killed me once before, but never again. You were nothing before me. I made you stronger. I gave you power, and with it you finally achieved some recognition. I provided you with everything throughout the years. What did you have before me, huh? Tell me, what did you ha-a-a-a-g-g-g-g-h-h? The hands fell away from his throat, and Renji looked up to see the hollow gorilla rearing off him, clutching at its own snake tail which had sunk its fangs deep into one of the brute's eyes. You want to know what he had, animal? He had me. With a scream, the hollow wrenched the snake away from it, losing the eyeball in the process. As it did, the viper changed from black to white, and the Zanpakuto looked down at its master. Finish it. Renji held something in his hand then, and it made him feel strong in a way that only one thing could. Without further consideration for what it might mean to his soul or his future, the warrior lunged up and with a glad cry drove the enormous blade of Zabumaru into his inner hollow's gut. His dark side gasped, reached trembling hands out to grip the sword in stunned disbelief. You, what are you doing? And the king of the streets smiled at it. What do you think? I'm getting stronger. Yeah. You remember now? I'm the alpha dog in this pack. You're just my bitch. With a final despairing whimper, the hollow was then sucked into his shikai. And don't you forget it. You said it, partner. He cocked his fist back, and Renji's mask split neatly in half. The separate pieces then fell down to anchor at either shoulder. Zabumaru's coils cracked and fell away from around Byakuya, and he stumbled backward, the suicidal spell vanishing in his surprise. Before him, his lieutenant slumped to his knees. Rukia. Renji's aura had changed once again. It still had that unnatural taint which marked him as a hybrid like Kurosaki, but overriding this was the pure unmistakable tang of a Shinigami and their Zanpakuto. Shaken by what he had seen as much as what he had been about to do, the first seat of Squad 6 could only stare in amazement. As he did, his subordinate's head came up. The sight of his face left Kukaki aghast. Save her! Renji snarled, glaring at his horrified captain with slit pupil eyes that burned red. Save Rukia! Byakuya! She needs you! Hurry! No more needed to be said. Turning on his heel, the Shinigami noble took note of how the ring of fire had been extinguished. That made things easier on him. Pulling off his scarf, he whipped it around himself, allowing the enchanted fabric to work its magic. An instant later he was gone, teleported to the side of the person who needed his protection most. Byakuya came up to see Soifone lunging for his sister, and without a moment of hesitation he swung his saber and cut off the captain's arm. 3 unleashed Vastolord plus 1 Shinigami powerhouse in a 1-acre radius around him made Grimjo feel like tearing off his own head and booting it into the sky, just to make the pounding stop. His blood was burning, and not in the good way he was used to. Every breath he took felt like it was laced with acid, and his eyes were tearing up, making him weep like a damned child. No hollow beneath Espada level could come close to this sight without being eradicated by the destructive forces that had collected on a small hill in Soul Society. Even transforming into his released state could not fully alleviate the condition the Sexta found himself in, and so he was forced to grit his teeth and bear it. Then to make matters worse, Stark finally came bounding up in all its terrible majesty. Coyote rolled over onto its back and tucked its legs up against its chest. Mediocre eyes stared off into space as it held still. Suddenly the giant wolf twisted its hairless head around to focus on Baragon, panting and ears twitching. Scratch my belly. Please! The monster declared. Lusenburn's steed pawed the earth angrily, and a hollow voice came from the skull clenched between his fingers. I will slit your belly and strangle you with your entrails if you presume to order me again, vermin. A rumbling growl shook the heavens, and the mouths attached to Stark's leg joints snapped viciously. Jiggerjacks dearly hoped one of them would kill the other, just to lessen the migraine that was threatening to split his skull. Peace, both of you. So much for that. Even sitting there with his legs crossed and seemingly meditating, apparently King Sosuke was still aware of everything his subordinates were doing. Standing protectively with sword bared beside his master, the rebel Captain Tyson bore a faint look of distaste on his face. Did he not know that he was broadcasting the revulsion he felt for his supposed partners for everyone to see, or did he simply not care? Not that it made any difference to Grimjo. What mattered was that apparently Baragon was too full of hot air to make good on his threats, and Stark was too crazy to keep a thought in his head for longer than 10 seconds. The skeletal emperor trotted off to be by himself, swimming in his cone of black riot so that all of the top four were emitting, while the Primera had taken to gnawing at its own volubly protesting leg in the manner of a fox caught in a trap. Ulquiorra was crouched high on the branch of a tree with the captive Anu still held by her throat. Which of them looked more wretched was hard to say. Fricking Batman in his sickly brain, he had probably developed an obsession with the poor kid. Tough luck for you, girl. There came a slithering sound, following by a multi-voiced cat's growl. You look like you have one foot in the grave, Grimjoe. He glanced up at the ancient bane of seafarers beside him, and bared his fangs. That's one less than your fraction from what I hear, Harrybull. His barb drew nothing more from that giant beauty than a raised eyebrow. It was not intended as an insult. You concerned about my health now? You're making me sick. Clearly. And I'm not the only one. The truth of her statement was hard to ignore, and it served to stop any further attempts at saving his dignity, lest he prove the veracity of her words. Grimjoe was tired of looking like a weakling in front of any female terceras, however short in supply they might be. Male pride was not something he subscribed to with the same fervor as certain other members of his breed, but it did have a place in his heart. Green Eyes and Blue then watched as the mark of their presence continued to expand across the heavens in a display that forebode ill towards the pitifully outmatched army of death gods in the distance. You think we'll die today? Tia stroked the scaly head of one of her barracuda attachments patiently. Not if Eisen has planned as well as he claims. The constant pain lent him a certain queer verbosity, like death was hovering over his head, and its presence let him know that holding back would be a waste. Shit, Harrybull, don't you ever just get pissed off enough to scream at any of this? He flicked his claws out in the direction of their master, noting how Tyson turned slightly in his direction at the movement. All we do is what we're told to, now we're told to do nothing. Like the lot of us are just pieces in some game and we're not allowed to know any more than our next move. Sitting back and glaring at one another across an empty field, it doesn't feel natural. What's missing? She asked laconically. The Tercera was not the most passionate person. Coldfish certainly described her personality, but on the plus side, she lacked the overwrought character traits that made a vast majority of the Espada such an absolute pain to live with. The two of them had hunted together successfully, and there was no denying her worth in combat. While not what might be considered a friend, Hollows put little truck in such concepts, she afforded him respect, and Jaeger Jax was inclined to do the same. This kept him from dismissing her words as sarcasm. Blood. Excitement. I don't know. Action. Does he really expect them to surrender afterwards? There was no attempt made to hide the scorn in his voice as Grimjoe hissed. He promised me a fight. A serpent head snapped at her hand viciously, and the Scylla brought it up to lick the small wound clean. She then lashed out, caught the errant party and snapped its neck with a sudden violent twist. The rest of her symbiotic mob proceeded to feast on the dead spawn, causing blood to spatter out and stain the bone hide of Pantera. Open war is different from what we have known, Harrybull continued to speak as the feeding frenzy carried on. This is an opportunity for us to take the offensive and permanently come out on top against the ones that threaten us the most. So that we don't have to be forever living on the run, waiting for the next attack to come. Even if we have always survived that way, it doesn't make for much to look forward to. Her eyes drifted over to where Barragan stood turned away from them, and now there was a glimmer of distaste in their sea-green depths. That is the bait Eisen used to lure me out of exile. The Sexta shifted restlessly. So you're saying you'll just go along with whatever he tells you, never taking any opportunity for what you might want. Bronzed features continued to stare at the mounted skeleton king, and her lips twisted hungrily. I'll admit to being tempted. Pay. He spit. You've got it made, you know that. You'll be able to fight all the Shinigami captains you want. I'll be lucky if there's one left on this side for me to take out. She looked down at Grimjoe. That's the difference between us. I'll almost certainly get to face greater opponents than you today, but you shouldn't feel so inadequate by comparison. This offhand comment made him bristle, arms crossed over his rumbling chest. Keep talking and I'll show you who's lacking power. Not that. And don't get cute. I'm trying to explain what makes you superior to me. Caught off guard, the pack leader looked up at his superior in rank with an honestly surprised expression. She then bent down and faced him fully, all cold grace and restrained ferocity, like a tiger shark drifting by a diver in a cage. The reason you can't suffer quietly under Aizen's control like the rest of us is not the same as Lusenburn. It's because you and Sosuke possess a similar quality. You're both leaders, Grimmjow. Baragon's just a ruler. He has no aspirations beyond making himself comfortable, and that's why fear is the only motivation he understands or instills in others. You have the potential to do more. You can inspire. What? Inspire? Me? The very idea left him tongue-tied, and so she continued speaking without interruption. Your continuing to run with this pack even after recognizing that you were not the strongest has served to motivate more hollows beneath you than might be apparent. They're afraid of you, to be sure, but for reasons I can't explain, their fear doesn't cow them totally. Perhaps because of the example you set. Some of them are actually improved by it. We've seen you chasing after us, in spite of the dread you must feel. I won't pretend to know if you can become what we are, but I accept the possibility. Actually, just by enduring this right now, you might be one step closer. You do not recognize having reached any limits, and you strive to become more. Whether you realize it or not, that is the same thing that inspires so many to follow Aizen. And it's what makes you better suited to lead our forces into battle than Ulquiorra, Stark, Baragon or myself. It was like the whole world shrank down to just the two of them. Were they actually discussing something unrelated to hunting or death, just like two regular souls? The realization left him rather bewildered. Thinking back on it, the Ajichas realized that this might be the closest to complimentary he had ever found the normally impartial female. Too weird. He looked up at her. Like this, it actually occurred to Grimmjow how astoundingly beautiful she really was. If things were different. He opened his mouth to speak, and a wave of power rolled over them. Looking back at the Siraidii, they could all see a storm building over the white towers that stood at its heart. While they were watching this, Aizen Sosuke put a hand to his face and fell to his knees. Aizen-sama! Tison yelled. Huh, Grimmjow thought, astonished. He's down. Wonder if now might not be a good time to. At that moment, he noticed Baragon turn his fleshless head. Kaname had his back to him, anxiously hovering over their leader. The rest of the Espada were apparently focusing on Aizen as well. A gleam appeared in the deposed monarch's eyes. Dark red liquid suddenly flowed from his sockets, and he shifted his skull to one hand. Raising the other, a frightening glow began to coalesce over those bony fingers dripping with blood that he now pointed at the Shinigami. And for reasons he couldn't explain, Jigger Jax found himself leaping forward and interposing himself between them. If his presence disturbed the undead Segunda, it didn't show. He still continued to aim his Grand Racero, recognizing perhaps that here was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was only when Schiffer and Haribel streaked in to join behind the bestial hunter in clear opposition to him that he seemed to hesitate. I remember. The sound of the Death God revolutionary's voice let them all know that the moment had passed. Lusenburn let his aborted treachery wink out in an instant, and fell to glowering at his unexpected opponents, who ignored him to come about and face their master. Aizen looked up, eyes shining, a smile of absolute joy spreading over his face. That's it. He murmured, looking over at a shaken Kaname. I know why, Tison. I know who I am. The hell are you talking about? Grimmjow snapped, feeling more unnerved by the idea that he might have just saved Aizen's life than how close he had been to dying. This is the time, their weirdly ecstatic leader proclaimed as he regained his feet. We must reach the Siraidii swiftly. The seeds have already sprouted, we have to take advantage of it. What? His blind guardian looked perplexed. But I did not hear you release the spell, Aizen-sama. I didn't have to, that was always the plan. I knew I had to wait, but not the reason why. Now I do. Forget about that, we must hurry to reach her. Stark. The former 5th Division captain spun about, practically sparking with gleeful energy, causing even the demented mind of Coyote to take notice. Take me on your back, we may have to breach the shield to get in, and I will want your power to do so. I'm not a Huo RRSEOKAY, let's go. The great wolf rolled upright and crouched on its haunches. Sosuke sprang up onto the scarred black flesh of its head that showed the marks of a hollow mask being removed, well away from the roiling field of mouths that was its pelt. Without further questioning, Tison went to join his lord. Stark then rose to his full height, and the master Shinigami looked down upon them all. The war begins, my espada. Ulquiorra, bring the girl. Grimmjow, fulfill your duties. Break their fighting spirits, but avoid death whenever possible. The rest of you will accompany me to dispatch the king's forces once the portal opens. Our destiny awaits. He laughed, then turned, and pointed eagerly to the fortress in the distance. Onward. The Fenris bounded forth with a howl, leaping across miles in mad, zigzagging pounces that seemed aimed for the most part where they wanted to go. His fellow Vastolord followed suit without a word of farewell, Haribel going first, with Ulquiorra following behind after having retrieved Orium. Grimmjow watched the dragons of air and sea diminish. Well, that came out of nowhere. He turned about, preparing to marshal the forces under his command, when darkness swept over him. A skeletal hand seized his chest, and the Warcat gasped as something hot and foul seemed to burn through his skin, flowing up in a cloud to enter his nose and mouth. Your loyalties are somewhat misplaced, little one. Allow me to explain to you what your role in this war shall truly be. The head of Baragon Lusenburn came to hover before him, red lidless eyes staring into his own that were wide with pain and horror. The invasion continued, filling the Sexta up with unbelievably hideous power that made him feel like he might explode with ecstasy. You shall be my vassal from this moment forth. And your duty is simple, you are to kill. Once Aizen has abandoned this realm for the next, you will proceed to slaughter young Shinigami vermin to the last man. Leave none of them alive. When I return, it must be to the sight of only our kind in any abundance. Reap this plane of all life save our own. I shall deal with the last of them, and then this world will fall under the rule of Baragon. The Hollow King vanished, and with it the darkness. But the black seething power that had been poured into Grimmjow Jiggerjax still remained. Alive with a murderous lust, he threw back his head and roared. Attack. To be continued. Chapter 27, The Broken Spell, Witch's Garden. As her memories were restored, Nanao Ise let her book fall to the floor. Oh, no, she whispered, remembering. Aizen Fukotaiku. Nanao-san. What a pleasure to see you here. What brings you by? Sir, I wanted to congratulate you. I understand that you'll soon be officially made captain. Ah, yes. I've finally achieved Bankai. Who would have thought it? Yes, sir. Will you be coming to the celebration? Fukotaiku, I'm not very interested in parties. But I wanted you to know that, you have my sincerest admiration. And I'm pleased to tell you that I finished that assignment you asked of me. Oh, so soon? Yes, sir. As you requested, I told no one of it. Here you are. Do you mind if I take a look? Sir, it belongs to you now, please do what you will. Thank you, oh, my. Nanao-san, this is splendid work. Are really? Of course. I swear, it's absolutely flawless. You should be proud. I knew I could count on you to do this. Thank you. But, may I ask a question? Of course you may. Why exactly did you want an archive entry made detailing the creation of an imperial key? It was a very creative method you explained, but really, if this is intended as a joke, I can't imagine anyone being fooled by it. Ah, you found me out, my dear. This is indeed meant as a prank. And you might be surprised as to who would be fooled by it. Especially since my spirit signature didn't go into its creation. They'll never know what to believe. It will be quite amusing to see who falls for it. Well, in that case, I'm glad I won't be one of them. As am I. Shall we toast to our individual success, Nanao-san? I would be honored to share a drink with you, Aizen Fukotaiku. A trick, Ise wept, clutching at herself in absolute misery. It was all a damn trick. It was a beautiful autumn day in Seoul society, Jinrei Kukaki decided. Wrapped in down comforters to ward off any chill, the retired captain sat in his favorite chair on the grounds of his estate, contentedly watching the sky overflowing with clouds. A peaceful smile colored his drawn features. Absently he wondered when Byakuya would come to visit him again. Children today, they never seemed to have any time to favor their elders with a few spare hours. It was so sad. And here he had promised Hiruto to spend some time with his grandson. So wonderful it would be to teach the boy how to play the shamisen. He had such elegant fingers and strong artistic appreciation, it was only natural that the lad excel musically. A sudden coughing fit caused Jinrei to forget any such fantasies. When it did not pass, he reached a trembling hand out for the comforting drink that was always close by. With utmost care the invalid grasped the smooth porcelain flask and hesitatingly poured some rice wine out into his cup. So much of it sloshed over as a result of his arm shaking that a small, lucid part of him cursed his infirmity. The rest only clucked and moaned grievously, sucking on his dripping fingers like a child before grasping the ceramic dish and raising it haltingly to his lips. Black walls of clouds continued to ooze towards where he sat from both directions, and the former head of the Kukaki clan wheezed out a chuckle, wondering if he would get to see lightning or if his servants would drag him into the house with them like a flock of frightened hens. However, as it turned out, that would not be a problem either way, for the lightning came down to him. A small green nub, with no great ear-splitting crack of thunder coming fast upon it nor even a terrific flash. Hardly worth remarking upon, it was so paltry, but it came dancing down out of the sky nonetheless. The dish was hovering right at his lips, but Jinrei had forgotten all about it, smiling at the sight of that meager little drunken firefly coming towards him. Little star, he sang to it, gazing fondly at that viridian speck. Come light up my long, sad night. Once more grief settled into his frail, pain-racked chest. Where were the twilight days of rest he had been promised, the times when it seemed you had returned to the ease and simplicity of childhood? Back then, he had frittered away many a lazy evening in pursuit of those brief bobbing beads of luminescence, happily enjoying a freedom of movement and energy that had seemed absolutely boundless. Comparing that state of childish exuberance to the pitiful, drained shell he now occupied produced a stirring of true regret in the old man's heart. How did I come to this, he reflected. Can I ever go back to the way I was? The small ball of power danced along without purpose. In just a few moments, it would pass him by forever, and suddenly it dawned upon Jinrei that there would be a chance of something lost with that. The possibility of playing carelessly in the fields, singing and reveling in all the world had to offer him. And so he reached up, no longer cognizant of the heavy weight on his limbs that after all these decades was as much a part of him as his own skin. Forgetting even his own diminished mental capacity, all the elder Shinigami knew was the pure, unadulterated magic of a child seeing something wondrous and glowing right before his eyes. Thus did Jinrei Kukaki grasp hold of Don Kanonji's holy Excalibur blast. A roar of power came with it, the thunder he had been promised. Green light bathed that impeccably manicured dale in an emerald aura. The flash was brief, the strength of its casting born from the heart and soul of a mortal wizard. A spell of healing, cast by a flamboyant Japanese television personality who for all his bravado truly was the single greatest exorcist of unclean magic to be born in 100 generations of man. It died away as suddenly as it came. The Shinigami Lord slumped in his seat. The autumn breeze skirled around his motionless form. A cup of wine slipped untouched from his hand. Jinrei raised his arms, staring in absolute astonishment. The palsied, paper-thin skin of before was now glowing with health and vigor befitting a man still in his prime. He curled his fingers, feeling the power that now flowed uninhibited throughout his soul once more. For a moment disbelief reigned supreme. How? What broke the spell? The memory of a green light was immediately replaced by something far more urgent. It was the unhindered truth of a beautiful woman's face as she raised a flask of poisoned sake before him, time and time again, for nigh on 100 years. Rage that had never been able to focus on its target suddenly burned with an intensity that would have given Yamamoto pause. For a time the silver-haired ancient was so furious at the awful calamity he had permitted to occur that he could not find the words. But there was something. One word that he had come to realize in all these dark years. It had cost him dearly, but there had been no other way to try and warn his heir. So much truth wrapped up in one simple word, if you only took the time to think about it. But no one ever heeded his warnings. It would have been enough to make him scream were it not for the power of the curse that silenced his true voice. Now, however, he was free. And Sojinrei lifted his face to the sky and roared a name that his son's wife had died to help him learn. Tiamat. The Kukaki siblings watched as Anohana proceeded to reattach Soifon's severed arm without any effort. In spite of being restored on the outside, clearly this did nothing to remedy the truly grievous wounds that had been inflicted upon the 2nd Division captain only moments past. She had been robbed of her spiritual strength with the obliteration of her Seiketsu and Hakyuzui. It was the kiss of death for a Shinigami, so to speak. No matter how strong your Ryutsu, there was no recovering from injuries sustained to those spots on the body. As if in evidence of this, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni continued to lie off to one side in a pool of his own blood. The formerly undisputed head of their order was now not even registering on Byakuya's senses. Before the aged warrior had been like a constant presence in the back of his mind, a seething volcano sealed in the form of a man. None of that remained. It all seemed so terribly surreal. He wished to ask someone how this might have come about, but could not bring himself to address either of the ones who might hold the answer. Not the girl he had sworn to protect who now huddled against him, nor the woman he had counted among his staunchest allies only moments past. He didn't really know what to make of either of them. Beneath his touch, Rukia trembled, and Byakuya had to wonder, could any oath he had sworn, no matter how fervent, truly protect her? After all, it was now apparent that he had not the slightest idea the perils she had to face. It was then that Anohana completed her ministrations and turned to regard them. She had never been anything but beautiful as long as he had known her. More than just appearances, this impression extended to every word and deed this woman had ever undertaken. He, who strove to achieve perfection in life, had never needed to look very far to find an example to reassure him it was not an impossible aspiration. Graceful, virtuous, regal, Anohana Retsu had been all that and more. If she was feared, it was owing to recognition that the power she commanded was of alike to that of the Commander-General. How very fortunate Seoul society had been, to have two such unbelievable souls standing in its defense. No longer. That was readily apparent. The mistress of healing then took a few steps towards where they stood watching her warily. It was as if they expected some ghastly transformation to take place any moment. The sprouting of horns, unfurling of wings. Something suitably epic for such an incredible about-face. But what she did was even more unexpected. Anohana bowed. To Rukia, in fact. Thank you. Her voice hadn't changed at all, but it still sent shivers up both their spines, and Rukia's protector found himself tightening his grip on the naked sword still clenched in his fist. Neither of them spoke in response. You have my greatest thanks, Rukia-chan, the Squad 4 captain continued as she rose up, deep blue eyes glistening with affection. I knew that you had potential, but even when it became clear to me that Sosuke had chosen you as one of his own, I never dreamed that he intended for you to be the one to bring down Yamamoto. Renji seemed far more suited to such a task. It was my impression that you would be engaged to remove our dear Kukaki Teika here as a threat once the spell was lifted. Please don't look so alarmed, she spoke in response to the horror that seemed to settle on both their faces, like mirror images. I accept that I misjudged the strength of your devotion, both to our cause and to one another. Your relationship is based upon something deeper than previously believed, if it would cause Lord Kukaki to raise his sword against another captain. She indicated behind her to where Soifone remained pinned to the wall by Byakuya's magic. The fond way her gaze now turned upon him, it was like Anohana was acknowledging him as one of the people responsible for whatever had taken place here. And it was the disgust this idea awoke in his heart that finally allowed the stately soul to speak up even as he brought Senbon Zikura to level between her eyes. Explain yourself, he whispered coldly. It was evident by his tone that should her answer not prove to his liking, Kukaki Byakuya was more than willing to separate Anohana's lovely head from her shoulders. The threat, while not completely ignored, certainly did nothing towards making her quail. In fact, Retsu looked almost glad to avail herself of their attention. For 2,000 years, ever since I first met Yamamoto and came under his command, I have been growing a garden. The seeds I planted in it were meant to achieve what I was not capable of, the liberation of our world from its place under that man's heel. She indicated where their commander sprawled in a graceless heap. Neither of them took their eyes off her long enough to follow that gesture. The glossy-haired goddess only smiled at their caution. Those potential blossoms were some of the mightiest souls I could find, ones possessing both power and strength of character. I wooed them over to my side by simply illustrating the faults that existed in our world's new order, the ones that all the king's lackeys saw fit to ignore in favor of their own security. The slowly rotting husk that is our modern soul society has proven to be a most fertile loam in which to tend my garden. To be sure, I had to be careful. The orderly system Shijikuni created made it damnably difficult for me to conduct any private affairs without all manner of suspicions being aroused. Hence the need for some caution in my efforts. I am quite the puissant sorceress, as you both surely know by now. And I capitalized on my strengths to ensure that my garden would be as unobtrusive as possible. Of course most of my flowers died long before they could bloom. It was not as if there were very many, you understand. Never more than a handful at a time. I sought to keep them safe, but more often than not their lives were cut short without ever being able to help me. Fortunately there were always new spirits eager to take up the guise of a Shinigami and equally disenchanted by the burdens such a position proved to entail. Ours is a supremely dangerous profession for those below the level of a regular captain, after all. Anohana reached up dainty hands and brushed them down the front of her immaculate robe, the garment that marked her as the highest class of defender in their world. Not that this means anything to you, Byakuya Kukaki. The impression of danger then was enough to cause him to thrust Rukia behind his back and clasp his sword with both hands, preparing to lash out at Anohana with every last scrap of strength he possessed. Futile gestures notwithstanding. In response, she cocked a curious look towards him. Why do you shield her from me? Do you not understand what I have just told you? Her voice held the tones of a governess distraught with a particularly willful child. The idea that she was looking down upon him provoked distaste towards this woman like he had never previously known. Anohana Retsu, as captain of the 6th Squad, I am placing you under arrest for the crime of assaulting a fellow officer. Lay down your Zanpakuto and surrender yourself. If you refuse, you will not live to regret it. Are you serious? You know better than to ask. Apparently his enemy was not as surprised by this decision on his part. Which was odd, considering how shocked Byakuya truly was to have just made that declaration. Had it really come to this? You are a perplexing person, Lord Kukaki, the ancient enchantress sighed, giving a slow shake of her head. I cannot tell if it is sheer stubbornness or stupidity that allows you to behave in such a hypocritical fashion. Do you think you are blameless in regards to So-iPhone's current condition? My actions are not on par with yours. That's for the courts to decide. There was undeniable smugness to her smile. Shall we bring the matter before Central 46? I have given you fair warning and... Rukia-chan. Tell your brother who it was that attacked the Commander-General. The girl shivered against his back. Silence. It didn't matter that yelling was indicative of a loss of control. Regardless of what it might cost him in terms of dignity, Byakuya Kukaki would not suffer to hear any further slanders to his sister. Whatever magic this witch had used to twist Rukia to her ends, he was resolved to bear as little of her venom as he could possibly. No, Nii-sama. Shock. He felt certain it must be written all over his face as he turned to look down at her. Rukia gazed right back at him unflinchingly, though he did not fail to notice the tears gathering in her eyes. I am the one who stabbed Yamamoto, she said clearly. No one forced me to do it. I wasn't acting under a spell. More like I was released from one. But even that had no bearing on the decision I chose to make when I put my sword through his back. It sounded like she meant it. Even to his keen eye, there was no telltale trace of indecision or uncertainty to cast doubt on her veracity. But all the same, it simply couldn't be. She had to be mistaken. Rukia, he managed to speak, though it sounded like a croak due to the lump rising in his throat. You are not. But she is. Looking upon this heartbreaking scene, Anohana's face clearly held pity for the distraught Lord of Siriti. She is one of my seeds, Byakuya Teiku. Ignoring this comment, Byakuya continued to stare into his sister's face, the one that even today tugged at his heart owing to its resemblance to that of the woman he had loved. There as surely as he drew breath was the same tenderness and beauty etched in the very curve of her eyes and sweep of her brow. There could be no malice, no treachery to be found in such a person. If there was, it could only have come from some outside source. And that would mean that he had failed to protect her from it. He had failed in his duty. Again. How? 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 He spoke the question softly. Rukia stood trembling before him. In her pale skin and shuddering breath was the very same picture of terror that Byakuya remembered from how he sometimes used to catch her looking at him. What on earth could have brought a return to that false state of fear in his precious little sister? She appeared ready to burst into tears at any moment. Then the tiny noblewoman drew in a shaky breath, and said, "Because Aizen was right." The spell fell away from her, just like every time before. And right on cue, Rukia drew her blade and leveled it at where Aizen sat, her hands shaking and face white as bone. It was mildly insulting how little she trusted him to this day. Although, play nice now, Rukia-chan. Perhaps she was not entirely without reason for doing so. Jin leaned against the side of the room, his hair glowing faintly from moonlight spilling through a window. Immediately the girl spun about, and her fighting stance faltered. Ichimaru just grinned and gave her a friendly salute. The terror that possessed their potential ally was always fresh. Perhaps it had to do with the little games his former lieutenant insisted on playing with her in their official capacities as captain and junior Shinigami. These incidents probably took on a new and far more sinister light when viewed in the context of their hidden relationship with her. Jin protested that it was a part of his character, and to do anything less would be to arouse suspicions beyond the obvious ones he was meant to attract. After all, if he didn't frighten one timid little mouse of a girl, then who would ever believe him to be a true predator, he had argued? It made sense in that respect. But in addition, the designs Aizen was weaving were multifaceted and required minute attention to detail. He had never really sought to dissuade his smiling cohort from teasing Rukia, because in some respects it served to engender a hatred of Soul Society's captain class in her. Genial folks like Yuka-take and even himself were relatively hard to come by among the upper echelons, so there was little chance she would ever be comfortable around their type. Especially considering her attitude towards her brother. Still, a mild discomfort in regards to the white robe was nothing compared to the dread that men like Byakuya and Jin could instill within her, whether intentionally or no. At times like this, it was good to have a devil at your beck and call. The third squad captain raised a finger and wagged it admonishingly when Rukia still did not relent. With this one gesture, he was telling her, "I could just disarm you. We've seen it before, if you'll recall. So why not just submit and hear us out like every time before?" Their Rukia was a clever lass. She knew when she was severely outmatched, and apparently there was no need to demonstrate their superiority in terms of combat any further. Like so many times before, she cautiously lowered her lovely Zanpakuto, never choosing to sheath it. There was always the sense that she was waiting for one of them to give her an opening, no matter how small. And then her sword would be lodged in their throats. It was good to know. In fact, that was precisely one of the reasons he had finally settled upon her as their trump card. "Please be seated, Rukia Ajausama," Sosuke spoke courteously. When she cast him a wary look, he spread his hands to show he meant her no harm. Clearly this did little to alleviate her discomfort, but she did as he bid, crossing her legs and laying the sword over her knees. This situation had happened often enough that apparently Rukia now accepted they would not kill her for outright refusing to cooperate with them. Instead she chose to drag it out, perhaps in the hopes of taking advantage of a momentary carelessness on their parts. If not to escape or warn someone, then at least to take that chance to inflict a little damage. She knew how to bide her time, and this too the head of their cabal appreciated for the benefits it could provide him. They had chosen this night to contact her again for a number of reasons. Firstly, it was one of the rare times that their duties did not preclude the two captains from meeting. Tissen wasn't suited to oversee Rukia's training owing to their opposing temperaments, so he could not have replaced Jin. Not for this one. Secondly, thanks to her brother's meddling, she had been assigned to a detail overseeing the transfer of 13th Division archives to a new storage facility on their grounds. The duration of this assignment was proving to last for a period of several days. Safe, monotonous, tedious work. Easy to catch her unsuspecting in the hallways and spirit her away long enough for them to have a chat without anyone being the wiser. And lastly, it was Aizen's belief that she finally be informed of her role in his plans. Always before, he had been vague about his intentions regarding Rukia. It kept the wary waif even more on edge, which was exactly where he needed her to be. Rukia didn't respond to calm, persuasive reasoning quite as readily as some of their other minions. She was more of a visceral, instinctive person at the core, in spite of the shroud of rationality that the Kukaki clan had wound her around with. Loosening her from the folds of that constricting attire was proving to be quite enjoyable in and of itself. But the time was ripe for her to understand the destiny that her god had chosen to bestow upon her. Thus he brought her to a little used wing of the building, under the guise of assisting him in locating a specific historical tome. For interdivision record keeping, he had explained. Only when Aizen was certain that no one would be disturbing them did he free her memories to allow them to speak. It was a very perilous line he must court with her tonight. All their work with Rukia could fall apart as a result of this evening's efforts. He wasn't expecting any miraculous fount of loyalty to erupt. But if they could just reach the right level of cautious uncertainty. Well, then when the time came, she might actually surprise herself with how angry she really was. First, to get things started, a little confession. I mean to kill the King of Soul Society. Apparently this took her off guard, and she required some time to process that information before continuing. He gave it to her. They had it to spare this evening, after all. I have no intention of furthering any of your wishes. You say that now. But when the time comes, you will remember everything. And in that moment, I am sure you will reach the right decision. Are you insane? She whispered, giving him a look that spoke volumes about her opinion on the topic. Do you honestly think that you can convince me to be your tool for murdering people? Now to clarify. Not murder, Ajiao-sama. Have I ever asked you to kill anyone? Remember everything that came before this night. The training we have given you is geared solely towards incapacitating an opponent, not outright killing them. Do you admit to this much? No answer. But no news was good news in this case. Time to press on. If you want to talk about dirtying one's hands, there is certainly a lot of ground to cover. I would like to make a few points concerning why I believe a change in the ruling order of our world is necessary to combat the rot that is spreading through the collective soul. He laced his fingers together and rested his chin on them, never breaking eye contact with her for a moment. Now, then. To illustrate this, are you aware of the manner in which my predecessor was removed from command of Squad 5? No, she spoke accusingly, making it sound like her ignorance was entirely his fault. He intruded on an experiment of mine. During the course of these events, he and several others received damage to their souls that ostensibly ended their careers as Shinigami. His removal from the post of captain was always a goal of mine, but owing to the unforeseen nature of his involvement as well as certain others, I was forced to exercise some creativity in terms of who received the blame for that night's fiasco. This other individual was tried and summarily convicted based on the strength of contrived evidence I brought against him. He managed to escape custody, however, and remains at large to this day. Here Aizen paused, watching her expectantly. Apparently his skill as a storyteller, coupled with her natural curiosity, would not permit that to serve as the ending. Who was he? She asked. A man you know, Rukia Ajiao-sama. His name is Kisuke Urahara. For a moment there was nothing. And then her amethyst eyes widened slightly in recognition. She sought to cover it, but there was no use making the attempt. Good to know that fellow's character remained sufficiently obnoxious as to render him unforgettable even if only known for a short time. He had all the proof he needed now. There may yet be more than one use for this girl after all. Adjusting his spectacles, he continued on the current course. This whole affair was a terrible calamity for Soul Society. It lost some of its best warriors and brightest minds as a result of that one night's doings. Since then, the corruption of our world's virtue accelerated exponentially. Reports of abuse and murder of lesser spirits by death gods increased 300-fold since then. Deterioration of living conditions in the Rokanga has proceeded at an abysmal rate, such that over 60 rings out of 80 are no longer considered safe places in which human souls can retire and find peace. The number of Shinigami stationed in the world of the living decreases every year as well, while the rate of souls that fall into hollow forms continues to grow as a result of our lessening presence. Things cannot proceed like this for much longer, he continued forcefully. This spiritual cancer has spread to where a mere amputation of a single limb no longer even merits consideration. The body of Soul Society is in danger of dying completely, and before this can happen, we must introduce a radical new panacea designed to cure the malady at its core, not merely treat the symptoms. For this, I will commit regicide. There was no mistaking it. She was looking at him like he was the king of hell itself. You are insane. Rukia stated, clearly aghast. You're using a crime you committed as proof that our world is corrupt. Ask yourself this, Ajausama. Stop calling me that. She yelled suddenly, livid with frustration. Aizen continued as if nothing had happened. If our society was more fair than false, would I have been able to arrange such an absolute travesty so effortlessly? The girl stopped with her mouth half open, torn between continuing to rage against him and thinking about what he said. It was almost delicious how nakedly her desires were playing out here. She wanted to get away, but the compulsion to remain and learn exactly what he could reveal to her was just as strong. The ties that bind. Use whatever excuse you please, her tempter spoke calmly and easily. I'll even help you. I lied to the officials and manufactured evidence. I took advantage of their preconceived notions regarding an unstable yet blameless individual. I deceived witnesses using a power that no other reasonable person could expect I possess. Behind her, Ichimaru snickered into his sleeve, and they both saw her flinch. No doubt Rukia felt she was caught in a crossfire. This was not unintentional. I covered up murders and immoral activities that I witnessed and in some cases conducted. And on top of all that, I used these vicious acts to my benefit, securing prominent positions for myself and two of my colleagues. And as a result, we all stand here today. His eyes stayed firmly affixed to her pale, anxious face, challenging her to try and add anything more to that list. But apparently Rukia had lost her voice, if not her fire, and so he continued. Do you think this makes us any different from the other captains? She was thinking about Byakuya now. It was clear as glass. Time to use that to his advantage. Do you know how the 2nd Division traditionally chooses their captain? The potential candidates engage in assassinating one another till there is only one person left standing. So iPhone killed 12 of her cohorts to gain her Hakama, several of whom were related to her. Talk of the murderous femme fatale who commanded the Onmitsukido served to unnerve this young woman just as much as her brother. That initial encounter so long ago was still of such fertile use to them. Further proof that there was nothing that could not be turned to your advantage. Even being caught red-handed, as it were. Do I even have to mention Kenpeki? He kills his own men when they displease him. Or Captain Kiraku. Are you aware that he single-handedly obliterated the power of the Shiba clan? That bit of intel was even more productive, judging by the way her eyes widened. Of course, he knew just how important that name was to Rukia. Eriniro had proven most helpful in understanding her, at least following his encounter with the dead Metastasia. He had also expressed an interest in actually meeting Kaien Shiba's pupil one day. It was hard to tell if she would survive such an encounter, considering the Septima's tendency to play with his food, so Sosuke had made sure to discourage any such inclinations on the Hollow Eater's part. No matter how intriguing such a spectacle may prove to be, they could not afford to waste valuable resources. We seem to be getting somewhere. Come on, now. Let it out. That is a lie. He cocked his head slightly. Engage your family's resources, if you like. Take advantage of your title, Ajausama. Learn for yourself whether or not I speak the truth. Why should I bother? Her hoarse voice still managed to hold a great deal of anger. Any evidence I find could be manufactured, the same way you just admitted to doing before. The word of a murderer has even less value to me than it does in the court system. It took only a second to see the trap her tongue had led her into. Still, that made him smile. She blushed angrily in response. After all, the judiciary of Soul Society had taken the word of this self-confessed killer over that of an innocent man, and then chosen to call it justice. Brown eyes gleamed behind his glasses. Or simply ask Shunsui himself. He wouldn't lie to a beautiful lady. It goes against his personal code. But then again, he's responsible for killing far more people than I am, so again, we run into that insurmountable aversion to murderers you harbor. Still, we have plenty of time to work on that. She bolted upright, looking ready to actually try and fight past them to escape this scene. Cold radiated off of her in waves, and in the adopted aristocrat's face was a wealth of open contempt for the company she found herself in. I will not listen to one more damn word out of your mouth. I am sick to death of these evil games you both delight in playing. If you think telling me any of this will make me somehow like you, a creature of bankrupt morals and perverted brain, then I hope one of you has at least enough sense to draw your sword and kill me, because I will never permit myself to become such a disgrace. Yeah, 'cause if you did. Rukia tensed up as Ichimaru suddenly leaned over to whisper in her ear. Your big brother would kill Yasuo, right, Rukia-chan? It was really quite remarkable how Jin unfailingly knew just where and how to strike in order to really damage a person's resolve. He had definitely never needed any tutoring on that score. His instincts towards inflicting pain were so lethal and well honed to almost qualify as a physical weapon. The evidence of this came when all the self-righteous wrath and reckless passion their captive had been displaying drained away in an instant. There was a smile of inhuman delight on the face of Aizen's cohort while he twisted the knife in her mind further. If anybody were to, I dunno, slip Kukaki Teiku a lil, note how you been seen cavortin with a traitor like Kisukura Hara, even if just for a day, I'm willin' to bet that would be your last day in Sirei. Come the next morning, you'd be gone, Rukia-chan. Took a fatal tumble down some stairs, maybe drowned in a pool, or even just hanged yourself with a silk scarf. You know, quiet and classy. Just like Byakuya. Judging by the way she trembled, it was possible she could already feel the silken noose tightening around her throat as her merciless sibling choked the life from her body. She looked like she might die on the spot from fear. Emotionally vulnerable. Perfect. You've been living on borrowed time, Rukia Ajausama. Aizen murmured, taking up the reins of her breakdown. You and I both know that you can't maintain this charade of nobility forever. At least not to their standards. Sooner or later, the Kukaki will claim whatever it is they want from you. And when that day comes, in their eyes your life will no longer be worth preserving. But if you believe that is the only threat against you, you are sorely mistaken. She looked over at him. Those bright violet orbs were dull and empty, and there at last was the confusion and dread that haunted her every waking moment. It actually irritated him somewhat. The knowledge that this fabulous girl might have been killed before she could ever prove her worth. His world would be different. That much he had promised himself. You are a living target, Rukia Kukaki. Since you first accepted that name, you were welcomed all unknowing into the world of noble intrigue. And as far as the other titled families are concerned, you represented an opportunity. When Byakuya adopted you into his household, he flaunted the laws of the Sirei. This was perceived as a flaw in the influence of the Kukaki. And since that day you have been perceived as an opening to their downfall. There are many who resent the prestige and influence of your benefactors. Not just among the nobles. Even the ruling class, whether it be military or bureaucratic, are wary of any power that could challenge their own. That is why they did not oppose your inclusion into the Godai 13 or the Kukaki. Because you represented possibilities. Aizen raised a single finger. She stared mesmerized at it. One slip, Ajausama. Step out of line for a moment, give them any excuse that is sufficient, and you will find your head on the chopping block. His quarry looked more confused than anything else. At that moment Jin suddenly swooped in again and cupped his hands beneath her chin. She sucked in a quick breath and held it, eyes shutting resolutely and lips pressed tight to keep from screaming. It would appear that even now, alone, and with every reason to cry out for someone to come rescue her, Rukia still didn't dare speak out against anything he did. It was quite remarkable how much influence Ichimaru held over her. The Onmitsukido, they're keeping their eye on you, Rukia-chan. If it looks as if your Unii-chan is getting too big for his britches, they'll use you to teach him a lesson. Nobody can touch Byakuya. He's above reproach, most o' the time. But you're a different story. Yamamoto don't wanna lose another captain. So if he feels that Lil number 6 deserves a spanking, guess who's gonna be his whipping boy? Or rather, whipping girl. That's right, it'll be you, Rukia-chan. They'll chop your head off and send it to him wrapped up in a bow along with a note to keep his ambitions low. They'll use you, Rukia-chan, the kitsune bent low and crooned softly in her ear. Use you to hammer him down. When Jin drew back up, Sosuke was surprised to see that the girl was crying. I don't believe you, she sobbed. I don't believe any of this. What kind of monsters are you people? Her eyes opened. Rukia looked right at Aizen. It's not supposed to be like this, the frightened child wept openly. We thought we were escaping from the devils. But this place it's hell. Ah. Now we're getting somewhere. Who is to blame for that, Rukia Kukaki? She didn't answer. He reached up and laid a hand to his breast. Is it me? Am I the one who frightens you into silence every day? Is it my voice that commands innocent people be secretly swept off the street because of the peril they represent? You know how gangs work, don't you? They press all the people in their territory down, recruiting or killing the ones who might challenge their authority. Well, that's all that the 13 Imperial Guard squads have been for 2,000 years now. The biggest gang around. And who is it that heads that group? She didn't say a word. Answer the question, Ichimaru snapped, and she jerked upright. I don't understand. It sounded like she was pleading with them to leave her alone. The most painfully shy girl in class, who dreaded whenever the teacher called upon her. Always before they had treated their little wallflower as delicately as if she were glass. The time for such niceties was over. Who commands in the court of pure souls? Rukia's head came around a little, like she was trying to find the answer amid the stacks of books and scrolls around them. The Chamber of Central 46. Aizen took off his spectacles and looked at her directly, frowning. Scholars and philosophers living in a hole in the ground. No one fears them. Most people don't even know who they are. They are just a legal barrier. Do the 46 ever go out into the city to prove their power? When she hesitated again, her silver-haired shadow moved a little closer, and Rukia gave a jolt, clutching her sword nervously. No. They don't move. So then, he spread his hands, who is it that enforces the laws they pass down? A nervous lick of her lips. We do. Why do we do it? This was a point the captain was determined to make. What compels the Shinigami to remain under the thumb of an ineffectual bunch of elderly paper pushers, keeping them from mimicking the Rukanga by degenerating into a bunch of rival gangs? Desperation. The captains. Potential kings and queens, every one of them. Why don't they strike out on their own and carve themselves kingdoms where they needn't answer to anybody else? I'm not sure. Think, girl. I know you're not an idiot, think. She swallowed, clearly rattled. Maybe, because. The pallid Shinigami looked ready to pass out at any moment. Then Jin came walking around her to stand behind his leader, and Rukia couldn't seem to take her eyes off him. Why are us two schemers slinking around like this, do ya think? Rukia-chan. He gazed at her right back, smiling viciously. Because. Those deep blue eyes narrowed. Her voice became quite grim. Because. Yamamoto would kill you if he ever found out. And Aizen smiled. Good. Yes, that's exactly right. So then, and he stood up, crossing over to loom above her, all friendly smiles and kindness, can you guess what I want from you, my dear Rukia Ajausama? She craned her head up at him with utmost wariness. And then slowly, almost laughably so, realization dawned in her face. You expect me to take down Yamamoto for you? One manicured brown eyebrow rose. Would you prefer we ask Renji to do it? The anger was back at that comment. Kukaki actually laughed then, though there was a bitter edge to it. Even if I did care to help you, it's completely mad. According to Captain Yukatake, the Commander-General could single-handedly destroy the entire force of Shinigami active today, including all the other captains. What makes you think he can be defeated at all? Because everybody's got a weakness, and Shinigami ain't no exception, Ichimaru spoke up smoothly. Even the strongest ones. Why do ya think we've been training ya to locate and destroy a person's spiritual center? Rukia scoffed. You're still mad. I couldn't even get close to him. No. That is why we can't do it. Aizen shook his head, crouching down suddenly and placed a hand over her clenched fists. Her skin was cold, and her body shivered under his fingers. He kept his voice soft and soothing so as not to alarm her any further. The Commander-General would never drop his guard around a captain, or even a lieutenant. He recognizes that his position at the top could attract as much envy as it does respect. And no matter how powerful a person is, there is no one who cannot be killed. So in somewhat blatant contradiction, the ones he places the most of his faith in are also the ones who are the greatest targets of his suspicion. Even the true power of Kyoka Suijutsu might not be enough to get me close enough to him. And if it did prove insufficient, then I would be without further recourse but to fight for my life against him and his soldiers. Not a very appealing prospect, as you can imagine. So instead you sacrifice me, she shot back in a flat voice full of reproach. A nobody. A person who couldn't beat the meanest lieutenant, much less harm a captain. We've seen what you can do, you and I. Aizen held up a palm that bore the old scar left by Sode no Shirayuki. So don't tell me you aren't strong enough. The girl scowled, as if wishing she could have inflicted greater damage to him on that day years past. But she kept her tongue in check. Actually, we have calculated your chances as far greater than my own, for the simple reason that Yamamoto has no reason to fear you. Think about it, the conspirator spoke quickly when she seemed ready to object again. You are not a captain, nor are you a lieutenant. As such he has probably never even heard of your existence, as he is not particularly interested in the affairs of nobles, much less adopted ones who came from nothing. Just another unseated, puny little Shinigami under his command. A girl, even. Is there anyone less likely to pose a threat to the old man of the mountain, the single most powerful warrior to ever grip a blade? Can't you see how perfect it is? He has no reason to believe you to be of any great threat, and so around you his defenses would be at their lowest as we could ever expect them to be. But we know better than to judge you merely by your official position, don't we, Ajou-sama? Her gaze grew thoughtful, like she was considering the merits of his arguments. Then Rukia lowered her head. You're forgetting something, Teiko. He gave her wrist a playful squeeze. And what is that, my lady? In a flash her zanpakuto was pressed against his belly, its pale edge cutting through the snow-white fabric of his hakama. The same goes for you, Rukia whispered, eyes gleaming like chips of ice. If I can pose a threat to him, then you are in danger as well. And I don't hate Yamamoto. Nowhere near the way I do you. Aizen stared unflinchingly back at her. Inside, though, he was shouting with joy. She had taken the final step. Let's end on that note. With that, he quickly recited the incantation that would send her back into blissful oblivion. There was only an instant where her wrath and despair continued to stare out at him, and the ephemeral Zanpakuto threatened to carve out his guts. Then Rukia's head slumped down, and she was fast asleep. Not gonna give her a little more of a push, then? Jin asked, eternally playful and unconcerned. No, Aizen admonished him as he rose to his feet. I believe this will be the last time we need to meet with her. I'm shocked. The slender sniper laced his hands behind his head and rocked back and forth carelessly. Call me crazy, but I didn't hear her swear eternal allegiance or nothing like that. Yeah, just gonna let this all pop up again when you like, for she's had a chance to make up her mind or nothing. Certainly. After all, we can't have her pondering too much. That would hardly be productive. What I wanted was for Rukia to be sufficiently angry and off balance immediately after having heard all this. That way, once the chamber or the other nobles do make their move against her, when I release her memories, the sudden recall that I warned her about that same thing happening, combined with the murderous fury she was feeling just now, will keep her from behaving in any way other than blind, anguished violence. Sounds complicated, Ichimaru yawned. How can you be sure they'll actually pull some stunt like that, or that she'll even be able to survive it when they do? Concerned about her now. Sosuke teased as he made his way past the grinning phantom. Before Jin could respond, he waved a negligent hand. Like I said, she can't keep up the pretense forever. Eventually they'll seize the chance to lord it over our too proud fellow captain. And when they do, you can rest assured that Byakuya will spare no expense to see to it that their venture fails and she remains safe. They strolled down the halls, leaving the girl behind as per their usual treatment. After coming around, she would find some excuse for being in this section of the archives owing to the workings of her own subconscious, and there would be no trace of the two captains having been here. I just can't see Byakhya risking his family's honor over Lil Rukia. The gregarious ghoul had not been sufficiently convinced, it would seem. What if he just lets her get thrown to the wolves? Then what? All our hard work goes down the drain, and we're still left with a fire-breathing Superman to contend with as a result. Cleaning off his glasses on his robe, Eisen looked up through the unnecessary frames and examined the moonlight slanting through the eaves of this corridor. He won't fail us. Just you watch, my friend. Captain Cookaki cares for that child far more than you might believe. I saw it in his face the night I brought her home. He looked ready to murder me just for holding her in my arms. It was a revelation, and also the reason why I initially thought we might use her against him. But our Rukia is meant for bigger and better things. He replaced the reflective mask on his face, and once more the devious schemer was a gracious, warm-hearted father figure. But if that should not prove to be the case, and I am wrong about Byakhya, well, that just means we'll have to step up and save Rukia ourselves. You got everything planned out, Donsha, Eisen Taika. As much as I can. Sosuke smiled in satisfaction. And that is quite a lot. Byakhya listened to every word she said. He listened, and couldn't bring himself to believe any of it. Rukia's face was stiff and cold as she continued to relate what had been done to her. Eisen told me that one day I would lose my life because of my place as a Cookaki. It might seem crazy to you, but I found myself believing him. Of course, that did nothing to convert me, because I had already resigned myself to the idea that you would kill me eventually, and I-sama. He drew breath to deny that slander, only to find himself choking on the words. She looked at him, and it was like her eyes were piercing the veil of his thoughts to see his true intentions in regard to her. The harsh reality of what he might have done to her shamed the proud nobleman as much as any mistake in his life. But even as she appeared to be observing the very depths of his soul, she smiled. Instead I was wrong about you, Byakhya Nyai-sama. You were not the threat I thought you to be. Although I couldn't begin to understand why you act the way you do, the entire time I was living in fear of your displeasure, it was nothing more than my own ignorance and suspicion eating away at me. You have no idea how much I loathed myself when I realized that you had protected and supported me as my brother all this time, and I never so much as thanked you for giving me that privilege. Not even after you saved my life, when it was made clear that you wanted me to have a place in your world. Eisen lied to me about you. Rukia. Byakhya reached out for her, and she caught hold of him. Still clutching the broken hilt of a sword, those delicate little fingers slipped over his own. They were soft and gentle, as much as the tearful smile she continued to direct towards her honored brother, and he forgot about anything else, the two captains that had been vanquished only seconds earlier, and even the menacing figure still standing at his back. All his attention was reserved for this single person. She then bowed her head. Eisen lied. A different tone stole into her voice then. When he heard it, the nobleman knew surprise. And that is why Yamamoto had to pay. Rukia's hands were trembling, and it took him only a second to realize that it was wrath causing her to shake like this. She wouldn't look at him now, almost as if she couldn't bear to. Because the lie became the truth. Because I would have been killed, just like he said. And over nothing. Some miserable power struggle between the government and our family, that's why I was almost sacrificed to a monster. You gave me a wonderful life, and they were going to take it away, just to prove to you they could. Soul Society is supposed to be a safe place for the dead to rest before returning to the living. But from Zaraki to the heart of Siridii, it's just a long line of bullies threatening you and killing you if you talk back to them. I thought I could run away from that, only to find that I had unintentionally joined the biggest gang around. That wouldn't have been so awful, because ultimately I still had a home with you where I could escape from all the fighting and killing and just be at peace. But even that could be taken away from me in an instant if Yamamoto gave the command. That's why I stabbed him. Rukia continued, her body shaking with undeniable viciousness. Eisen profaned you to my face, and I let him do it. But then those wretched old monsters took his lies and made them real. And that decrepit blood-stained dotard. She cast a truly venomous look in the direction of the fallen Captain Commander. He went along with it. If he had just spoken out against my execution, there wouldn't have been anything the Central 46 could have done but acquiesce. Because Yamamoto's power was what gave their edicts strength. Without him to back them up and enforce their decisions, they would have been just another toothless legislature, as powerless as an old lady's sewing circle. But he just stood there on that hill and gave the order that I be killed, without any remorse or hesitation. As if he had the right to execute me because I was one of his soldiers who had stepped out of line. I tried not to think about it afterwards, because I knew we would need him to fight Aizen and keep the world safe, but... Her head snapped up, revealing a visage twisted with grief and rage. But when I suddenly remembered everything they taught me, and Yamamoto was right there with his back turned, like I didn't matter anymore, I hated him. He lied to me when he promised to let my friends go after my execution. He would have killed me back then, and after me. Renji, Ichigo, Sato, he would have killed them all. Just because they fought to rescue me, their deaths would have been on my head. And all because he was so old and proud and strong that he thought he could do whatever he pleased and no one could stop him. Except for me. The lavender eyes quivered under the press of strong feelings. Rukia's husky voice had metamorphosed into a snarl. I was tortured and trained so that I would be able to debilitate any Shinigami. Aizen assured me I had the power to do so, I only lacked a reason to ever actually do it. Then I found one, and nothing else mattered. Only putting an end to that ancient monster so that he could never hurt me again. And before she could finish that sentence, a weight of unbelievably dense Ryotsu hit the building, causing the walls to ripple and distort momentarily before settling back into semi-permanence. This anomaly in the environment was over so fast it did not even cause them to lose their footing. In the silence that followed, Anohana looked off to one side and smiled happily. He's here. Byakuya noticed that at some point he had wrapped his arms around Rukia, perhaps in an attempt to ward her from the overwhelming presence that threatened to smother even him. She certainly didn't appear nearly as rattled as he felt by that gruesome aura which was like a pack of wolves encircling them. He was staring down into her wide, beautiful eyes, when her lips parted, and she mouthed one word. Aizen. He knew then their time was short. The 6th Division captain attempted to come to grips with his thoughts, which were infuriatingly scattered at this time. He considered picking Rukia up and simply running off with her, regardless of the witch in her cage, nor even the fearsome beast that was even now drawing ever closer to them. Maybe he could attack and defeat Anohana, then hold off the rest of her abominable cohorts until Squad Zero could come through and enter the fray. Or perhaps... Rukia raised her hand and touched his cheek then, where she could feel his pulse racing angrily under her touch. Looking down, the young lord saw something that he could not fail to recognize. Determination. At that she leaned in close, speaking in the barest of whispers such that he had to strain to hear her. I am proud to be your sister. Strangely, he felt his heart still at those words. You are a good man. And I will not have it be said that you welcomed a serpent into your household. What are you saying? He wanted to ask, but his tongue failed him. Strike when the enemy is distracted. That's one of the lessons Jin taught me. Lifting her head slightly, she peered over his frozen shoulder. Behind him, Anohana remained enraptured by the feel of her ally's approach. Her fingers tightened on her Zanpakuto. They turned me into a weapon, but no one has their hand around my heart anymore. I intend to keep it that way. Understanding came swiftly. San no mai, Shirafune. But all too late. The last word was hers as well. Goodbye. He had no idea she could move so fast. His sister was gone before he could even think to stop her. In less time than it took to blink, she had crossed the space separating her and Anohana Retsu. There wasn't even a chance for Byakuya to cry out, much less for the sorceress to turn her head, before Rukia raised Sode no Shirayuki and drove the icy blade towards her opponent's Seiketsu. And then they were swimming in a wash of power. It was like standing on the edge of a lake, your feet in the water, only to suddenly find yourself submerged up to your eyes in an ocean. Have I ever felt anything like this? Byakuya asked himself. Yes, perhaps I have. Aizen atop Sokioku Hill. Yamamoto whenever he was engaged in fighting. No other time. Nothing, absolutely nothing else even came close to what he was experiencing right now. The feel of a soul so powerful it no longer qualified as such, and you might as well call it God. While he was thinking this, the source of that divine energy turned her head and looked down at her would-be assassin. The girl couldn't even move. She just stood there, muscles locked up, immobilized by the raw unfettered power pouring out of the figure standing not 3 inches away. The sharpened icicle that Rukia had attempted to stab Retsu with had dissipated into snowflakes under the force of the captain's unleashed spirit. Now only a broken haft was shuddering before her breast. And then even that sank towards the ground, as surely as if it had been struck by Izuru Kira's Wabisuk. As the stump of a sword fell, it grazed the braid of luxurious black hair that started below the woman's chin. Sode no Shirayuki's edge scored a cut down the white band that bound those locks together, before clattering harmlessly to the floor. A few seconds later, the hair tie fell with it. Byakuya finally turned to see Anohana staring with frightfully cold eyes at her immobile attacker. The look on her face made him dearly wish that he could do something more. But all the impetus to move was not having any effect on his lethargic limbs. Instead there was only a low buzzing in his ears, as if he could actually hear her soul spilling out. By all that's holy! Is this what she was capable of the whole time? Then the magnificent matron took one of Rukia's hands in her own. Bringing it to her lips, she kissed the pale palm tenderly. "You are quite the hero, my dear," Retsu murmured. "I couldn't agree more." Both of them looked in the direction of that voice. Standing at one of the doors leading into the chamber was Aizen Sosuke, magnificent in an assemblage of pure white. Behind him came Kaname Tissen. The prodigal captains faced the other members of Soul Society's elite. The king of Hueco Mundo gazed upon Anohana. And he bowed to her, so low his head was on a level with his knees. "My lady." Byakuya noticed that behind Sosuke, Tissen wore an expression of shock similar to the one that he had been sporting only minutes past. "If I am not mistaken, I believe that I was not the only one to be uninformed about that harlot's treachery." In response, the traitoress smiled fondly at the pair. "Lord Takiyaku," she acknowledged in return. "What?" The lord of the Kukaki felt like a dagger had been shoved into his spine. "That name. It couldn't be." The head of Division 4 glanced over to where her normally imperturbable colleague was now ogling them like a newborn child. "Yes, Captain Kukaki. You heard me correctly. Perhaps it is time we all took our seats and spoke as courteously as we may." Anohana let go of Rukia's hand then. The limp appendage dropped down seemingly without any volition, snagging in the woman's smooth black rope of hair. Under that dead weight, the strands unwound slightly, pulling down to reveal the open collar of her robe. He heard his sister give a startled gasp. At the same time, the feel of her soul, which had been flickering on the brink of dispersal, was laced with something that he was quick to recognize. After all, there had been a long time when this selfsame emotion was the only thing she ever expressed in his presence. It was fear. Retsu looked down at the frightened child curiously. Then she seemed to understand. "Ah. Of course. I forgot about that." When Byakuya trained his dark gray eyes upon that menacing female again, at first he could detect nothing that could explain what would cause such a reaction on Rukia's part. But as he continued to observe her, something peculiar struck him. Above the crossover of her robes, visible now that her braid was parted, he could see some of the witch's iridescent skin. And there, startlingly out of place on that fair expanse of flesh, was what looked to be a tattoo of a crescent moon. The tips of the horns curved up to either side, making it appear as if there was a small black smile on her breast. What could it possibly symbolize, this bizarre piece of body art so similar to Renji's? "Byakuya, that is no tattoo." "What? If not, then..." He looked again. And he realized Senbon Zikura was right. It wasn't a tattoo. Nor was it anything else on her body. Rather, it was in her body. A hole. A hole in her chest, only partially opened, standing out like an eye that was almost completely shut. As he realized this, Rukia suddenly collapsed to the floor. Anohana pulled the opening of her dress closed to hide that horrific mark. Kneeling down, she touched the girl's forehead gently. Byakuya made to spring forward, only to find his way blocked by Aizen, who had drawn Kyoka Suijutsu. A mocking smile lit the other man's face, as if daring the haughty noble to make a move, and risk having his senses turned against him. Before anything could come from this confrontation, Retsu came back with her diagnosis. No need for alarm. She's simply fainted from spiritual exhaustion. She'll recover in time. A wave of her hand, and the force that had previously inundated the chamber tamped down, focusing beyond simply spilling out like the energy of a miniature sun. Under Retsu's conscious impulse, they could feel the Reishi in the surrounding area altering. Of a sudden, the solid floor beneath Rukia was transformed. An instant later found the unconscious girl lying on a pile of glossy black pillows. Several other mounds of cushions sprang up in the space around them. Leaning back and settling luxuriously into one such heap, the goddess gave a contented sigh. She then looked to the men standing in the room. Well, it would seem I have some explaining to do. As Ichigo sagged in the gleaming gemstone bonds that held him, staring incredulously into the smiling face of his betrayer, he heard someone cry out. What's going on? There wasn't even enough energy left to turn his head. But in a few moments that proved unnecessary, as dozens of Shinigami that had previously been loitering below in preparation of the final battle sprang up to surround the both of them. Yumishika-san. One of the death gods gasped, her eyes bugging out at the sight of a Zanpakuto whose true form none of them had ever witnessed. Sir! What are you doing to Master Kurosaki? A member of Ayaskawa's own division then bellowed. He didn't even look at them, only gave a tug on the parasitic bands that surrounded Kurosaki. On the vines, fat buds began to take form. Ichigo, my strength is draining. Stay back, all of you, Yumichika proclaimed loudly. This boy is a traitor to Soul Society. I'm subduing him so that he can offer us no harm. The circle of black-clad fighters all wore the same look of dumbfounded incredulity. Ichigo, however, was livid with rage. He's lying. The helpless youth gasped. I didn't do anything. Now there was muttering and some looks being thrown askance. Eventually a large fellow who belonged to the 11th judging by his hairstyle stepped forth, hand on his Zanpakuto's hilt. Ayaskawa-san, sir, the big man grunted. The hell are you talking about? There was a wealth of lethal accusation in the look Yumichika turned on him, and despite being over a foot taller and several hand-widths broader, his cohort slunk back a step, sweating heroically. I didn't, sir, I'm not saying I don't believe you, or nothing, but I don't know what's going on. The fifth seat continued to glare reproachfully at the offending party. When Kurosaki attempted to speak once more, Yumichika gave a twist of his vampiric sword, and the energy consumption seemed to accelerate, denying any hope he might have had of speaking in his defense. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Commander Yamamoto specifically charged me with this task. He told me that if there was any sign that the Kurosaki boy might prove to be a liability to our side, I was to step up. And that's precisely what I have done. A luminous aura began to shine from within several of the pods that adorned his released soul cutter, and some of them started to slowly unfurl. Strangely, it looked to Ichigo as if the other death gods were as much leery of that blade as they were him. Sir, your sword. A big, healthy-looking woman spoke up. What happened to it? Yumichika looked down at the throbbing hilt in his hand. He closed his eyes, and his jaw clenched into a horrific parody of a smile. This is a special energy-sapping weapon that the Kido Corps gave to me under the Commander General's order. It was created to trap our little friend here. Nothing more. Ichigo stared disbelievingly. He's lying. Come on, just look at him, he's so obviously lying. There's no way you can all be believing this, right? But when his eyes flickered around the area, while many still looked confused, it was also clear that they were not going to do anything to stop it. You have got to be kidding me. Go, what happened, me? Zanjitsu. Hold on. Ichigo looked up at the leering pervert holding him down. You, nasty little creep. Another pull of the spectral Kato Ninetails, and he was now hanging several yards off the ground, like a pig trussed up for slaughter. Watch your mouth, brat, his captor grinned cheekily, coming forward to begin plucking the milky white blossoms from their stems. You're in no position to insult me, now less than ever. After all, I'm not the traitor here. You are. None of your accomplices can come to help you now. Face it, and his eyes glowed with an eerie eldritch light, you've lost. I'm not. The feeling of his inner ally disappeared like smoke, leaving the substitute Shinigami hanging there, pitifully weak and completely alone. Alone? No. I'm. And with the last of his strength, he raised a trembling hand before his face. Not. The Hollow's mask came down. An instant later, every other soul in the area was flung away by his personal demon's unrestrained power, save for Yumichika. The delicate-featured death god stumbled back a few paces, raising his arms to shield his face as a backlash of sickening ryotsu came rolling off his seemingly immobilized prey. Ruriiro Kyojaku's bands started to wither, unable to adapt to the sudden change from Shinigami to hollow energy that had been nourishing them. In its master's viridian orbs, there was the most profound shock one could ever witness, and his mouth hung slack. I'm gonna rip that girly mug of yours off and wipe my ass with it. Your dia. It reached out to make good on this threat. And froze. Wah. The mask began to splinter and crack. Ichigo. What are you doing? It's not me, damn it. He could feel something different than the usual loss of control. This was completely unlike all the times he had fought with his hollow before. Now it was as if something alien was intruding on their territory, interfering with their bond. When Ichigo reached for his murderous accomplice's strength, he couldn't seem to find it. His bone helmet began to slide off. Desperately the Vazard reached up to grip the mask, trying to keep it in place while he figured out what was happening. When he did, Ichigo saw something that left him quite bewildered. There was a glowing red mark on his palm. This close, he had no trouble making out what it was. He had seen it often enough these last few months that it couldn't help but be familiar to him. A stylized skull with an X through it. This burning crimson mark was the exact same image traced on his official substitute Shinigami badge, the one he had received from Yukatake before departing Soul Society. With this realization came an impotent cry of rage from the center of Ichigo's being. Red bands crisscrossed over his helm, and the white armor shattered. As this happened, there was a brief glimpse of his inverted inner world, and the hollow howling from within a cage of twisting scarlet energy. Then once more he was hanging limp as a rag doll in the grip of the parasitic prison. Yumichika seemed to have recovered from his surprise, and was now casting a wary look towards the red-headed teen. Well, he mumbled. That was quite an ugly little surprise you were hiding. As he spoke, the officer took note of how some of the scattered Shinigami were regaining their senses and drawing closer once more. There, you see? What did I tell you? The boy's one of them. He's a spy for the Hollows. This time there wasn't a single flicker of doubt in their eyes. You little traitor! Someone shouted at Ichigo accusingly. And to think Captain Zaraki trusted you. Let us kill him, Yomishika-san. Don't be stupid. Are you forgetting why we're all here? Their immediate superior gave a flip of his sword hand. As he did, the hilt of his Zanpakuto vanished, and the hungry green tendrils suddenly sprouted out from between his shoulder blades, still holding Kurosaka like a bug caught in a Venus flytrap. With his hands free, Yumichika now indicated off to the brooding mantle of thunderheads flowing from the horizon. He's no longer a threat, but those hollows out there certainly are. This war is far from over. As if to confirm this, from behind the walls of the Siriti, there came an outflowing of power that momentarily took the breath away of everyone in that vicinity. For a time they all stared at one another, uncertain as to the exact provenance of this event but finding themselves more hopeful than they had been only moments past. There was just something reassuring about that aura. Like it spelled victory for their side even in this, their darkest hour. A second stream of black clouds then rolled overhead, moving to oppose the Hollow's storm. Upon catching sight of this, the Shinigami let loose a rousing cry, shaking their soul cutters gleefully, unquestioningly afire with the prospect of their inevitable victory. They shouted and bayed, taunting the unseen enemies and demanding they come forward to do battle. In the midst of this exuberant show of adrenaline, Ayasukawa glanced up at Ichigo and quirked an eyebrow at him. I do believe that we've just received a summons, Kurosaka Bozu. Let's be off. He then turned and began to make his way through the rabid throngs of warmongers. None of them seemed to take notice of him or his prisoner, so high were their spirits now. The unlikely duo proceeded apace towards the nearest gate back into the court of pure souls. After all, the martial arts master drawled, we wouldn't want to keep dear Rukia-chan in suspense. Take them both out of here, Anohana commanded softly. Be careful. They are very fragile right now. Kaname cocked what might have appeared to be a questioning glance in the direction of his avowed leader. Aizen-sama. Standing behind Anohana, the gentle-eyed lord gave a nod without removing his attention from a deadly quiet Byakuya. Do as the lady says, Tison. Yes, Aizen-sama. He then did as ordered, bending down to pick up Yamamoto's frame, which was now far less robust and more spindly than it had been only minutes past. Hoisting the old man over his shoulder, with iPhone draped over the other, he was just starting to move, when Sosuke called out. Tison. The blind spirit paused. Yes. My name is Sosuke Takiyaku. Try to get in the habit of referring to me by it. Yes. Takiyaku-sama. At the clear effort this alteration in speech required, his master burst out laughing. Ah, my old friend, don't look so flustered. I'll explain everything to you later. For the time being, I suppose Aizen is still a fitting sobriquet, at least until I've supplanted my ancestor. Don't distract yourself with the details till then. He gave a princely wave of his hand. You may go now. Tison obeyed. Resting comfortably on her conjured comforts, Anohana watched him depart, then quirked an eye up at Aizen. Sosuke, before I forget, where exactly is Ichimaru? He responded with a mere lift of his shoulders. If I only knew. Jin went to retrieve the key from whomever Yamamoto decided to send in after it, but as you clearly observed, he failed to do so. The slender Superman cast an apologetic look down at his companion. My apologies, Retsu. Things did not go quite according to plan. She nodded serenely. I understand. Considering everything that has gone right, we cannot begrudge the fates to place some obstacles in our path in order to prove our worth. I am more troubled by the disappearance of one of our best fighters than I am for my own sake. Just what do you suppose could have happened to him? Even if he was forced to fight the Commander-General upon emerging, considering his Bankai, I find it hard to believe that Jin would have died without there being any evidence of a struggle. And no one was missing from the Shinigami camp who could have conceivably caused him difficulty. Your servant is dead. Both turned as one to regard Byakuya. The Lord Captain returned their stares, Senbonzakura still in hand. If you are curious as to who achieved that honor, I believe you need look no farther than the young woman you yourself transformed into an assassin. Now each of them looked down at his sleeping sister lying insensate between them. I think you are engaged in a bout of wishful thinking, Kukakite-ku, Aizen addressed him condescendingly. Rukia-chan. Anohana dropped down beside her. Did you really kill that poor boy? She sighed and touched the girl's hair sadly. I cannot believe he would have taken things so far between you where you would have felt justified in doing that. She was not the only one having difficulty with accepting the situation. Byakuya watched all this, trying to discern some sense to any of it. Was this just another one of Aizen's hypnosis games? Could that actually be Ichimaru or someone else sitting there in Anohana's place? It certainly seemed more likely than the idea that the comely chirurgeon could participate in such a debacle. She had no reason to betray Soul Society. But perhaps, she did. It would certainly explain a great deal. He had not forgotten what Rukia's last desperate act had revealed. It was simply one thing too many that he felt capable of dealing with right now. And Retsu certainly wasn't acting any differently than how he knew her, so Byakuya forced himself not to think too deeply about that disturbing revelation, whatever it may prove to be. If Anohana unnerved him for behaving exactly as she had before seemingly switching sides, then Aizen bothered him for acting like someone completely different. This new figure was definitely not the same as the cold-hearted schemer that had momentarily revealed himself after Rukia's thwarted execution. He behaved somehow more lively. As if both of his prior selves were just a front. The man was practically ebullient. Not just at the prospect of having defeated Yamamoto, but rather like he had reclaimed something vital to his own character. Above their heads the king's door was still slowly opening. Byakuya remained standing at the center of the flourishing portal chamber. He would not sit in their company, nor permit himself to relax even a fraction. In fact, there was only one thing preventing him from calling forth his Bankai and seeing to all these traitors' executions. Rukia. There had been no overt threat made to her life, but her brother was not ignorant enough to need such a possibility spelled out for him. So he permitted her to rest peacefully for now. Apparently Aizen was of a similar mind, for he did nothing to disturb her. All the same, the black-haired aristocrat did not fail to notice the look that vile brute directed her way. Like she was a prize for whichever man came out on top. I can kill him. Here and now, I will. No. Take no action against them until we can determine where things stand at this time. We know enough. They are both traitors. Yes. But we don't even know which of them is the greater threat. Who is truly in control here, Aizen or Anohana? Once we learn that, we can respond accordingly. They must both die. You are at a disadvantage. To act impetuously here might put Rukia's safety at risk. What shall I do, then? We must wait. My lord Kukaki. The remark broke his concentration thoroughly. He looked back to the ancient woman, who had returned to her seat and was offering him freshly brewed black tea in porcelain cups. The tea leaves had come from a packet in her robes, but the vessels she had seemingly conjured up from the surrounding environment, in another feat of legerdemain that caused him to rethink any prior misconceptions he might have had in regards to her limits as a sorceress. This mastery of spirit particles was indicative of control that far exceeded anything he could hope to accomplish. While it was true that under his family's efforts, an entirely new dimension had been constructed to house the refugees of Earth and the Rukanga, that had only been possible with a huge force of mages. And the raw materials for the environment and buildings in that plane had been constructed from previously available resources in Soul Society. Wood was sawed, stone was smoothed, grass was transplanted. Those myriad locales had been brought about through extraordinary effort, not simply a wave of one's hand. He stared at the pair of beings before him. Just what kind of monsters am I forced to contend with? Byakuya crossed his arms. Answer me one question. Retsu blinked. Of course. Why have you not killed any of us? The spell mistress watched him for a few moments. When he made no further comment, she retracted the teacup and took a sip of the steaming beverage, never taking her wintry eyes off the nobleman across from her. It was never my way to treat death haphazardly. That sort of lifestyle was forced upon me. I am finished with such nonsense. You don't sound particularly grateful to not have suffered the same fate as your colleagues, Lord Kukaki, Sosuke suddenly remarked. Have you not realized that captain-class fighters are in short supply at this point in time? The only person of our caliber who still qualifies for that title would be the Kenpeki. All the rest should have been stripped of their resources by now, just like Yamamoto. When Kukaki directed a tight-lipped glare in his direction, the cocky contender for Soul Society's throne disregarded the effort completely. What? You didn't expect Rukia to be the only worthwhile soul I had wooed to my cause, did you? Nearly half the remaining lieutenants owe their allegiance to me. You might have missed the feel of their handiwork this day, but I assure you I did not. He bent down to pick up another cup of tea. Raising it to his lips, Aizen paused, as if considering something. Though I must admit, I found myself mildly surprised to encounter you here. Did Renji fall so easily to your blade? I am under no compulsion to alleviate you of any ignorance concerning your malfeasance, the other man shot back. Recognize only that at least one of your puppets failed to complete their duty. And it would not surprise me to learn that he was not the only one. Don't get your hopes up, Byakuya-san. Kuratsuke, Komamura, Yukatake, and Kiraka, they have all been nullified by this point. Hitsugaya will follow them shortly. I believe Momo is taking the time to explain things before she permits him to retire. You have no worthwhile allies left. One name had been left out. But before he could even hope that this reflected carelessness on the part of the enemy, Anohana spoke up. I believe Kurosaki-kun can be added to the tally as well. His Ryotsu faded even before I broke the spell. The Ryoka boy. This time Aizen seemed truly surprised. I was under the impression that he was killed in Hueco Mundo. Not at all, his ally replied. I restored his strength myself on the way back to the mortal realm. He was quite alive when last I checked, though obviously something took place since then. She gave a secretive smile. And no doubt our good captain can guess what that something might be. Am I correct, Byakuya-kun? A feeling of bitter realization fell upon him, causing the valiant soul to almost curse in regret of his folly. He had forgotten about that. Retsu, Aizen looked between them with interest. Just what am I not seeing here? She offered him a fond look in return. Oh, simply that Lord Kukaki is no doubt feeling quite foolish right now. I expect he is berating himself for having taken measures to incapacitate a comrade who was completely blameless, while allowing one such as myself to roam free without any sort of safeguard. At another flick of her wrist, a graceful shamisen rose up from the floor like a flower in bloom. Anohana grasped the instrument she had crafted by the neck and gave a brief strum of the strings with the wooden pick. The melody it produced was perfect, requiring no additional tuning on her part. She then began to pluck out a slow, stately paean that lent an additional air of incongruous civility to their discourse. You might remember, my dearest Sosuke, that young Ichigo fought and defeated Captain Kukaki prior to your retreat into Hueco Mundo. An impressive feat, to be sure. However, as we learned afterwards, it was not entirely based on that boy's merits alone. After pausing to take a peaceful sip of tea, Anohana continued in her musical revelation. Byakuya was quick to reveal to all the other captains after he recovered that our orange-headed loose cannon was not just a Shinigami, but also a Vazard, possessed by a truly terrible inner hollow. He petitioned that precautions be taken to deter the release of that beast within Soul Society. Of course, Yamamoto consented to it without a word of protest. He has no love for those who straddle the fence, as he liked to put it. You are either one thing or another in his book. To refuse to conform to his ideals is to merit one's destruction. Plus, even before your intentions regarding the king were revealed, it was the old man's decision that any major military activities would be carried on outside the bounds of our world. Therefore a restriction placed on Ichigo solely within this dimension would not hinder his usefulness in battle. And so it was that a certain talisman was crafted and given to the boy. She swept out a particularly forlorn chord in the air, and clucked her tongue dismally. Genri Yusai was so very crafty. He recognized that Yukatake had earned the Ryoka's trust by helping to rescue Rukia and destroy the Sokyoku. And so he ordered that it should be his precious pupil who actually gifted the lad with our devious present. Being the wide-eyed guileless soul that he is, poor Ichigo never bothered to question when Jushiro presented him with what he claimed was a badge to identify him as a substitute Shinigami. The storyteller scoffed heartily. Of all the ridiculous notions. As if Soul Society had ever responded to a mortal being granted death god powers in any other way than killing them. But that was the lie he was told, and no one who knew better was permitted to say otherwise. So our sweet young savior proudly accepted his prize, went back home, and proceeded to use it to transform into a Shinigami whenever needed, as he had been instructed. There were certain secondary features built in, like being invisible to humans and serving to warn him when a hollow might appear. But the true nature of that badge was to leave a dormant binding spell on his soul whenever Ichigo made use of it, such that if he ever sought to release his inner hollow while within the bounds of Soul Society again, the spell would activate and lock the creature firmly within him, preventing it from coming out. Byakuya probably believed at the time that Kurosaka was as great a threat to the established order as you yourself were, and that it was right of him to take such preventative measures. Yukatake loathed himself for his part in the deception, but it wasn't the first time his beloved father figure asked him to drag his decency through the muck, so he went along with it. And so. She raised her head towards Byakuya, and a quick vibrant series of notes repeated from the shamisen. I was saved the trouble of hindering that adorable child myself. I even restored his energy completely following his battles in Hueco Mundo, knowing that it wouldn't make any real difference once the fight moved back to our home. It couldn't have worked out any better had I planned it. But I didn't. And she leveled an accusing stare at the angry aristocrat. You did. Byakuya was finding himself deeply regretting the deception that he had taken part in. The person who might have been their trump card had now apparently been brought low, not by any trick of the enemy, but by the spiteful, untrusting machinations of himself and his perceived comrades. It made his blood burn. Unconsciously his fingers tightened around his bared sword. Stop. That will accomplish nothing. She is simply gloating. Let her grow more confident. It is the greatest weakness of such reprobates. She insults me. Your pride is stronger than her malice. She is not the admirable person you remember, her words carry no value now. Show her the fortitude of the ally she has chosen to forsake in order to win the favor of that wretch behind her. Anohana will soon learn which of you is the better man, to her sorrow. Have patience. Yes. It will be as you say. As he pondered the massive blow they had dealt their own forces, the villainess finished her performance and proceeded to pour herself another cup of tea. While doing so, she said without looking up from her efforts, Byakuya-san, I would understand if you are somewhat troubled by this revelation. Are you sure you won't have some tea to calm you? When he again gave no reply, she reclined back and watched him closely. No reason to fear. Unlike the liquor I left by your bedside while you were recuperating, there is nothing perilous about this drink. I will accept nothing from you, Byakuya responded flatly, ignoring the reference. He took satisfaction in not having risen to any of her baits. Not drink, nor any pleas for mercy. Remember that. The barest flicker of annoyance crossed Aizen's face at his implacable defiance. That was even more gratifying. Anohana, however, simply nodded as if in acceptance. Unlike your grandfather. And she took another sip. What? Lord Kukaki gazed at her with a face that betrayed none of his thoughts. Woman. She glanced up at him. Explain, that comment. His voice was like winter's chill. It had no more effect on her pleasant disposition than anything else that had happened. I have been drugging Jinrei Kukaki for decades. The deterioration in his mind and spirit is entirely the result of a curse I placed upon him, similar to the keto drinks I used to keep my seeds unaware of themselves or one another. There might have been a question in his face, for she responded as if he had asked one. He found out, you see. The former captain of Squad 6 had a great sense for the flow of things, as you are no doubt aware. He learned of Sosuke's relationship with the Hollows, though it cost him his daughter-in-law's life to gain that information. What? She looked rather sad as she continued to relate this tale. I admit to being careless. Your mother infiltrated Hueco Mundo, and observed Sosuke in a compromising position. Though he was in disguise, she recognized him. There was nothing I could do to prevent what came next. One of the Espada from that period noticed her, and proceeded to track and slay the poor girl. I had never revealed myself to them, so I could not intervene without causing suspicion on both sides that I could not afford. Fortunately, I had known Jinrei suspected foul play for some time, and so when he finally received evidence that would have inevitably led back to me, I was ready to subdue him. Since then, my power has bound him from speaking what he knew and effectively debilitated him, to prevent any thoughts of striking out on his own and winding up dead as well. His will was so great, it had to be my strongest enchantment. Please understand, it was the safest, most humane means of keeping him from harm. Your family had already lost enough. I was only trying to prevent further deaths. Retsu gazed at him steadily. There in her face was that same honest, nurturing compassion that so many Shinigami had been all too glad to see in the past. This time, however, it held a decidedly sinister aspect. Something finally dawned upon Byakuya. Tiamat, he whispered. I beg your pardon. His hands were trembling, clenched into fists. He spoke of you, the furious lord growled. All of you. The Vasto Lord, Aizen, even you. I didn't understand what he was trying to tell me. But I see now, when he spoke of Tiamat, he was trying to warn me about you. Tiamat. She repeated, rubbing a finger absently against her chest. Then a slow smile crept over her features. Why, that sly old man. He was even stronger than I gave him credit for. The spell prevented him from speaking out concerning me and my plans, but he actually managed to find a way around it. The awesome goddess threw back her head and let loose a peal of silvery laughter. Oh, that is rich. Tiamat. The ancient mother goddess, who turned upon her divine children and sought to raise a false king over them. How absolutely marvelous his mind is, to have made that connection, to come up with a solution in the face of what I did to him. I am completely in awe of his cleverness." Her mirth died away, and she cocked her head coquettishly back at the irate young man. "He must have been so devastated when you failed to take his hint. I can't say I blame him. In all honesty, I find myself somewhat disappointed that his superb effort was completely wasted. If only you had been as intelligent as he, Byakuya-kun. But apparently my efforts to incapacitate you after your fight with Ichigo were not as necessary as I had thought." She once more proffered the teacup to him then. "I offer a toast, to Jinrei Kukaki. Perhaps not the strongest captain of Squad 6, but certainly the cleverest." Jinrei's heir made no more move to accept this invitation than he had the first. "Byakuya." He was resolved not to take offense. "Forget patience. Kill her. No argument." In an instant he had flash-stepped straight for the witch's throat, swift as only he could be, a raging Senbonzakura flowing into flashing steel shards around him. The Kukaki prince had thought himself prepared for anything. But what came next disabused him of that notion. For just as Anohana had revealed her true strength mere moments past, Aizen's soul came loose. The next thing he knew, the strongest scion of their world's preeminent clan found himself on his knees, palms pressed to the stone, panting and trembling like a neophyte. It was like a great steel bar was repeatedly hammering into his body, methodically crushing him blow by blow. The feel of this anima was not quite a Hollows, not quite a Shinigami, rather a perfect blend of the two, without the chaotically antithetical aspect that existed in both Kurosaki and now Aburai. This, then, must be the result of a Shinigami captain achieving hollowification with the aid of the Hogyaku. There was absolutely no comparison. The force that was threatening to crush the life out of him was just as stable and resolute as any natural spirit energy Byakuya had ever known. To say nothing of supremely powerful. No chance to move or respond to the assault could even be contemplated. Further options did not exist, save to allow yourself to be squashed pitilessly by that unnatural Ryotsu. Gasping for breath in a room that was suddenly thick with raw burning power and a scent redolent of cinnamon and smoke, Byakuya tried desperately to keep from retching all over the floor. There had never truly in his life been a time when he felt himself completely outmatched, without any hope of eventually coming out on top in a fight. Except for now. Here at last was an enemy he couldn't possibly dream of overcoming. Renji would probably laugh to find him in this state. It was Aizen who courteously reached down and took the smooth china cup intended for Byakuya. The nemesis of Soul Society appeared untroubled by the tale he had just heard or the preempted attack, and took a sip reflectively. He closed his eyes as he did, like there was nothing in this room or beyond that could ever pose a threat to him. "Ah," he sighed luxuriously. "Tenkan Murai. The blend created to honor my family. I never knew why it appealed to me so until this day. Are you sure you won't partake of some, your lordship? The heavenly crown hasn't been widely available for over 400 years. I would think a connoisseur such as yourself would be glad to sample such a rare taste." This condescending bit of sophistication brought an end to Byakuya's forced silence. "What, are you?" The corrupt creature before him pondered the steaming beverage. "I think," he replied quietly, "it is time you found out, Lord Kukaki." To be continued. Chapter 28, The Broken Spell, Explanation for Evil. Fireflies blinked lazily over the grounds of a gorgeously maintained manor. With the fall of evening, they had come out to lend their gentle, harmless glow to these immaculate environs. No lamps were lit, at the command of the lady of the house. It was her wish that on this night, no advantage be given to any observers. In that fragrant nighttime setting, a servant knelt outside a screen door and spoke softly. "My lady, I have brought your son." There was the sound of a cup being placed on a table, and a shadow moved across the lightless pane. "Send him in." The door was opened, and the faithful maid smiled tearfully at her beautiful charge before nudging him forth. When he was inside, she shut the door behind him and fled. Manami, High Lady of the noble house of Takiyaku, sat in her private quarters, dressed in a silk evening gown in the yellow and grey of that house. With her long black hair released from its usual bindings to tumble down to the floor, she carefully watched her youngest child totter forth on short stubby legs. Barely a year old, little Sosuke had only recently learned to walk, and was still somewhat prone to losing his balance. It was so beautiful to watch him try. He would be dead soon. When her husband had not returned as he had promised, they had attempted to quietly sneak 2 different infants out, both of them belonging to women who had served this family for centuries and whose devotion was without reproach, standing behind them through the horror of these last few decades. They had even been willing to risk their own flesh and blood for the sake of the Takiyaku. Both of the mothers and their babies were still alive, as far as anyone knew. They had been picked up by Onmitsukido members the moment they left the estate. Guards on the walls had reported to her ladyship that they had not been harmed out of hand, so perhaps there was still hope that their lives would be spared. Manami dearly prayed that this was so. She held out her arms. "Come to me, my baby." Though not able to speak yet, the boy understood the meaning behind her words and went to his mother's embrace. His tiny warm body pressed against her own, as it had since he was born. The noblewoman remembered that day, when she had celebrated the birth of her 5th child and 2nd son. All of his siblings were grown and married by that point, and so the prospect of having childish laughter ringing through the halls again had been most welcome, especially considering the turmoil in their world at the time. It had not been a planned pregnancy, more the result of a hasty night of passion before her husband had to return to his duties. But it was welcome nonetheless. Unlike all the times before, she had hoped to cherish every moment of his life, letting the maidservants attend to him only when it was necessary, till the day when she was forced to let him go. Why? Why was that day now? For more than 20 years, the lives of the nobility had been overshadowed by unprecedented terror. War had broken out between the clans, not just among the lesser nobility, but in many cases involving their benefactors, the 6 great houses. Shiba, Kukaki, Shihoin, so many of them had lost family members in this horrendous conflict, one that was made all the more frightening due to the almost total silence with which it was waged. There were no armies facing each other in bloody combat, nor even clandestine agents fighting in the shadows. This was a conflict waged in the civilized field of human existence. Trade negotiations, territory acquisitions, legal obligations, and financial restitution. All very clean and proper. And this period had seen more noble blood spilled than in the last 2,000 years combined. Small families with little power or status had been the first losses. They had entered into alliances with one another and then proceeded further, attracting the notice of their superiors as they competed in terms of trade and influence. Loans of money and land were made between these cooperatives, sealed with oaths and oftentimes bonds of marriage, all part of a supremely complicated series of moves and countermoves that were designed to weaken one's opponents, and in some cases your allies. The carefully maintained balance of power that had grown naturally among the upper echelons of the dead was subjected to extravagant vacillations and fluctuations that had never occurred in living memory. When certain minor clans were unable to fulfill their obligations in a timely manner, whether in terms of repayment or social obligations, they were deemed disgraced. For those weak nobles, such a travesty was more than they could be permitted to bear. The only way to expiate their shame was clear. Many was the formerly pleasant and unassuming lord who quite suddenly found himself wrapped in a white robe and holding a knife poised before his belly, with servants waiting to clean up the results. After a few months, it became something of a morbid pastime for the more powerful houses to wager on just who would next find themselves forced to commit seppuku in order to preserve their family's honor. It was all rather amusing, until the first member of the middle nobility inexplicably wound up in the same position. A series of risky ventures and ill-advised speculations had resulted in a steady weakening of that house's prestige throughout the years. When it finally came to a head, no one could really say that they hadn't seen it coming. Therefore, it was not so great a shock as some were wont to profess. These things happened. Ancient laws made account for anything that could possibly occur. There was always some legal or cultural solution available in their world, even if it should result in death. The annals of the nobility would simply have to be amended, and then they would proceed as usual. Such a thing was rare, but not unprecedented. Over quiet tea and on walks through the gardens of friends, the loss of their brethren was spoken of with deep commiseration, with utmost respect and regret. And when the proper grief had been expressed, the nobility moved on to other more pressing topics for that week. The next month found them mourning 2 more such events. Impossible, some were wont to whisper. How could 3 clans of no mean worth be brought to such desperate straits in so short a time? Of course, That must surely be the end of it. As unlikely as this situation may be, there was nothing truly worthy of concern here. After all, our families are safe, are they not? We do not engage in any scurrilous practices or foolish financial risks. And we can count upon one another to help should perilous times approach. Yes, of course, my friend, you can depend upon me to be there when you need me. Haven't I always? That is what they told one another, and smiled pleasantly. Then the lords and ladies went home, and began to swiftly plot against their neighbors, to prevent any treachery before it could take shape. After 10 years, no one was laughing. There was not a day that went by when a claim of forfeiture or breach of trust was not brought before the chamber of Central 46. Accustomed to setting their own pace in terms of decisions rendered, the ruling body of Siridi found themselves now required to hear arguments, accept evidence, and pronounce verdicts as fast as possible, simply to keep from being overwhelmed with the backlog. What had once been a mere social anomaly had gradually snowballed into bloody anarchy, with no amount of wealth or influence being capable of bringing it to an end. After all, it wasn't as if they could simply send in the Goti I-13 to resolve this conflict. It was not a military matter anyway, and the business of the nobles was separate and inviolate, as clearly stipulated in ancient laws. All anyone could really recommend was that they allow the phenomenon to peter out gradually, as it certainly must. Inevitably order would restore itself. And until then, they would continue to act as the safeguards of all their society held dear. Another decade, and nearly a quarter of the nobility were no more, their dignity shamed, their members dead by their own hand. The bodies of women and children were carried out to join the patriarchs of those heavenly titles on the funeral biers. It was now apparent that the framework of the regal afterlife was unraveling. Edicts the chamber had passed to supposedly curb the rising tide had proven to be completely ineffective, the conflict adapting daily in response to those rules in order to keep itself going. It was a formless, mindless thing, but it had proven resistant to all the ancient wisdom and focused efforts of heaven's greatest minds. In some cases, the disputes were actually spilling out to have unintended consequences in the Rukanga, and even the living world, leading to vicious acts and economic turmoil. Total and absolute pandemonium, with no foreseeable resolution in sight. And yet, on the surface, one could see no real sign of the deplorable state of affairs that held sway now. Appointments were kept. Marriages were arranged. Children were born. Family members left or were welcomed back. The appearance of civility was maintained. But in truth, it was fear that ruled in the court of pure souls. Fear of what any messages in the morning might contain, whether in terms of news or legal action. Who knew whether or not some obscure clause in a contract could lead to all the expected proceeds from a venture to be seized by another clan, rendering you incapable of paying back all your creditors. In one swift stroke, a family could lose everything. And then would come the courts, and the decisions, and inevitably, the knife. It was how the world worked, whether mortal or spiritual. They all knew that. There was no alternative but to obey. Manami had never permitted herself to fear for the future of herself or her children. After all, she was the wife of Kaito Takiyaku, the lord of the clan. He was related to the king of Seoul society, as a matter of fact, while she was a younger daughter of one of the other great nobles. Not as wealthy or proud as, say, the Kukaki, or the Shihoan, but definitely on par with them in terms of ancient honors, and therefore a suitable match for the Grand Lord of the Takiyaku, whose name translated to high ambition. Kaito ruled over his domain in the name of their mighty sovereign, and continued to uphold the lofty tradition of their name. It had been an arranged marriage, but one that was swiftly proven amenable for both of them. While admittedly a very complicated and indecipherable person to many, he had shown himself willing to open up to his new bride more than any other could expect. In time, they had found a great deal to love in one another. He was a person with many admirable qualities, intelligent, dignified, gracious, and filled with life. She in turn strove to be the ideal wife. Kaito valued her strong devotion to their world, its virtues, and their growing family. When her husband was made a member of the Central 46, it had proven to be difficult at first. With Kaito forced to live away from the direct concerns at home, the burden of rule had fallen upon the shoulders of Manami. Of a certainty, without the support of her spouse, such a position would have inevitably broken her. There was so much involved in running a noble household and all its holdings that any one person would truly need to be blessed by heaven in order to deal with it all. But Kaito recognized her need, and took every opportunity to visit or communicate with her. In this way he remained abreast of what was going on, whether in terms of loved ones or the various dealings of their powerful estate. Always the final decision remained with him in terms of important matters, but eventually, Manami felt sure enough of his wishes to be able to predict them, at least in small amounts. By some strange manner, it was almost as if being separated like this had brought them closer. And so, when the troubles first began to surface, the lady of Takiyoka was diligent in reporting them to her absent love, and he instructed her how to act. Which people to support, whom to abandon, and how best to manage their assets such that they would weather this hurricane as well or better as anyone. And indeed, there was almost a degree of prescience in her noble husband's orders. Whatever costs they were forced to endure, inevitably the Takiyoka remained free of false claims against them or any semblance of weakness. Their fortunes continued to be firm while others began to totter, and while she was horrified by the number of former acquaintances and friends who died or lost family to this sickening debacle, Manami was secretly relieved that no direct misfortune had arrived at their door in almost 30 years. This all ended when Jinrei Kukaki came calling. It was a seemingly innocent visit. Early notice was given, the proper protocols were observed. As ever, the man was the very soul of grave, honest courtesy. And yet, when she related the gist of that conversation to Kaito, diligently recalling the topics and questions Kukaki had put to her, she could almost feel the concern in his reply. "Do not be alarmed, my wife," he had written. "I will let no harm befall you." It had alarmed her to read that. Greatly. Harm. What did that mean? 2 years later, she had her answer. It all came so suddenly. In the early hours of that very morning, she had been roused from sleep by a disheveled messenger, who informed her in panicked tones that her lord, Kaito Takiyaku, had been accused by Jinrei Kukaki of engineering the last 20-odd years of calamity for the purpose of bringing his clan into a preeminent position among the 6 houses. In the face of evidence presented, Kaito was stripped of his membership in the 46 with only the barest semblance of a trial, and had been taken into custody. This was truly a disaster. Robbed of her love's support, the gracious lady felt overwhelmed for the first time ever. She had sent out missives demanding an explanation of what had transpired to both the government and the Kukaki clan, and had received terse denials for her requests, in the cases where anyone bothered to respond at all. Friends and allies were suddenly in short supply, much to her extreme surprise. Without any idea of how next to proceed, she had simply retreated into the walls of her manor, waiting to learn just what fate might have in store for her next. She soon had her answer. An official proclamation of the charges was made against Kaito, and hot on the heels of this came the ruling that found him guilty of treason and sedition. As appalling as this situation might be, what came next was even worse. A royal edict, sealed with the authority of the King of Soul Society himself, was made known. In it, not only were the charges against Lord Takiyaku upheld, but an even more astonishing sentence was proclaimed. To atone for the terrible ordeals that they had supposedly placed upon the rest of the world, and for the sake of Soul Society and the rule of Nirvana's emperor, all blood members of the Takiyoka were to give up their lives, along with certain unrelated people who were deemed complicit in the affair. Her adopted family was to be annihilated without a trace. Along with this revelation there came a most sinister confirmation, in the form of a golden dagger sent to every one of the king's relatives, without exception. The same lethal implement was brought by members of the Onmitsukido to each of her children wherever they lived, as well as ones for her grandchildren and in-laws, cousins, aunts, nephews, and esteemed grandparents. Her infant babe Sosuke was no exception. The message was clear. Her king expected her to be her child's killer. No specific timetable was given as to when this must be performed. But then, what did it matter when you were asked to slit your son's throat? There was not even any mention made as to what she might do with herself afterwards. Perhaps it was an obvious inference that Manami was not expected to outlive her sons and daughters by very long. She wrote pleas, asking to speak with the 46 and even to petition the king himself. These were not answered. When she attempted to leave her estate to make a personal appeal to the courts, Armed Shinigami from divisions commanded by scions of 3 regal houses informed her that she was confined to the grounds. Now darkness had fallen. Though she had never found much comfort in alcohol, today there seemed to be no other recourse available to her. Elsewhere on the grounds, other members of her adopted family were bidding their loved ones farewell, trying to offer them some comfort. Her available children had stopped by, but Manami had given orders not to permit them to enter her rooms. Perhaps it was a sort of madness that seized her, but she could not bear to see the same look in their faces that every mirror told her she now wore. Only little Sosuke, who was too young to understand any of this, would she allow to see her. "My baby," she whispered, voice slightly slurred from the drink. "My dear, sweet little baby. What I wouldn't give to see you grown and happy, living the life you were always meant to." Tears ran down her cheeks, falling into his thick curly hair. Looking up into her eyes already haunted by grief, the toddler seemed to understand that something was wrong, and began to cry. She hugged him fiercely to herself, wishing that there was some way to make all of this be an awful dream. But not even the strongest liquor in the world could keep the truth from coming home. The fireflies outside her door would outlive all her offspring. Those sad, meaningless little insects would dance over all their graves. As if to illustrate this macabre point, one of them suddenly glowed above her head. The phosphorescent dot pulsed quietly, and Manami felt sudden overwhelming hatred for that inconsequential life. How dare they? All of them. All the beasts, the plants, the people, whether they be young, old, rich, poor, they would all go on living after this day. But not my family. Not my sons and daughters, nor even this precious blessing I have held in my embrace for all his life. Where is the justice in this? She whispered to anyone who might be listening. The firefly continued to hang in the air. Of a sudden that tiny pinprick grew larger. Another second, and it was half the height of a man, and then fully, hovering at the center of the room. And without warning, everything went still. No sounds of activity in the house, or even crickets chirping outside. Looking down, Manami was astonished to find her baby had apparently dropped off into peaceful slumber. What is going on? Lady Takiyaku. When Manami's head came up, she found that there was a cowled figure standing before her, face and hands completely hidden in its green garments. From out of the shadows of that hood, the disturbing voice spoke once more. "I have come to help you." In spite of its words, the grieving mother shivered violently. "Stay away," she whispered, clutching her son to her breast, though he did not react. "Your time is short," the creature continued. "Yamamoto has given the command. The captains of the Godai 13 have been sent this night to kill your family. They are on their way at this very moment." Yamamoto? Shinigami captains? What was it talking about? What are you saying? Manami managed to ask. What are you? I am the only hope you have, if you wish for your son to live. My son. Had she truly gone mad? Was all this nothing more than the desperate delusions of a woman destined to outlive every one of her children? As if reading her mind, the entity spoke. You are not imagining this. Death is winging towards you with the speed of Shunpo. They will murder your baby right before your eyes if they must. But it need not be so. He can be saved. How? Whether fantasy or not, it served to offer the only solace she might find this night. Give him to me. She looked at the eerie figure standing there, shimmering in a pale emerald radiance. No. I will protect him, and keep him safe. He will grow to manhood, and live in the manner he was meant to. Guards. Manami screamed in panic, scuttling backwards with the immobile Sosuke. She realized that something wicked had entered her home unbidden. Guards, come quickly. I shall make him stronger than any other man. Help me. Someone, please, I need. And then he shall take revenge for his father, and all his brothers and sisters. That made the hysterical woman pause. Kaito. The shadow drew closer. Your husband lives, but not for long. They keep him alive in case he might break and spill his secrets when he learns of your deaths. It is a false hope. I know him. He will not betray his king, no matter how richly it is deserved. A weird sort of calm fell on her, and Manami could have sworn there was something familiar in that voice. Who are you? Please, there is little time. My presence might be detected if I stay much longer. If you love your son, do not seek to frighten me. I am not a child. The parent looked at that mysterious being. Her features were drawn, wasted, but possessed of an instinctive strength. Hope was causing her to lose all her energy, and she wished to be done with it quickly, one way or another. Show me your face. You cannot expect me to trust you if you do not trust me. Reveal yourself, and I will decide if you truly care about my child's future enough for me to part with him. The intruder was silent. Then, very well. It reached up, and drew away the hood, to reveal a face that she knew. The female captain who had been midwife for all her children's births. Oh. It's you. Yes, that famous figure responded, her voice a low, unprecedented hiss. And Manamai held up her silent baby, like an offering to heaven. Take him. It was a command, the last significant one she knew she would ever give. Keep my baby safe, on your life. He is yours now. Do not. And she almost choked on the next words, do not let them outlive him. The sorceress moved forward, and accepted the limp body. Your son will be king. I promise it. So long as he lives, the lady sobbed back, holding on to her youngest for those last few precious moments. One hand slipped into the folds of the robe, and emerged with something that caused Manamai's heart to almost stop. It was a simulacrum of her baby. A clone, completely identical to the original, twitching faintly with a vague hint of life. It is a Jigai I created, with a false soul within designed to mimic him. No one else will be able to tell the difference. The lady of the Takiyaku did not question this bizarre occurrence. Instead she accepted that tiny form. Looking down into its staring eyes, she tried to find something of the warmth and life that existed in her own offspring. But try as she might, there did not appear to be any resemblance. Well, perhaps it is simply because I'm his mother. While she was engaged in this examination, the spectre produced a ceramic flask and filled the empty cup of sake resting close by, murmuring an incantation as she did. Picking it up, she held it out for Manamai. Drink. You will forget all this, and give nothing away to the assassins as a result. This she accepted as truth. It was hardly the most astonishing thing to happen this day, after all. Manamai raised the dish to her lips and drank it in one gulp. Say your farewells, Lady Takiyaku. Manamai stared into the sleeping face of her baby. Reaching up, she brushed his cheek tenderly, fingering his silky brown curls. Sleep, my darling, she murmured, forcing a smile even as she wept. Your mother loves you. Then she placed a quick kiss on his forehead, and whispered, Live. Holding her child, the enshrouded mage drew back, seeming to merge with the shadows as she did. Manamai watched as Sosuke began to fade away. And she sang his favorite lullaby. As she did, a spell was uttered from the darkness, and Manamai's head sank to her breast in magical sleep. 3 minutes later, a scream caused her to awake. Looking around, the bewildered woman found herself still holding on to her baby, who appeared to be rather subdued. A cup of liquor was in her hand, and there was shouting and pleading coming from seemingly all around. What was happening? She rose to her feet, crossing over towards the door, holding the child by one hand. Before she could make it there, the portal slid open, and a man came in. He was wearing a white robe, holding a sword that gleamed wetly. That much was clear. But even in the dim light, Manamai recognized the face of this assassin. The Lord of Shiba. No, she whispered, backing away. No, don't come near him. There was not a scrap of emotion to be found in those eyes, whether for good or ill. Instead, he held out a hand she knew instinctively was already stained with the blood of one of her sons. Give him here. You don't have to die. In response, Manamai turned and dashed for the door leading outside. A blow sent her spinning, and she landed in a heap. Scrambling upright, she recognized immediately that Sosuke was no longer in her grip. The last shred of her reason was swept away. With an anguished wail, she snatched up the golden knife from the floor and whipped around, a lioness seeking to defend her cub. Manamai turned in time to see the Zanpakuto rise over her head. Stop! Someone roared. But it was too quick. He passed by her. She heard Sheba sheath his sword, and speak. "Please forgive me." Then all she saw was the floor rushing up at her eyes, and she actually heard her own severed head strike the ground, before darkness claimed her, and Lady Manami Takayaka was no more. Standing in the doorframe, Jushiro Yukitake stared in uncomprehending horror at what he had just witnessed. The elder captain turned an accusing look on his junior brethren. "Why did you do that? She was not included in our orders." Captain Sheba merely gave a brief shake of his head. A parent's worst nightmare is to outlive their children. He returned the white-haired wizard's stare unflinchingly. "If you had any of your own, you would have known that, Yukitake-san. I did her a favor. If having children means you can kill another parent so cavalierly, then I hope to never be a father." There was nothing more spoken between them, and so Sheba turned to where one of the last living members of the Takayaka stared up at them with puzzled, uncomprehending eyes. His katana flashed in and out of its scabbard. And the boy's head came off. Arriving at her hidden sanctum, Anohana knew she was racing against the clock. The slaughter would commence in mere moments. She had to work swiftly, if her objective was to be achieved. Every moment could cost the boy strength that might prove to be the decisive factor in the future. There was just so much to take into account. But her will was strong, and her mind without equal. It could be done. This night's horror would be turned to good effect, even if she was the only one who recognized it. The only light in the cavern came from glowing runes Anohana had painstakingly inscribed on the smooth stone floor prior to visiting the Takayaku estate. When viewed up close, this complicated arrangement of mystic symbols seemed to wind in and around one another. Almost as if they were alive. Truth be told, it was not life that infused this enchantment with power. More like death. Placing the slumbering infant at the center of the pattern, Anohana stepped back outside. She crouched down at the edge of the light painting. A chant fell from her lips, and the glyphs began to move and respond to that droning intonation. They slipped around and beneath the boy's body, taking on a new appearance every few seconds. Still the sorceress continued to weave her spell. In the midst of that supernatural display, young Sosuke lay breathing peacefully. A full minute passed in which nothing happened. Another minute, and Retsu began to wonder if she was already too late. This affair had come about so fast. The death sentence that the king issued for his extended family arrived swiftly upon the heels of the Central 46 sending their liege lord word of what had transpired that day. If one were inclined to be suspicious, as she was, one might believe that His Majesty had been preparing for just such an eventuality for a very long time, which would explain his lightning-swift reaction to the news. As it was, she had almost missed this prime opportunity to test her theories. Such a potent collection of spirit power might never come along again. Fortunately, the former Witch of the Marsh had been working in preparation of certain possibilities for many centuries now. The majority of the condemned had been given the option of cleansing their own perceived sins at their leisure, but Yamamoto had decreed that the immediate family of Kaito Takayaku must not be permitted to survive the hour. She had made sure to speak out against this affair during the captain's meeting, and received the commensurate chastising and dismissal from the venture that she had come to expect. Genri Yusai no doubt expected her to be confined to her quarters as a result. But the second strongest soul in their ranks had long experience in dealing with his abject lessons, and it had only taken her half an hour to complete the setup process. Still, every second that ticked by was one she recognized as possibly marking someone's death. And as previously stated, she could not afford to miss this chance. While considering all that in the midst of her conjuring, one of the symbols suddenly glowed red. Exultation flooded her. But still, the necromancer did not skip a syllable of her spell. As she watched, that blood-colored mark slid over to where Sosuke lay. It passed into his body, and the child let out a moan. "Don't die," Anohana prayed. "Please don't make me break my vow so soon." She waited in feverish anticipation, mouthing the words with practiced ease but still on edge to see the result. A second later, that glyph passed back into the squirming volume of magic around him. Once more, it had turned blue. And before her, the boy's soul expanded proportionately. It worked. By this point, several other symbols were glowing red to begin clustering around that prone form, and so she knew that the obliteration of the Takayaku had begun. Somewhere far off, the members of Sosuke's family were being exterminated as he slept. And through Anohana's arcane arts, whenever one of them perished, their individual spirit power was reclaimed by her spell tapestry before it could vanish and then channeled into the child. A procedure like this was not one that simply any spellcaster could hope to accomplish. It required certain conditions be met beforehand. First off, the recipient of that power had to be of blood relation to those who died, so that there be no adverse initial reaction. This was not the first time that Retsu had attempted such a procedure. In the last few centuries, she had managed to acquire several members of noble houses faced with death. However, every time before, the subjects perished before they could achieve a sufficient level of power to meet her ends. Eventually it had dawned upon the spiritual researcher that she would require a very young soul, one that was still susceptible to the transfusion but strong enough to withstand such a grand apotheosis that she envisaged. Of course, the prospective candidates ready to meet the bill were rather sparse. To have any chance of success, no mere lesser house would do. It would take a member of the 6 great clans, she reasoned. But that in and of itself posed problems. After all, even if she were to get her hands on a potential candidate, how would she go about killing a sufficient quantity of their family to have any significant impact on their soul? The head of the 4th squad had never been able to come up with a solution that she could stomach, and this plan had been placed on the back burner of her ambitions. And then, just like that, her enemies presented her with exactly the situation that she could not countenance arranging herself. It was almost enough to make her laugh. They would come to regret their inhumanity. Under the guidance of the greatest mage in history, those marks funneled their burdens of death into Sosuke Takeyaku. In order to keep his immature spirit from imploding as a result of all that burgeoning power, Anohana was forced to manage and regulate the transfer, a process that took hours. Hundreds of people were put to death that night, from his immediate family to people only distantly related to him. The great houses tended to intermarry among themselves, so the slaughter was fairly localized. Individually, none of those executed were particularly notable. While the 4 clans tended to produce some of the strongest souls to be found in the afterlife, when compared to your average Shinigami captain, they were no great threat. But take them all together, and squeeze the entire collective soul stuff of the Takeyaku into one single form, and you had something that could conceivably transcend any natural Shinigami, no matter how powerful they may be. Even Yamamoto. It was a perilous line she walked that night. Anohana was required to use her own matchless talents in preserving and regulating life to prevent an eruption of spiritual energy that would surely eradicate the boy. No other being in existence possessed the power and experience necessary to bring such an endeavor to a successful conclusion. And even with all that, there was no shortage of close calls. Several times, the infant in whom so much of her hopes rested came close to simply giving out, his body unable to accept everything that she was attempting to bless him with. Were it not for the tireless efforts of his appointed guardian, the sole surviving heir to his family's name must have perished as surely as any of his kin, whether they met their end by their own hands or her comrades' blades. Early the next morning, when she was half dead from her efforts, voice now barely a whisper, the final hurdle came. This proved to be a soul of superlative essence and enormity that was absorbed into the blooming waif. Anohana recognized it, and also what it meant. Back in the dungeons of the Seirai, Sosuke had just lost his father. The knowledge of the egregious crime committed in the name of their king made the lady curse that absent monarch with all her heart. But this was not the end. Justice would be done, if she had any say in it. Further at her feet, dead to the world in more ways than one, was the crucible from which the burning vengeance of the Takeyaku would be poured to burn all those heartless fiends, and make them suffer for their wickedness. Wrapping the lone survivor of that bloody night in nourishing magic, she spirited him away from the site of her triumph, to begin the next stage of his evolution into her personal champion. Towards the end of this recitation, a pause ensued in response to Vastolord coming upon the chamber. There was no doubt as to their provenance. Power poured off them in waves, enough to chill the bones of anyone not blessed with an overabundance of Ryotsu themselves. They entered the room from different routes. First came a skeletal rider in black on a steed of similar fleshless vein, galloping in and reining up hard on catching sight of the assembled party. Its skull was held in one hand, from which disturbingly human eyes peered suspiciously. Lady Anohana Retsu, Lord Byakuya Kukaki, Aizen spoke up with a merry grin. Permit me to introduce Segunda Espada Barragan Lusenburn, my future viceroy. The lady stood gracefully and nodded to their guest, as clean and regal as an empress in her own domain. I am pleased to meet you at last, Barragan-san. I have heard many legends concerning you. While your identity is unknown to us, woman. His scorn was evident as he turned back to his ruler. Be this yet another of your feckless turncoats? Must I remind you of the virtues of princely courtesy yet again, my gentle Lusenburn? Sosuke had adopted a charming tone which was belied by the viciousness in his smile. Lady Anohana is of commensurate stature as myself in respect to you. Now please be silent, we are conversing with the captain. That bony nightmare bristled at this snub, but at the clear warning in Aizen's eyes, he seemed content to draw off to a solitary region of the hall and take to examining the environment. Attention was shifted from that vastolord when a larger one, a horror as much beast as woman, rose from the floor then as though it were more permeable than water. She eyed them all coolly, though whether she made a distinction between friend or foe among the white-robed attendants was difficult to determine, her serpentine familiars sniffing the air with their tongues. Another welcome ally, Retsu spoke with warmest consideration. Tia Haribel, her adopted son supplied. The Tercera Espada. I trust you won't need me to repeat the introductions, dear Haribel. No response was forthcoming from the monster. To the surprise of virtually all, it was no captain, whether official or not, who seemed to draw her interest, but the short-haired girl sleeping in their midst. Fancy that, Tia murmured with no attempt to disguise her hunger. A second chance. When the hollow bore down upon that helpless target, Byakuya responded by swiftly interposing himself between them, raising his blade warningly. Before either side could initiate bloodshed, the captain of Squad 4 raised her voice. No violence, please. If the air of authority in her words was not enough to curb their inclinations, Retsu's elevated riot so certainly caused both combatants to reconsider any martial tendencies. The Tercera turned an appraising eye on that imposing female, then moved away from her intended victim, leaving the Shinigami now clustered towards the center of that space. I understand that Ulquiorra is taking his time arriving in order to accommodate Orium, Aizen drawled then, glancing between his subordinates, but can anyone enlighten me as to Stark's location? We had to leave him behind when his condition deteriorated. In response to this, one of Haribel's lion jaws opened wide, and spat something out. The regurgitated element hit the ground with a wet smack and rolled for a bit, revealing itself to be a dark-haired man in white raiment with a sword at his waist. He came to a rest face down not 3 paces from Anohana, and as if sensing her incredulous gaze upon him, the disgraceful figure raised his head and looked at her out of morose orange eyes. I wanna be dead now, he muttered, and then his face hit the floor with a sharp thud. There came a brief giggle, followed by a weary sigh, and then what might have been snores. While Anohana was not the only person in the room nonplussed by this bewildering display, it was to his youthful-seeming Patronus that Aizen offered an explanation. Our Primera. Whether you call him Coyote Stark or Fenris Wolf, I assure you that his power is without equal among the Hollows. It's simply that I thought he would be more manageable in this form until the battle is joined, although his increased lucidity does come at the price of emotional fluidity. Will he be all right there? The Grand Healer seemed to be experiencing some level of professional concern, but the Lord of the Takiyoka waved aside her concerns. He will serve when the time comes. But I believe we were informing Captain Kukaki about what led up to the rebellion of today. May I have the honor of starting? She inclined her head, and he turned to where Byakuya continued to hover protectively over his sister. For his part, the 6th Squad captain spared him only the barest glance. But at the arresting turn of Aizen's features, he found himself quite unable to take his eyes off him, for there was a danger there which surpassed even that of the 3 supreme devils now lingering in the room. You have accused me of being a traitor, Lord Kukaki. But I am the son of martyrs. People who devoted themselves completely to the word and rule of a vicious, selfish sovereign. It was he who ordered my father to seek the destruction of the other houses, out of fear that they were growing powerful enough to challenge his authority. Kaito obeyed the wishes of this despot, and was forsaken in return by that same ruler. My mother died for no greater sin than giving birth to her children. And your family prospered from it. Your father took the seat vacated by my own parent. In spite of what he must have suspected, Jinrei Kukaki continued to give unquestioning fealty to the true architect of the Manor Wars, the King of Soul Society. He even arranged for certain friends suspected of treason to not have to die, like the Lord of the Sasato. And almost 600 years later, you still behave as if none of that matters. Even as you look at me, I see the condemnation in your eyes, my lord. I was raised in anonymity, among the ghosts of the mortal realm. Sosuke spoke evenly, keeping the other nobleman pinned under his unblinking gaze. My dearest Retsu, and he took one of her hands in his, laying a kiss upon it and receiving a smile in return, would come to check upon me whenever it was safe. As I grew, she related to me the manner of my parents' passing, and who was responsible for it. And by myself, I came to understand what that meant. Anohana spoke up then. When he reached a certain age, Sosuke and I began to craft a plan. We took note of every fault in the workings of the afterlife, whether it be in the Godai 13, the Rokanga, Hueco Mundo or the human world. It was apparent to us that the repressive system of living that Yamamoto had modeled his dukedom on had flaws that would only grow more pronounced with time. Restricting the Shinigami's interaction with the living to certain limited duties meant that humanity was basically deprived of the spiritual aspect of existence they had depended upon for so long before. No more did we offer them guidance and healing, a saving grace when it seemed as though all hope in their lives was lost. We were denied the option of saving life when it did not involve hollow attacks. This, perhaps, was what contributed so greatly to the degradation of humanity's collective spirit. Being a lifelong resident of the Siraidai, you would not truly know what I refer to, Kukaki Teiku, the mystic maiden continued. But if you were to visit the mortal plane for more than the occasional foray into battle, you might be surprised to learn just how miserable human beings are nowadays. They have been blessed with an astonishing rate of advancement in terms of technology. However, there is no corresponding increase in their well-being. The majority still struggle throughout their lives simply to get by, racked with fear and desperately seeking to keep death at bay, no matter what it costs them in terms of dignity or morality. Without any clear understanding of what follows death, they are forced to live their lives under a dark shroud of ignorance, one that leeches the happiness from their lives and sets them up for an even worse fate afterwards. A hookah had materialized from the floor beside her in the last few minutes. After filling it with water and some specific herbs, the beautiful healer now took a drag on the brass pipe and blew out a line of bright blue smoke. Her dark, mysterious eyes watched Byakuya through the fumes. Are you aware of the statistics concerning hollow transformations these last 100 years, Teiku? If not, I'll enlighten you. There has been an increase of 1,200% in the last 2 centuries. Practically 1 in every 3 souls nowadays cannot make it to Soul Society, and remain bound in the prison of a world that takes even less notice of them than when they were alive. No matter what they profess to believe in regards to the end, when true death finally comes for them, more often than not they find themselves unable or unwilling to accept that their time on earth is finished. And so they are easy prey for the hollows, whether as food or becoming comrades, thereby swelling the population of that nether world far faster than what we take in. Anohana turned her head to observe the 3 examples of that species, then continued calmly. And what of us? The number of souls born with the Shinigami's power hasn't changed to any significant degree. Our ranks remain roughly the same as they did in the beginning of the 13 squads. And how do we respond to this unavoidable fact? Does our leadership seek for a solution that will allow us to at least keep up with the rate of mankind's fall? No, of course not. She gave an irritated flick of her hand, trailing a line of smoke in its wake. They insist that nothing is wrong, and proceed in the same headstrong, thoughtless manner that has guaranteed their superiority in the past. Safe and secure in the knowledge that we have the single most powerful souls in existence on our side, they all think themselves inviolate, untouchable. And so long as they are at peace, there is no problem. What matter that the rest of the world sinks beyond the reach of salvation by the day, so long as the Shinigami and their noble leaders can live in comfort. Retsu now leveled an accusing stare at Byakuya, and he found it difficult to return that look. Her voice had a merciless edge to it that seemed almost criminal coming from those tender lips. I have watched this process of sloth and corruption since its infancy. But I have not been content to wait for the tide to overwhelm us one day, when the population of Hueco Mundo grows to the point where that realm cannot contain it, and comes spilling out. or a leader arises among them, be it vassal lord or otherwise, who will fashion an army and turn this cold war into a furnace of bloodshed and misery for all the worlds. There was a growl from Baragon's direction which she ignored. I alone sought to ameliorate the situation, at the cost of my life should Yamamoto or anyone else find out. All but the Primera and the incapacitated Rukia seemed to be giving her their attention now. She picked up the flask before her and examined it, speaking softly, as if to herself. Abarai and Rukia were not the only ones on whom a memory spell was placed, you see. Before I brought Sosuke into the Rukanga, I cast Cloud over Moon upon him. He completely forgot about me and his heritage as a result. This was something we had agreed upon as necessary. If our plan was to succeed, there must be nothing to tie us together, on the chance that it would arouse suspicion. Yamamoto was ever chary of my power, and it was only by offering no significant opposition to his command that I was able to operate with only limited surveillance of my doings. But after my champion was accepted into the Shinigami Academy with my help, then I retreated almost completely into the shadows. I left the culmination of our goals in my ward's capable hands. While he did not remember anything about our past involvement, my spell was specifically crafted to leave him with the memory of what he must do. Even if Sosuke did not fully understand why it was so, he need never doubt that there was a reason. She glanced approvingly up at her accomplice. And he fulfilled all my faith in him. Without any direct help from me, Aizen Sosuke weakened the underpinnings of the Shirai and crafted an army with which to oppose them, effectively nullifying any prospective hollow conquerors in the process. My involvement was marginal. Throughout the centuries, whenever I encountered a spirit I felt could be of use to us, I left a small spell mark upon them, one that would be visible only to my champion. Kanamtasan was brought to me when he was an infant. His parents hoped that I might be able to cure him of his congenital blindness. This proved beyond me, for Enretsu passed a hand before her eyes, personal reasons. But I saw the potential for greatness in the child, and so I was able to alter his soul senses to the point where his handicap would not prevent him from surviving and prospering. Eventually he came to us of his own free will. As for Ichimaru, I found him living in the ruins of my former estate in the Rukanga, and encouraged him to seek his fortune behind the walls of the Shirai. He proved of great use to us in drawing suspicion away from Captain Aizen. Why look for any hidden threats, when there is an obvious one staring you right in the face? I watched everything take place, intervening only when it was truly desperate. Like in the case of your grandfather, Kukaki Teiku. I made my own contributions whenever possible, such as encouraging the deterioration in health of Yukatake and Shunsui, and stabilizing the hollow infected soul of Renji Abarai. But as I said, the greater part of this aim was left in the hands of my successors. Which is what has brought us to. Anohana stopped talking. In the sudden stillness, they all became aware of something approaching them. All heads then turned towards the source of that disturbance. After a few seconds, the sound of footsteps came clear, and then a figure emerged from one of the doors leading into this chamber. Glancing from one face to the next with the powerless form of Ichigo Kurosaka still hanging behind him, Yumichika Ayasuka raised an eyebrow. Did I miss anything important? He sniffed casually. The hollows continued to cluster hungrily around them. And in response, Momo unsheathed her sword. For a while she held Tobiam over her head, like she was taunting them with it. Their mandibles opened, and slavering tongues emerged, accompanied by despairing moans. Then the company of lost souls obeyed her command, retreating back to cluster around the entrance while watching them both with undisguised hunger and no small amount of fear. Apparently satisfied, their mistress turned and squatted on her haunches, the bared weapon held out between them. It sickened Toshiro to see the look on her face. Go on, the pixie-ish lieutenant said. Ask me. I can tell it's killing you not to. Some measure of remaining dignity roared at the captain not to obey her commands. But the hurt and betrayal overrode any vestiges of pride, and so he acquiesced. What's your name? Apparently this was not the question she was expecting, for her mouth opened and then quickly closed shut on what she had been about to say. His jailer watched him warily, and the boy stared right back. With a huff, Hinamori jumped up and began pacing about. Damn, it's just like you to be difficult. Here I am offering to explain why I'm doing this, and what the reason behind everything that's been going on for over a century might be, and you just treat me condescendingly, like I'm some hopeless addle-witted little girl. She stopped and swung about on him then to point her sword at his face. I'm not anything you might think I am, Toshiro Hitsugaya, captain of the 10th squad. Always so full of yourself, like you can do no wrong. Like you're sanctified by heaven in everything you do, and the rest of us poor uncertain creatures should just get out of your way and let you do whatever you want. Like we don't matter. Clearly whatever changes might have come over his childhood friend, her self-control was not improved by them. While she was engaged in upbraiding him, the pinned death god attempted to unobtrusively focus his Ryutsu between the bands around his neck and wrists. Of a sudden Hinamori darted in and slashed her weapon across his face. Shocked, he could feel blood flowing down the cut across his cheek. Momo, cut me. Actions speak louder than words, Shiro-kun, she spoke softly. Even down in the dirt at my feet, you still can't help but underestimate me. Don't try any of that funny stuff again. You're not nearly as clever as you might believe. He began to shiver then, and a venomous snarl burst from his clenched teeth. You cut me. Are you insane? Momo's head jerked back in surprise at this accusation. For just a moment, there stood that same sniffly, anxious young woman he remembered, the one who got upset over the smallest things and cried quietly in her room when she thought no one was around. Then Tobiam glowed a vibrant scarlet, and her face went stiff with anger. Are you surprised that I can hurt you, O mighty Captain Hitsugaya? She brought the gleaming katana up before her face, observing her reflection in its length. That's just like you captains. None of you think that we're any real concern. We fight and die for you, but in the end, we're simply replaceable, aren't we? There's always another star student waiting in the wings to step up and get a pat on the head for following orders. You all just. I see you've adopted Aizen's bigotry towards any thinking but his own, he cut in quickly. Her reaction came just as fast. Hinamori sprang forward and kicked Hitsugaya savagely in the face, splitting his lip and making his nose bleed. Don't you ever say that about him. She screamed wildly, completely off her rocker. You have no idea what Aizen-sama has done for me, or even why he's doing any of this. It's not for the reasons you think. He's not trying to make himself a king, he's trying to free us all from the one we already have. One betrayal at a time, Toshiro countered, spitting out blood and glaring at her. She looked ready to lash out again, or maybe just kill him outright. Her facial muscles were twitching and jerking beyond her control, and the tendons in her neck stood out, causing a frightful change in the normally gentle and gracious young woman. Of a sudden all that drained away, and Momo knelt before him once more, putting them on the same level. There was clear hurt spelled out in the grieving way she looked into his eyes, and against his better judgment, the icy warrior felt his throat burn with shame at causing this reaction in her. Do you even want to hear what I have to say? She whispered. He gave no answer. I'm disobeying him right now. Aizen-sama told me to finish it as soon as I brought you down. But I wanted you to hear what I have to say. Because you're not as far gone as the rest of them, I think, you still might have a chance, Toshiro-kun. Maybe. I don't need to. So we're back to Toshiro-kun, now? To hell with your reasons, Momo. He was just about to tell her this, when. Let her speak. Hirin Meru? Why? She knows what is transpiring better than you. Listen to her, and learn. It will prepare you for what lies ahead. The captured captain thought about what his Zanpakuto said. What have I got to lose? Momo. The girl blinked and looked at him with tear-filled eyes. This time, however, his heart was hardened, and he felt nothing. Please tell me why you are doing this. There came a pause then in which Hinamori seemed torn between disbelief and hope. It all came out of her in a rush. Aizen-sama wants to end the war. He intends to bring the Shinigami and the Hollow together, and lead them back into the world of the living, so that we can better humanity. Momo's eyes were sparkling, and she spread her hands out before him as though she were unveiling some secret treasure. Human beings experience so much suffering at each other's hands, for the exact same reason we do. They live in a system that prevents them from changing anything that doesn't work. It makes them powerless. So many rules and limitations and stupid arbitrary restrictions on how they should live their lives. All their emotions, their love and anger, bitterness and hopelessness. It's a sickness, you see. And we're partly to blame for it. Because we have so much to offer them, so many treasures that could solve their problems and answer their questions, but we don't let them have it. Think about it, Toshiro-kun. Momo proceeded eagerly. How many of their illnesses could the 4th Division alone cure, if they weren't forced to tend only to Shinigami? Our spells can heal wounds in the living and alleviate sicknesses that would otherwise be fatal, the ones that mortals can't even begin to start finding a cure for now. And that's not all. What about offering them comfort by allowing them to speak with their deceased loved ones? Can you imagine how much grief, fear, and misery would be abolished if the humans were given solid, undeniable proof that there is another world waiting for them where they can be reunited with the ones they've lost, that death is not the end? We have the answer to that great question, but we're told not to give it to them. Instead we're supposed to be like gods, parceling out blessings, just enough to keep them content but never truly happy. What's the reason for that, anyway, I ask you? All the wars and hatred fought over that mystery could be ended if we were only to step up and reveal ourselves. We can free the living from their most pressing doubts. But more than anything else, we can free them from evil. Listening to everything that came before, Hitsugaya had to admit that there was some merit to what Momo was saying. But at the way she said that word, he knew they had just stepped into dangerous waters. You see, the single greatest burden that mankind labors under is ignorance. Who can be trusted, what is the right choice to make, and who is responsible for the atrocities committed throughout the world? There is so much evil being done in the name of petty reasons like money and power that the virtuous can't keep up with it. They don't even know where or how to begin. But we know. Because we spirits, whether it be Death God or Hollow, we see all the things that they do. The people who murder, and rob, and betray and lie and cover up their crimes every which way they can, they think they can get away with it because they know how to hide and work the system. But there is no hiding from the gods. We are above their reach. There is nothing they can do to influence us or prevent us from observing their vile acts, and then bringing punishment upon them. Definitely back to crazy again. Not just us, but the Hollows as well. That's their role in Aizen-sama's plan. Spirits can be anywhere in the world we want to be. You see, the Shinigami will observe and report on any humans who try to commit wicked acts, and the Hollows in turn will be ready at a moment's notice to bring punishment upon those evil ones. It could range from mutilation to simply killing them and eating their souls. There won't be any chance that they can escape justice that way, don't you see? That way, the Hollows will have a noble purpose beyond simply feeding themselves. The Espada and the other Arrancar will keep all of the lesser Hollow in line, as well as overseeing their evolution. If any of them disobey, the Shinigami will be called in to purify them and bring them to Soul Society where they can't hurt anyone. This way, the afterlife will serve to protect the living from the worst elements of all three worlds. Do you understand me so far, Toshiro-kun? Hitsugaya? Yes? She's mad. It's too much for them to bear. The humans need someone outside the scope of their world to step in and provide a solution that doesn't operate according to promoting an agenda, or Hinamori. She halted to draw breath, and peered down at him. Hitsugaya looked right back, completely calm. I can see why Aizen felt it would be necessary to smash Soul Society in order to carry this plan out. Neither the king nor Yamamoto would ever permit what you have just related to come to pass. I'm not blind to the worst of our society, and I won't pretend like we're living in paradise. But I would like to make one thing clear. The child captain's emerald eyes narrowed, his pupils contracting like a serpent's. And that is, if you think this is actually something you can take part in, then you're not crazy. You're just a fool. Momo blinked, and Toshiro continued. You said something before about finishing me, Hinamori. I've fought side by side with you for years. We've purified Hollows together, but I've never known you to kill another spirit. Even if you have become a traitor, I refuse to believe that you are a murderer. And that's why you could never sit back and be comfortable in the sort of world that you just described. I know you. You're no killer. You're a defender. Snap, Tobiam. The sharp branches of her unleashed Shikai then wavered only a few centimeters before his skin, and small snaps of scarlet fire flicked out, causing him to wince. "You knew me, Hitsugaya Toshiro. When I was a little girl. That's all." She was smiling at him now. A big, wide-eyed grin that held equal parts glee and unrestrained malice. It was the sort of smirk you might see on a maniac, and it made him think of Jin. Momo continued casually, drawing her weapon slowly back and forth before him like a child toying with an insect. "I'll admit, I used to be a lot happier and more innocent than I am now. But you don't know what I went through at the Shinigami Academy. Even you, a shrimpy little brat with white hair, has no idea what it's like for a small girl with good grades and a strong will to try and make it in a Shinigami man's world." The blade flicked out, and Hitsugaya cried out as a burning cut appeared on his cheek, scoring an X where she had sliced him before. "They abused me," she hissed. "Maybe not as bad as they wanted to, because I had Renji and Kira with me, and most of them were afraid of those two. But that didn't keep those animals from trying to wear me down. The way they glared at me, and ridiculed me behind my back, and all the little things they did that no one else claimed to see, so they were permitted to get away with it. I never took it quietly, I always reported the incidents or challenged them to speak out right to my face. Of course, they were too cowardly, and they always backed down. But they still didn't stop. Then one day, I just had it. Some boy, I don't even remember his name, I heard him call me, the mighty midget, and that was the last straw. I dragged him out to an honor duel in the practice yard after class, and I beat him down in just 10 seconds. I showed them all, right then and there, that I was not going to take any more of their crap. And do you know what happened then, Hitsugaya?" Hinamori shrieked, and another cut blossomed on his bleeding face. "That bastard waited 2 days, and then he got a couple of his buddies and came after me. That night he caught me while I was coming back from an officer's lecture, and he and his friends tried to have some fun with me. Well, they got a little more than they bargained for. I was stronger than them, even without my Zanpakuto. So guess what happened, Hitsugaya? Guess what sweet, innocent little Momo did? That's right, I killed them." She licked her lips, trembling. "I didn't mean to, you see. I was just trying to make them stop. I only meant to wound the first one. But the spell, I guess I put too much power behind it, because it took the bastard's arm off. And he was screaming and making a mess all over me, so then I just blew his head off." And she slapped her hands together, while making a popping sound. "After that I really lost control." Momo was skipping back and forth, dancing before him while wearing the strangest, most heartbreaking smile ever. The other two saw what I did, and tried to get away. After what they tried to do to me, I couldn't bear the thought of them being given a chance to make up an excuse to anyone, or even taking one more step. So I killed them. I took them apart, Hitsugaya-kun. Tabayam told me how, even from far away. But when I was done, I couldn't believe it. They were dead, in pieces all around me. I didn't. Tears began to fall, and she violently used the sleeve of her robe to obliterate them. I wasn't sorry. Her voice was hoarse with holding back the sobs, but there was no denying she meant that last statement. I was never sorry for what I did. They had it coming. Somebody should have put a stop to it long before they ever got the chance to come after me. But nobody did, not the other students and certainly not the teachers, and because of that, I didn't know who to turn to. Except for maybe, him. There was no need to ask whom she meant. Aizen. Hitsugaya spit the name like a curse. Yes. Momo trilled. He cared. When I came to him, he understood immediately what I had been put through. Aizen Taiko let me stay in his quarters to recover, while he and Jin went and disposed of the bodies. Nobody ever knew what became of them. There were rumors, like they tried to fight Hollows and got killed, or they just dropped out. But it was our secret, him and me. Aizen used you. Momo, he nearly killed you. Momo swung around on him. No. He nearly killed you. My injury wouldn't have been enough, he would have sent someone back for me if Anohana hadn't come along right then. He would never do anything to really hurt me. What are you doing? I'm trying to reach her. He already did, the imprisoned captain continued, cool as snow in the face of her burning rage. He took advantage of you when you were vulnerable, and used that to make you dependent on him. How is that any different from what those punks would have done, if you had allowed them to? You shut up. She spit, and kicked him again. It was intended for his face, but the blow proved so wild it missed and connected with his shoulder, allowing him to continue talking. Actually, what he did was worse. Because this time, you didn't fight back, did you, Momo? You just sat quietly and let him do whatever he wanted with you, because now you really were what they thought you were, scared and weak. Shut up. A sweep of her sword, one that would have scalped him had it connected, but apparently she still couldn't aim properly. One bad experience, one horrible day, and you crumbled just like that. Hitsugaya shouted. Did it never occur to you that you had other options? You could have. She dropped down, grabbed his hair in one fist and screamed into his face. It wasn't just one. That brought him up short. You think that was the only time? Momo gabbled. I've killed plenty. After that first one, Tabayam helped me to understand just how much I hated some people. They treated me like dirt. None of them, absolutely none of them had a right to insult me, but that's what they did. Not listening to me when I spoke, ignoring me, brushing aside my ideas. I didn't care who it was. One of my superiors in the 5th tried to intrude on my fight with a hollow because he thought I couldn't handle it, and almost got me killed. He laughed about it afterwards, but he wasn't laughing when I put my sword in his gut. And once when I gave a lecture at the academy, a student got his fingers blown off for something that wasn't my fault, and do you know what he did? He spit in my face. And afterwards his family threatened to bring me up on charges for letting it happen. So you know what I did? I went to his home in the night and strangled the life out of him. Then I hung him up by a rope so that it looked like a suicide. She gave his head a vicious shake then, causing Hitsugaya's eyes to water. So I'm Aizen's puppet? I don't know what I'm doing, helpless little Momo, completely dependent on him to decide everything for me? Well, guess what, Shiro-kun? I actually was thinking about disobeying him. You're the only captain he wanted dead for sure, but I thought maybe if I just crippled you like the others, he might let you live. But now, I don't think that's going to be enough. Now I'll just have to show you. There came a rush of wind, accompanied by the flapping of a pair of wings, and an almost indescribable ryotsu over it all. Momo sprang up and whirled about, clasping her soul cutter in both hands. Down the way, at the door leading outside, the hollows were clamoring over one another, rushing to escape from something the Shinigami couldn't see. After a few seconds, the mob of monsters parted, and down the length of their numbers could be seen a figure silhouetted against the light. It proceeded to traipse slowly down that corridor of shivering, whimpering brutes. Several of them simply disintegrated from being in its presence, while the remainder promptly scattered back outside as soon as it passed. The creature was in the shape of a man, but with wings and horns. All black and white, naked, it still projected a fearsome aura that would have been enough to rob Hitsugaya of his confidence even if he weren't held to the ground by a treacherous spell. He could hear someone crying. It dawned upon him that he was most likely in the presence of a real Vastolord. No tricks this time. And then a flat, dead voice said, "What are you doing?" Even with her back to him now, Toshiro could tell that Momo was still upset. Hopefully not enough to provoke this obscenity, or they might both wind up dead. None of your business what I'm doing, Espada. She retorted. Great. Now it's going to eat us. Why are you still out here, anyway? Aizen Teika wanted all of you with him when he opened the gate. Things have not gone according to plan, the demon responded, unperturbed by her bile. Aizen-sama ordered us to report here. He and the others are already inside. Answer my question. Momo spit. Why are you out here? The hollow stared at her. Then his tail twitched forward, and from behind the shield of his wings, there suddenly appeared Oriamenu, dangling like a worm on a hook. I had to move slowly. My cargo is fragile. The former Ryoko was dressed in a white uniform similar to those of the Espada he had seen, but by the way she was being treated and the clear misery on her face, Hitsugaya had no doubt that the suspicion she had gone to their side of her own free will had been completely untrue. "If you will excuse us now," her captor droned in an imitation of courtesy, "we are expected inside." He stalked forward, and Momo remained where she was, sword at the ready. Whether ally or no, apparently there was no surplus of trust in her heart. As he came abreast of them, the hollow abruptly stopped. A single pitch-black eye swiveled to regard them both. "I am well aware of my orders, as you should be, Shinigami. If you seek to disobey Aizen-sama's wishes, understand there will be nothing that can save your life." Hoisting Inu at his back, Ulquiorra Schiffer then proceeded into the depths of the 1st Division barracks, following the call of his cohorts and their master. When he had finally disappeared from sight, only then did Momo seem to relax. Hitsugaya watched her with something akin to pity. "Is that what you think will make the world a better place, Hinamori?" She looked down at her captive. All the anger had fled, and in its place was only a grievous weariness. "You don't care what I think, Toshiro-kun. But it doesn't matter. What's one more ghost hanging around me? I'm used to it now." Ichigo was having a hard time just distinguishing anything that made sense. There was Byakuya, standing protectively over a fallen Rukia. That scene wasn't too far off from what he might accept as normal. She didn't look dead, so there was no need to lapse into a fit of psychotic rage. Yet. And Kaname Tison had just entered the room and was proceeding toward them with his sword drawn. Also totally predictable. On the other hand, Anohana Retsu peacefully smoking a pipe while sitting not 2 feet away from Aizen Sosuke? That was as far from normal as you could get. The chamber in which he now found himself in was roughly half the size of a football field, and completely bare of any accommodations that might draw one's attention. This only made the storm gathering in the ceiling even more eye-catching. At its center was a deep black disturbance, you could say, which might have been expanding, he couldn't tell. Far more arresting than this, though, was the remainder of the people in the room. 2 of them, the female animal menagerie and the headless horseman, were putting out so much hollow energy that they might as well have Vastolord written on their foreheads. It was similar to what he had sensed from Ulquiorra after his resurrection, which would make these Espada numbers 1 through. Well, that body twitching in a pool of slime in front of Anohana might be the 3rd remaining one, he couldn't tell. There was something familiar about it, but as usual, his phenomenal ability to forget people's faces 5 seconds after meeting them was roaring along as smoothly as ever. Thank heaven for a little bit of normalcy. I think it's safe to say that we're at the inner sanctum for villains, huh, guys? As he had feared, there still came no response from Zanjitsu or his counterpart. Looks like I'm on my own for now. Kurosaki-kun. Hello. Anohana set down her pipe and settled her chin in her hand, gazing at them intently. And Yasukawa-san. To what do we owe this pleasure? I'm officially throwing my hat into the ring. The charming rogue wagged his head in her direction. Maybe it was just his imagination, but even from his position strung up like a piece of laundry, Ichigo got the impression that no one had been expecting them to pop up here. Himself, or Yumichika. A bright glow still lighting up his eyes, Yumichika peered curiously about the space and commented, "Why don't I see Ichimaru Teiku anywhere?" Tison came to a halt several paces away, adopting a distinctly aggressive pose. "What are you doing here?" Behind him, Anohana floated to her feet. "Kaname-san. Is something amiss?" The grim-faced guardian kept his attention trained on the pair of fighters. "Yumichika Yasukawa is not one of ours. He was never even brought up as a potential candidate. His presence here can only be some manner of feeble deception." Hope blossomed in Kurosaki's heart. Was that true? Could this all be a diversion, a trick somehow, and Yasukawa was actually setting them all up? Was a gang of captain-class fighters going to come tearing in now that everyone was distracted and mop the floor with these turkeys? Wait just a moment, Tison. This came from Aizen, who was studying that gaily dressed figure with an air of interest. After a while, he cocked his head and said, "Yomishika-san, might you be Jin's man from the 11th that he was always referring to?" "That would indeed be me," he trumpeted gaily. "I am his sleeper, a sleeping beauty, as it were." Yasukawa dropped his arms and planted his hands on his hips, looking all about him once again. But shouldn't Peace Shihotae be here himself to confirm this? Unfortunately, Jin cannot be with us at this time. It has been suggested that he was disposed of, a brief, amused look in Byakuya's direction, by none other than Rukia Kukaki. What? Rukia-chan killed Ichimaru? Yumi Chika blinked in shock. Then his face split into a joyous smile. How wonderful for her. You know she always hated him. Ah, but I knew she had greatness in her. It must have been such a thrill. What an absolutely lovely finale to their relationship. Aizen's other rebel captain seemed to be having a hard time accepting any of this. I never heard anything about a recruit from the 11th. We tried, but they were all just too devoted. That's why we chose Hisagi as the one to match Zaraki. Where do you fit in? He leveled an accusatory finger at Yumi Chika. I don't, that's the problem. Tissen. He turned about in response. Ai. Tikui. Sir, what is going on? His leader came strolling over to join him. Try to understand, my friend. Jin is a very private person. I never begrudge him his secrets, because I know where his heart truly lies. The same way I do for you. That's why I didn't pry when he mentioned that he had found someone who could serve as a backup in case any of our seeds failed to bring down their target. He seemed quite certain of the man's capabilities. Aizen lifted his chin to meet Ichigo's eyes. And now we see why. But, Aizen-sama, if you weren't aware of him, how did you cast the memory charm upon him? I didn't. Kaname's mouth opened on a quick intake of breath. His head jerked slightly in the direction of Anohana, who lowered her eyes demurely. No, Kaname-san, it wasn't me. I was as unaware of this revelation as you. I never had any spell put on me. Didn't your mother tell you it's dangerous to accept drinks from strange men? Yumi Chika flung back his head, brushing pumice fingers through his luxuriously maintained hair. Well, if you really must know. On a beautiful autumn day right around dusk, Byakuya Kukaki stood on a second-story lane talking to some members of his court, while his sister Rukia hovered a respectful distance behind him. Hidden in the shadow of an archway across the courtyard, Jin was toying with the notion of firing Shinso and decapitating them both in one stroke. The eager apparition found himself curious as to which head would strike the boardwalk first. Who would start the screaming, man or woman? Would they bother to clean the blood off that precious scarf Byakuya wore everywhere, or would it simply be consigned to the waste bin? So many questions that could arise from a simple application of his natural talents. In a way, the frenzy and terror that always followed after was more delicious to him than the act itself. It was, without a doubt, the reaction that made his mouth water. And in spite of what it would assuredly cost him, he found himself reaching down to squeeze his soul cutter's hilt. You're scared too. Pipe down. He'll kill you. They all will. Just let me savor the moment, would you? Savor this moment. You, trapped, cornered, like a rat brought to bay, they'd be all around you, attacking from every direction. All right, I get it, I won't do it. Now can we please? The first attack gets in, and you don't even realize it until you feel the blood flowing down your arm, but when you hesitate that split second to take a look. Damn you, shut up. I said I wouldn't do it. A sword takes off your leg, and you're screaming. Before you realize it you're on the ground and they're all around you, swinging and chopping, gleefully stabbing you over and over again. As you squeal and beg you can see the light in their eyes. Shut up. Because they've been dreaming about doing that to you for so long, Jin. Go ahead, give them an excuse. Matsumoto might even try to save you. Don't. And they wouldn't be able to stop themselves, they'd kill her too. He let go of the sword, flexing fingers that had gone stiff while he gripped it. You're a miserable bastard. So are you. Oi. Rukia-chan. Jin blinked, and across the way, his little pet gave a start. Rukia-chan. Down here. She was trying hard not to notice, standing stiff and proper in her brother's shadow. But Jin was under no such gentile considerations, so he crept forward under cover of his shroud and looked down. There appeared to be a small detachment of fighters from the 11th passing down the lane, easily recognizable by the outrageous hairstyles they all boasted. They trooped on by, laughing and carousing roughly. I know you hear me. Take a look at the parasol I picked up for you. Enthusiastically waving around that self-same implement was a death god with a bob cut and orange body armor. It only took him a moment to recognize this figure. He had seen the man often enough, one of the regular observers from the Kenpeikas squad during their frequent duels. If he recalled correctly, this was the fourth seed from that crew, or maybe the fifth. His name was Yumichika Ayasukawa. I would have gotten it. Dear Rukia was now quite upset. He could see the anxious looks she was darting towards his lordship's imposing back, clearly dreading the prospect of him taking note of this display. Briefly she turned her head and mouthed, "Go away. Come now, I want your opinion on the design." Yumichika shouted teasingly. "There's some hollow blood on it, but that'll wash right out." "Oi! Rukia-chan." A furious teeth-baring glare, a violent sweep of her arm that obviously said, "Get lost," and then she was back to standing still and proper as a gardenia on the vine. "Rukia-chan. Don't make me come up there." Jin could swear he saw a vein pulsing in the girl's temple. "Are you dash? Key dash? A dash?" At that moment, Cha dash. Byakuya Kukaki's head started to rotate in the direction of that disturbance. In an instant Rukia had vaulted over the railing, dropped down to the ground, raced over and punched her caller right in the gut. When he doubled over, she grabbed hold of his robe and dragged the unfortunate soul off into an alley. When nothing further attracted his attention, the Division 6 captain went back to his discussion. Meanwhile, his counterpart from the 3rd was finding it hard not to burst into a fit of shrieking laughter at the sight he was witnessing. That member of the battle-hardened combat division, warrior extraordinaire, was down on his knees while a puny little wisp of a Shinigami stood before him with her fists bunched in his shirt, shaking him back and forth until his teeth must be rattling around in his head. When she stopped, it was to find Yumichika chuckling merrily. Rukia threw him against the wall, put her hands on her hips and started to berate him as harshly as possible without raising her voice. In response, the grinning gallant simply offered up the parasol once again, never losing his smile. The princess just stared at him, before drooping her head in defeat. Yumichika bounded happily to his feet. Opening up the accessory, he took one of her hands, slipped it around the hilt of the umbrella, and settled the haft against her shoulder. Then he stepped back and appeared to be admiring her, slumped over as she was. Her neck lifted to regard him, and he promptly put a hand to his heart and swooned in an overly theatrical manner while yammering away. At that point, Rukia did something astonishing. She smiled. By then, Jin had slid down to be on the same level as them, so he got a good view of that act. Had General Yamamoto come bounding down the street stark naked scattering flowers in his wake, he could not have been more surprised. It occurred to the unobtrusive overseer then that this might well be the first time he had ever seen Rukia happy. Certainly on none of the occasions he was close to hand had she worn such a joyous expression. It was hard to say how that made him feel. Ashamed? Screw that. I never wanted her to be happy. What, then? You know. She belongs to me. I decide what she should be in life. I know who you belong to. Yeah? Well, I guess nobody really owns themselves around here. That's what I'm trying to change. Just don't die, or your lady will be sad. I can take care of my own heart, thank you. It's hers I'm worried about. He noticed then that Rukia was bowing to her admirer, who returned the gesture, albeit in a more flamboyant manner. Then the black butterfly leapt straight back onto the catwalk and flashed over to rejoin her brother, who took as little notice of her return as he had her absence. She stood there, twirling her new gift, but stopped after a bit, probably because she realized it looked undignified. Yumichika stepped back out into the sunlight and went off in pursuit of his fellow professional soldiers. When he passed beneath her, Jin didn't fail to notice the way she followed the pretty boy with her eyes. Maybe I ought to look into this. He proceeded to do so. Ichimaru investigated that man, who turned out to be the 5th seed, but by choice rather than merit. He consulted the official reports without anyone being the wiser. And after learning all that he could from secondary sources, then it became time to find out things for himself. Using his unique form of camouflage, the captain tagged along with Ayasukawa and his cohorts. Several of the training bouts with Rukia had an extra observer that even the Kukaki spies didn't notice. And on more than one mission, there was a tag-along who never strayed far from where Yumi Chika could be found. In this way, Jin eventually came to realize a few things about this person that most who had known him for years might not have picked up on. The title of fifth seat was apparently just for show. Yasukawa was undoubtedly one of the most talented fighters to be found in a division famous for its martial prowess. He was gregarious, but had few friends. In his own division, he was openly a mystery, leaving many people scratching their heads and wondering just what such a person was doing in the bloodthirsty misfit brigade. On top of that, the fear those sword-swinging guerrillas felt for Yumi Chika was something of a legend, right up there with captains like Zaraki and Anohana. He had supposedly killed several other Shinigami in his first few years on the job, a surprising revelation, considering that sort of thing could usually land you in trouble unless you were chest-deep in money or privilege, which the former alley dweller was certainly not. To learn more about this affair and its resolution, Jin decided to forego clandestine maneuvers and talk to someone he could rely on to tell him the truth. "So let me ask ya something, Lieutenant," Ichimaru spoke while refilling her drink. "What's the deal with your fifth seat, anyway?" "Shiny." Yachiro Kuzujishi reached over the lip of the roadside noodle stand and gripped her cup of juice. She drained it in one gulp, then held it out, indicating Jin should continue to pour, which he did. "Well, he smells like flowers, and he tastes like soap, and he taught me how to dance. You wanna see?" "Sure, why not?" The infant warrior blinked big fuchsia eyes at him, and then scrunched up her face in what might have been childish embarrassment. "Nope, I'm not gonna show you." "Fair enough." Their order came then, noodles for him, a pile of sakura mochi for her. People passing them on the street might be shocked to see a captain conversing with a child in the middle of the Rokanga, but this was nothing new. Jin's relationship with the top two members of Squad 11 was probably the most stable and honest one he could claim. Even Aizen didn't come close. Perhaps it was because they were completely forthright in what they expected from Ichimaru. Yachiro wanted to play with him, and Kenpei Kazaraki wanted to fight and possibly kill him. It wasn't anything personal. The ogre from the 80th ring would do the same for anybody, with the exception of his diminutive cohort. While Jin had no intention of fulfilling the last part of the captain's wish, the fact that Zaraki freely admitted his bloodlust without reservation meant that he didn't have to wonder if that thought was lurking in the back of the man's mind the way he did virtually everybody else. He knew Kenpei wanted him dead. There wasn't a reason behind it that made sense, so the only thing he had to do was make sure that didn't happen. They would fight when it was agreeable for both of them. Zaraki could never kill him, so he never killed Zaraki. And thus the relationship continued. Even should the psychopathic brute learn Ichimaru was a traitor, it probably wouldn't negatively impact his impression of him at all. Kind of nice to rely on that. As for Kuzujishi, she was one of only a handful of people who had absolutely no fear of Ichimaru one way or another. A little more unnerving than her father figure, because he really had no clear conception of what she might be thinking at any given time. But if you really wanted to know, all you had to do was ask. The kid was mercilessly open, such that it made you feel ashamed to lie to her. Therefore, he didn't. At least not directly. Besides, he liked her. And her parent. He'd kill them both if it came down to it, but he wouldn't like himself afterwards. As the voracious little carnivore fell to, Jin casually continued their conversation. "So, this shiny Yasukawa, he really kill a couple dozen of your boys throughout the years?" Her cheeks had the storage capacity of a chipmunk, which tended to limit vocabulary sometimes. But he had long experience with this, so he knew that was agreement. How come he never got brought up on charges for doing it? Yachiro swallowed. Kenny wouldn't let him. The dead guys were making fun of Shiny. They wanted to boss him around. He did it right, and let them go for their swords first. Everybody said so. So there wasn't a problem. Clean kill, no reports. That's what Kenny said. Well, yeah, things like this have been known to happen, her meal ticket confided while slurping up his dinner. But even a captain isn't supposed to go around chopping up the underlings. I kill anybody, they bury me in paperwork for a week. That's why they used to call me Captain Papercut, He wiggled his fingers, and the petite pirate giggled at the joke like only she could. Still, this pretty puppy was racking up 2 or 3 kills a month for a while. I take it folks finally wised up about pushing him around. She jumped atop her stool authoritatively and raised 3 digits before his nose. Rule number 3, never punch young Kaezgwe in the face. He'll kill ya. The fox demon smiled at her through those sticky pink digits. No shit. Ah. The child squeaked and dropped back down, covering her ears, grinning to match his own. Happy said a bad word. Kenny won't be happy when he finds out. Well, maybe your mouth will be too full to tell him, nah. Jin then produced a bag of cinnamon candies from inside his sleeve. Yachiru didn't hesitate, snatching them up in an instant and beaming at him while she bounced up and down. Candy makes Yachiru happy, yay. They continued their meal on more sociable topics. 5 nights later, Yumichika Ayasukawa was walking home by himself after a late training session with Rukia, when Jin moved into step beside him. Mind if I join ya? Startled, the perfumed pugilist had his sword halfway from its scabbard before he realized who was speaking to him. When he recognized Jin, the blade came out completely as he stepped into a fighting stance. You wouldn't be looking for someone to play with tonight by any chance, Ichimaru Teiku? Nope, he responded while continuing on his way. Just wanted to have a chat. Apparently the penalty for drawing on a captain held no fear for Ayasukawa, for he declined to sheath his sword or follow along. An ugly notion. And I just happened to be nearby when this impulse came upon you. The silver head turned. Creepy smiles were his business, and the one he chose to display now had never failed to unnerve his target. This time proved no different, as Yomishika's face went a shade of pale without losing any of its firm resolve. Where do ye see yourself 100 years from now? The effeminate fighter licked his lips. What is this, a job interview? Kinda. He turned around fully. Personally, I don't see ya where you are now. Can't make any guesses as to where you'll wind up, but, nah, definitely not in the 11th. Yumichika made no response to that, but the apprehension around his mouth told how close that hook had come to catching. You've been watching me and Zaraki go at it for years, right? You're a smart guy. Do I strike you as the sort of person who can keep secrets? Faint hesitation. Then, I suppose. When it suits you. Well, you ought to know. To be honest, I've had my eye on you for a little while now. Ever since I caught you and Rukia-chan going at it together. Oh, now that was interesting. Of a sudden, all the fear went away. Now what stood before him was a vicious killer. She's dangerous. Don't let her touch you. Got it. Whatever that means. If I were to kill you now, Teiku, do you still think my future would be so bleak? It sounded like he actually meant that. Just what kind of person has Zaraki been letting run loose all these years? Not only that. You wouldn't have to wait 100 years for it, even. It'd be here today. Yumichika shrugged. No one need ever find out. If you were to disappear, I doubt anyone would come snooping around to any great extent. You might be surprised. Jin crossed his arms, keeping his eyes barely open and his smirk firmly in place. There's all kinds o' stuff going on in the CRIDI that folks ain't aware of. Covering up secrets is practically our second job around here, eh? The moon was rising above the horizon, while in the other direction the sun was just beginning to set. Shadows of the trees drew long around them, and a chill was settling into their skins. In that gathering twilight, he could have sworn there was a green glint in the other fighter's eyes. The polished blade gleamed in Ayasukawa's hands, and he spoke softly. Why don't you explain just what you want from me, Jin Ichimaru? I want us to be friends. Those blazing orbs narrowed. I have enough of those. And I'm already friends with an enemy of yours. You're nowhere near as pretty as she is, so I don't see us hitting it off. Oh, yeah. This one was definitely worth trying out. You like to play your cards close to the vest. That's good. Truth be told, I'm kinda going out on a limb here. If it don't work out, yours truly might wind up swinging in the wind. Ya like mixing metaphors? No. Well, how do ya like knowing you can't get everything you want? Do you ever speak directly with anyone? How's your love life these days? Split and deviate dash. Unlike Ayakawa, Jin didn't have to speak. He simply withdrew Shinso and sent it sliding straight into the other man's chest before he could complete the command. Blood burst from the fifth seat's mouth. Along with 2 words. Ruriiro Kyojaku. Green tendrils suddenly streaked for him. Jin saw them coming, and was about to slip away, when there came a jerk on his sword arm. To no great surprise, Yumichika had clamped a fist around Shinso's blade in an effort to capture it in his body. Normally this wouldn't have posed a problem in withdrawing it, but in addition to this, a set of glowing yellow chains had emerged from the hole in his orange armor where those leather straps normally connected, now pulled out to dangle freely from his wrist. They wound around the glowing white shikai, holding it in place. Sleeping Kido, the captain realized angrily. But before he could respond with a spell of his own, the emerald tendrils wound around his waist and limbs. Cast that, every morning. Little trick I picked up from Rukia-chan. Ayakawa gasped. Fitting, don't you think? What came next felt as if he were being wrung dry of energy. It was like being in Bankai to the 10th power, all your reserves being burned up faster than you could naturally replenish them. At this rate, he would be drained completely in just under a minute. Jin, don't struggle. It just makes it go faster. Relax. I was expecting something like this. I knew you were hiding something, Ichimaru cackled from within his spectral prison. Shinso was still embedded in the fifth seat's chest, and he attempted to drag the blade down slightly, but found his body quite unable to move. Take it to your grave. Ayakawa gasped, spitting blood further and flashing a look filled with triumph and pain. I got better things to do. And so saying, Jin whipped out his trump card, pulling the shadow of his dead hollow power over him. His eyes turned blue. It worked. While the bonds still held him and continued to gobble up his energy, a slight bit of strength returned to his arm, the remnant of his past life apparently operating on a different spiritual level, enough to sidestep the Zanpakuto that was feasting upon the majority of his Shinigami power. This granted the revenant spirit the fortitude to push down on his sword, slicing through the chains and digging deeper into Ayakawa's chest. When Yumishika's eyes flared wide with agony and disbelief, Jin knew that the tide of battle had shifted in his favor. Your heart's about to be split. Though a terrible paralysis was still working its way through most of his body, his mouth still worked just fine. But let's hold off on that for a sec. I got a proposal for you, beauty queen. In spite of the state of his body, the cocky fighter threw back a grin. I don't accept proposals from gruesome men. And the 2 of us found, dead together in the morning, still makes for a beautiful homage. At this, the vampiric vines started blooming along their length, and Jin's life force began to escape even faster. To his disgrace, the paralysis didn't prevent him from trembling. Damn it! How do you convince someone to help you when they're not afraid to die? They're gonna kill Rukia. At Jin's shout, both of their imminent deaths paused. What did you say? It's all set. His neck drooped, a lethargy akin to freezing to death making his body feel unnaturally heavy. The ones I'm working with, they're turning her into an assassin. Once she does the job, they're gonna cut her loose to dangle. She'll die then, make no mistake. A pair of green flames burned in the deepening dusk before him. And next I suppose you'll tell me, my letting you live, will prevent that. Nah, Jin chuckled. But your dying here certainly ain't gonna make her any safer, now, will it? They stared at one another. What are you proposing? Ichimaru-san. He smiled, to himself more than anyone else now. We both live through the next few minutes. And you listen to what I got to say. Yumichika didn't look any more impressed with the prospect now than earlier, but he said only, talk. I'll make it simple. We're aiming to bring down heaven. Crush the controllers and change the way the Shinigami work. It'll mean fighting against the captains, and even the ones over them. That means a battle like you've never even imagined. How'd ya like to be a part of that? An unlovely act, betrayal. What's the appeal for me? Apparently this discussion warranted getting a little more serious. You tell me. I'm doing it because I hate living like this, in a world that don't give two licks about whether or not I come back alive from battle, so long as there's a replacement handy. I've been a Shinigami for over half a century, and you know something? I ain't never once felt safe behind these walls. Yomishika's voice was devoid of sympathy. That's your reason, not mine. Come on, Yomishika-san. Things ain't gonna get no better for you, and that's a fact. Sooner or later, the ice you been tap dancing on is gonna break. You can't keep your secrets forever. You might be willing to die for 'em, but trust me, there's plenty other folks who think everybody else can die, 'cept for them, 'cause that's the way God wants it. Aren't you one of them? Yumishika shot back. He paused. Well? What? Answer. Fine. No. Ichimaru did something then that meant a lot to him. He opened his eyes, and stopped smiling. I ain't that way. I got someone I'd die to protect. Across the way, the secretive swordsman was staring at him like he had just started spitting hell butterflies. His tongue seemed to have failed him, so Jin pressed on. Take it from me, mister. Life is harsh, but turns out being dead don't change that. Just means you got longer to experience that same old shit. Folks like to talk about the way things work. Problem is, it don't work. Not for everybody. Not even for the majority. And if any o' those fat cats find something they can hold over you, bet your ass they're gonna use it. Sooner or later, this rotten society ya been livin' in is gonna take away everything you really care about. He pitched his voice lower. And everyone. Fury caused that handsome face to suddenly go dark, but it wasn't directed at anyone present, because the leeching limbs still held off from their feast. So, what's your solution? That sounded promising. The smile came back. Jin peered at that angry visage from between closed eyelids once more. You ready? Are you sure? Yeah. Do it. And with that, Shinso withdrew smoothly from Yomishika's flesh. Still hanging in the web of death, he flipped the dagger one-handed and sent it back into its sheath. Help me out. Help me bring down the royalty. Yasukawa stared. And his eyes narrowed down to slits. Forgive me for saying this, but I think you're as great a threat to the ones I care about as anything, alive or dead. Helpless, Jin waited to see if his gamble had paid off. It had dawned on him while learning Yomishika's history that they shared something in common. This was a guy who didn't give a crap about most people. He'd kill one of his compatriots over something as simple as a comment slighting his appearance. And a total stranger? They might as well already be dead. Loyalty to the established order didn't exist for this Shinigami. He was only in it for himself and what the uniform could offer him in terms of his desires. In spite of this, however, there were a few people that merited some of this egomaniac's consideration. And when it came to them, he was willing to sacrifice his own best interests for theirs. It certainly wasn't unlimited affection for all mankind, but the fact that he only cared about a handful of people made the strength of his devotion all that greater. Yumishika would face down hell for their sakes, even if it meant he was damned as a result. And his next words confirmed that impression. But, if things do start to look bad on your end, I think we've proven that I can still at least kill you. And with that, Ruriiro Kyojaku unfurled from around his body. Jin came upright, feeling woozy, but definitely alive. The tentacles went back into the blade. Before they did, though, Yasukawa reached up and snagged some of the almost bloomed petals. He popped one into his mouth, and a few seconds later, the wound in his chest had closed completely, allowing him to stand erect once more. So, that's what Captain tastes like. Skin glowing, hair gleaming, his potential associate leveled a dissatisfied look at Ichimaru. Well. I'm listening. To be continued. Chapter 29, The Broken Spell, Heaven's Blessing. Ichigo couldn't believe any of this, and Kaname-san seemed to be on the same page. That is preposterous. The brown-skinned samurai looked as aghast as Karen when their father suggested they all take family baths. We're expected to believe that Ichimaru trusted you not to reveal our secrets. Well, to be fair, he didn't really entrust me with that many secrets, Yumishika yawned. He just let me know that he himself wasn't acting in the best intentions of Soul Society, which everybody always suspected about him anyway. Your names never came up. I was as surprised as everybody else when Captains Eisen and Tyson went maverick on us. He craned his head around the aforementioned men. And I certainly didn't expect to encounter you here, Anohana Teiko. Naturally, she replied with a sweet smile, and went back to her leisure activities. And Kukaki Teiko. Yumi Chika beamed and waved vigorously at where Ichigo's old nemesis stood like a promise of death to anyone who approached him or his sister. Hello, my lord. How's our Rukia-chan? I trust you're still taking care of her. Byakuya didn't respond aloud, but the look he shot this latest traitor seemed to confirm that Yumi Chika Yasukawa was reserved a special seat in hell, courtesy of the Kukaki Lord's blade. It's all right, Tyson. Aizen placed a hand on his bodyguard's shoulder. This confirms what Ichimaru confided in me. Aizen-sama, why was I not informed of this? Jin said he didn't want to risk exposure. All he was willing to admit was that this was a person from the 11th who was forced to hide, for fear the truth of their existence would ruin them, and that I would be able to tell by looking at them. He gave the feathered charmer a light perusal. I think this certainly qualifies. So you see, even I knew only the bare minimum, but I took no offense from it. And neither should you. Apparently that settled it, for Kaname sheathed his blade while the Lord of Hollows stepped forward and extended his arm in a welcoming manner. I am pleased to welcome you to our venture, Yasukawa-san. You bring. And those merry chocolate eyes looked straight up at Ichigo, quite the interesting offering. Kurosaka thought about spitting at the maniac, but in his current state found his mouth gone quite dry, whether from fear, spirit depletion, or being forced to swallow an unhealthy dosage of Ryotsu. For the time being, he chose to emulate Byakuya's example and stay quiet. Yumi Chika raised an eyebrow, then reached out and clasped the hand that was offered to him. I strive to impress. And speaking of burdens. He hiked a thumb over his shoulder. Where do you want this one? Dump him wherever you like. The mastermind turned his back. You seem to have him thoroughly incapacitated. We won't be here much longer, anyway. As you wish. The next thing he knew, the Shinigami substitute was deposited none too gently against the far wall, his imprisoning restraints detaching from their master's back and wrapping around his legs and arms. Once apart from Yumi Chika, they seemed to lose their luster, but in his present condition it wasn't even possible to move, much less tear-free and go roaring into the fray. So instead he watched them all. Sosuke Aizen moved away with Tyson close behind, conversing in low voices, perhaps about him. Yumi Chika went strolling over to the blonde dragon lady and started chatting with her, while she took to studying him openly while stroking the heads of her lion members. The one he thought of as Skeletor didn't look interested in anything that had just taken place, while the Kukaki siblings remained still as stone. I'm not feeling so hot right now. Maybe I should just keep a low profile, see what I can scope out on my own. Maybe if I'm lucky. Oh, hell. You know something? If the last year proves anything, it's that me and Luck don't see eye to eye. So maybe I should just jump in and see where the waters take me. Hey, you. They all turned to regard him, Hollow and Shinigami alike. For his part, the depleted mortal continued to stare hard at only one person. Anohana Retsu. What the hell are you doing here? With her hands crossed in her lap, she gave him a flat stare devoid of interest, and then looked upwards at the ceiling once more. I have no wish to repeat myself at this time, Master Kurosaki. The portal will open soon. Feel free to ask what you will of Captain Kukaki once we have departed. It was like being snubbed by a teacher who couldn't see past his looks. And that was exactly the sort of thing that a 15-year-old didn't like to hear. Screw what you want, lady. Who do you think you are? Things got real quiet after that. It wasn't a matter of burgeoning riots, outright violence, or even something as esoteric as killing intent illusions. When she turned to regard him now, everyone in the room got a good look at a face that held nothing in the way of human kindness. Gone for good was the nurturing mother figure they had seen on several occasions. Now it was as if death itself had stolen upon them while they stood unawares. Hey. Come to think of it, something really does feel like death in here. And you know what? I think I know him. And so the Forsaken hero broke off from his glaring match with the enchantress and looked over at one of the doors. Sure enough, standing there was a true Grim Reaper, in the form of Ulquiorra Schiffer. Orium was hoisted up at his back. Both of them were returning his stare, and it was hard to tell which of them looked more shocked. The Quarta Espada's chalk-white face, combined with that wide-eyed expression, made it look as though he had seen a ghost. He stood unmoving, and behind him, his tail slowly sank to the floor, depositing Inu, who collapsed to her knees with tears pouring down her cheeks. Those firmly pressed black lips parted slightly. In the ensuing silence, they all heard him whisper, in a voice like something from beyond the grave. "Impossible! Kurosaki-kun." She sounded like she couldn't believe he was alive. Considering the state Orium had last seen him in, that came as no surprise. To reassure her, he gave a slight smile. "Hey, Orium-chan. Glad to see you're all right." "Oh." Her mouth opened and closed wordlessly. "Oh. I." She looked at Ulquiorra, almost as if expecting him to confirm or deny what she was seeing. But from the way he looked, the archfiend was having some difficulty on that score himself. And then none of that mattered anymore, for of a sudden the girl reached up and wrenched the limp black appendage from her throat, leapt to her feet and raced towards where he hung. "Kurosaki-kun!" she screamed, the cry echoing throughout the chamber. Something flashed across his vision, and Orium stumbled into the arms of Anohana Retsu. "My dearest Inu-chan. Welcome. Let me g." Struggling at first, the gorgeous teen froze. She looked up in amazement at the graciously beaming face of the woman who held her. "Anohana-sama." "Yes." With that she began to lead the dumbfounded damsel away from the target of her affections, back towards her resting spot, speaking softly all the while. "I'm so pleased that you made it here in time, my child. There has been such a rush these past few hours, everything has gone by so fast, it seemed like a dream to me." They passed Byakuya and the unconscious Rukia, whom Orium gaped at in puzzlement. Coming upon Aizen and Tissan though, she stiffened, mouth hanging open in horror. Her guide did not relent, however, and proceeded to pull her down so that they were both reclining on the black velvet cushions. Clasping the bewildered redhead's hands in her own, Retsu brought them up and smiled at her over their conjoined fists. "I know this must have been an absolutely terrible space of months for you, Inu-chan. Faced with the prospect of death every day, not only for you, but for your most cherished friends as well. I know where you are coming from, believe me. Being forced to hang back and wait for them to come home from battle, alive or dead, knowing that the difference might lie entirely in however much you can do to heal them. It is a terrible burden for one so young to labor under. But you have endured splendidly, haven't you, dearest? How strong you are! In many ways, I see myself in you, back when all this began. And now, look." She spread one hand out to indicate their surroundings. "It is almost finished. We are coming upon the climax of this war. By day's end, there will be a resolution of our ancient grievances. After that, you need never fear any violence befalling your loved ones. They will be cared for, along with all those living on earth and each and every soul that exists, whether lost or plus. Everyone will learn the meaning of paradise." One of those matchless healing hands came up to cup the girl's cheek. "From our new king." Orium looked over at Aizen, then down at their clasped fingers. Suddenly her eyes went wide. She looked about to jerk back, but Anohana held on. The Shinigami lady's head fell, and Ichigo heard her give a brief laugh. Her back was turned to him, but he could still see her reach up and tug on the collar of her robe. "Ah, me. You saw it as well." Rukia-chan looked much the same as you upon realizing it. "How very distressing this must be for all of you, but imagine how I feel. Please, do not be alarmed. I assure you, there is nothing to fear from me. I am not so far gone as to pose a threat to those who do not offer me any. And you certainly do not represent a threat to anyone, do you, gentle soul?" He couldn't see what it was they were referring to, but it hardly mattered. Ichigo was sickened by the look Orium gave the woman, seeing as how it still held the deep respect for her that he himself still harbored traces of. How in heaven's name had things gotten this bad so quickly? "Anohana-sama," his schoolmate whispered weakly. "Please, what is going on?" She looked ready to cry, and at this Retsu touched her face, calm immutable compassion seeming to exude from her every word. Do not cry. I am on your side, young one. Understand that from the moment I saw what you were capable of, I marked you for my protection. You mean so much to me, Inu-chan. You are, in fact, my heart sees, the answer to all the doubts and worries I ever had in all my time devising the downfall of this miserable empire we have slaved under. The witch's fingers stroked her skin tenderly, and a shiver went up her frame. It was like the fates themselves had guided you into my life, letting me see that there was a way for me to truly be free of every last lingering remnant of the abuse I had been saddled with. My heart soared when I realized what it meant, and I knew you would require my protection. That is why I placed my mark upon you. Do you remember? The day I came to visit you in your home? That is when I did it. So iPhone insisted on being there, so I wasn't able to operate as well as I pleased. But ultimately, you actually took care of that problem yourself. Because of what she learned from you, so iPhone was so eager to return home that she left before I did. And once we were alone, I cast the spell sign on your body. Anohana gave her cheek a fond caress. Here. This is where I put it. Only Aizen would be able to see my handiwork. And once he did, he would have known that you were important to us, even if he couldn't remember why. That is the real reason you were brought to Hueco Mundo, Inu-chan. For your protection. My brave Sosuke intended for you to be out of harm's way, especially after some of his forces chose to aggressively act on their own and target the powerful souls in Karakura town. Without fully understanding the reason, he concocted a delightful plan that would keep either Soul Society or even his own hollow forces from suspecting that there might be a greater reason behind your kidnapping. The Hogyaka was never in danger of deteriorating, as you now know. Rather, the gem that needed our attention was you. Our goal in this affair has always been to protect life. We have what we wanted, the key and the 2 gems. There has never been any threat to you. Do you see? Still caught in the captain's grip, Orium blinked at her uncertainly. But, what about Karakura town? Aizen suddenly laughed. Clever girl. He crossed over to them, and they all could see the way she cringed. But there was no escape for her, as the rebel leader knelt down and placed one strong hand over theirs. You might have already guessed this by now, Orium, but that whole business about destroying Karakura to create a copy of the key? It was just another deception, like the one regarding you. Back before Rukia-chan's Shem execution, you might have heard that I spent some time in the Great Spirit Library of the Central 46. That was where I knew could be found the information I needed to retrieve the Hogyaka from Rukia-chan without killing her. The disbelieving look he gained for that comment only made Sosuke smile. It's true, my dear. The Ajausama was actually one of my accomplices, though she didn't remember it until just under an hour ago. The reason I let her sentence proceed in that respect was because I saw it as an opportunity to achieve something else I wanted, the destruction of the Sokyoku executioner's halberd. That weapon was unbelievably powerful, and if it was turned against my forces during the upcoming war, it would have no doubt done a great deal of damage before it could be stopped. Only Captain Yukatake possessed a means by which it could be eradicated effectively, and I knew that if one of his subordinates were unjustly accused of a crime, his sense of obligation to those under his command would compel him to act in their defense. Even going so far as to challenge Yamamoto's authority by obliterating the Sokyoku. Rukia-chan's involvement proved to be another example of divine providence acting on my behalf. But I digress, Aizen continued easily. We were speaking about the Spirit Library. During my convalescence there, I did more than just research. I successfully altered certain historical documents, with the aim of misleading anyone who encountered them about the nature and makeup not only of the Hogyaku, but also the King's Key. Specifically, I insinuated research suggesting that Kisuke's creation could be used to fashion a facsimile of the key, if provided with raw materials that equated to a certain amount of human souls in a given area. This fulfilled 2 objectives. 1. It caused Soul Society to employ a large proportion of their time and energy to trying and safeguard those defenseless people from my wicked ambitions. And secondly, it caused them to believe that I had no interest in the original key, which was also quite far from the truth. What? Inu gasped. You mean, you never wanted to destroy Karakura? Of course not, he declared somewhat scornfully. The Hogyaku can't create a key no matter how many towns I obliterate. It was designed only to bridge the gap between Shinigami and Hollow, and nothing more. The idea that it was some kind of multi-purpose tool, a magic lamp that could grant any wish a nefarious soul like me needed, was just born from Soul Society's ignorance regarding its nature. And truth be told, there's nothing particularly special about your hometown. It isn't even the spirit nexus the way you were no doubt told. I just altered the data while I was in the archives so that afterwards, Soul Society would come to that false conclusion. Didn't it seem a little too coincidental that the place I needed to conquer just happened to be your hometown? I chose that area because it was the spot where Rukia-chan disappeared and Urahara was finally located. It had a large population, which would have made it highly difficult for them to safeguard. And those are really the only reasons. It was just a whim on my part, really. I have something of a dramatic streak, I must admit. Sosuke, you're confusing the poor child, Anohana said, giving him a pat on the arm. Give me some time with her, there is something she and I must discuss. Of course. And he bestowed Orium with another smile, before rising, and backing away. She wasn't the only one who was feeling overwhelmed. Ichigo was honestly starting to believe that nothing he had been told since becoming a Shinigami was true. How deep did the lies extend, anyway? Why couldn't he contact his inner hollow? For that matter, when the hell were the good guys going to show up? Whatever happened to Yamamoto, and Kiraku? Hell, he wouldn't even complain if Mayuri Kuratsuka were to come prancing in sometime in the next 5 minutes. Did something happen that he wasn't aware of? How many of the other captains were in on this, anyway? Considering how relaxed all these maniacs seemed, maybe all of them, but that just made no sense. He had never wished more to hear Zanjitsu's quiet, steely rumble providing him with an explanation. But apparently that wasn't going to happen. Instead, all he heard was the voice of a treacherous witch. Inu-chan, Retsu proceeded affectionately. My Banebreaker. There is something only you can do for me. Orium looked like she might follow Rukia's example and pass out, but she still managed to remain upright. What? I want you to heal me. Heal, you. Her eyes drifted down to Anohana's chest for some reason, and the healer quickly spoke up in response to her apparent assumption. No, not this. For that, I will want the Hogyaku. We had actually planned to retrieve the king's key ourselves and open the gate at our leisure. That would have given me all the time I needed to deal with my affliction. But necessity requires that I hold off on that blessing. The power of the Hogyaku is not fully known to me. Apparently the length of time involved in the procedure varies, so that the subject might come out of it in a few seconds or more than a day. I can't afford to be out of commission for any extended period. Not with the enemy we are about to face. I must be at my peak. She gave a heartfelt sigh. And that is where you come in. The captain of the healing division rose up then, and her captive followed. She turned about so that Ichigo could finally see her clearly. There was a look of peace on that fair face that left him feeling frightened for Orium's sake. Just what new horrors were about to be committed right before his eyes. I must be at my peak, Anohana repeated, closing her eyes and speaking in a very soft, controlled manner. I know the limits my soul can achieve, and I must have everything available to me for what comes next. There must be no blind spots. No weakness that the enemy can exploit. And so you must heal me, Orium Inu. As she spoke, one of her hands came up. I don't understand. The girl sounded so terrified, and Ichigo wished desperately he could race to her defense and stop whatever was about to happen. But all he could do was watch. They all did. The Vastolord, the Shinigami both virtuous and profane, and the representatives of humanity. They watched, and Orium began to scream, as Anohana reached up and removed her own left eye. It was truly sickening somehow, watching that dark blue orb emerge from its socket. The eyelid looked shriveled and false for a moment, before sliding up to reveal the empty hollow in that beautiful face. It wasn't the blackness of a hollow's, you could see the bone inside, a clean space. Even having guessed something along these lines earlier, it still came as a shock to Ichigo. Several others looked equally disturbed. Yumi Chika appeared ill, like he couldn't bear to see such a lovely woman sporting so obvious a blemish. Byakuya had gone stiff, and a strangely pained expression was working its way over his face, almost as if he was commiserating with her. Aizen, on the other hand, was angry for a change. It was the first time Kurosaki had ever seen an emotion in those handsome features that didn't correspond to arrogant villainy or depraved indifference to life. The impression reached him that whoever was responsible for this, Aizen was hoping to find them and pluck out both their eyes in recompense. Kaname was blind, so he didn't react at all. The Espada were much the same, probably because they didn't care. Ulquiorra, in fact, hadn't taken his attention off Ichigo for a second since he came in, a fact that was starting to make his enemy feel rather uncomfortable in its own right. The false eye fell to the floor then, rolling round and around. And the one-eyed woman spoke. "Give it back. Return what he took from me. My earthly angel, sent to grant justice for the crime that was done ages past. Give me the restoration that only you can." Caught in her grip, Inu was crying hysterically now. "No," she sobbed. "This is... I'm not going to heal you, you lied to me. You lied to everyone. I don't know you, you're not what I thought, oh mother, I can't." "Now," Anohana commanded, looming over her as the girl shrank in upon herself. They were of the same height, but right then the false captain resembled a giant in the way she towered above that stricken orphan. "You will heal me now." "No. Now. Don't do it," Ichigo begged silently. "Please, Orium, don't give her what she wants. I can't pretend to know what you're feeling, but by all that's holy, don't make that monster any stronger than she already is. Fight her, fight back. She can't force you to do it, she can't, nobody can, you're... Now." It sounded almost like a hollow's roar. And with a wail, the pins on that gentle girl's temples glowed, sending her magic familiars streaking up to hover around Retsu's scalp. Surrounded in a sudden nimbus of unnatural light, that hideous face stared down at her, mouth in a tight line, muscles quivering, single eye blazing madly. And then from out of nowhere, its mate began to take shape beside it. They all watched as the depression in Anohana's skull was filled in, growing in response to the rejection of its previous state. Iris, cornea, vitreous humor, all. It just emerged exactly where it belonged. In a few seconds, the glow faded, the fairies returning to their fount. Anohana blinked. She stood upright, eyelids flickering rapidly. Two eyes of the exact same color peered out at them all. "Oh," she murmured, letting go of Orium so that the spent maiden fell to the floor, senseless. "So much, yes." The restored soul spun about, taking in everything around her. She swayed suddenly, as though her balance was off, and immediately Aizen streaked in to catch her. One of his hands grasped her wrist, while the other arm encircled her waist. Pressed against his chest, Retsu stared up at him for several breathless seconds. Then the tears began to fall. "I can see everything," she whispered. "My beautiful Sosuke, do you see what I see?" "I do," he responded tenderly. "I see myself in your eyes, my lady." At this point, she buried her face in his robe, shoulders shaking from laughter or tears. The leader of the revolution stroked her vibrant black hair while they whispered to one another in voices so low that they didn't carry to Ichigo's ears. He was mesmerized by this unexpected display of tenderness between the two of them. Something rolled up against his knee then. Upon lowering his head, he saw a blue eye staring up at him. "You gonna eat that?" Looking up, he saw the human-seeming Espada gazing tranquilly back at him. Ichigo hadn't even noticed the guy moving from his position sprawled on the ground. It was like he had just popped up out of the blue. The experience of being directly addressed in the midst of all this lunacy left him feeling ready to check out of his own sanity. "No? Okay, I will." With that, the guy gripped the marble, popped it into his mouth and swallowed. "Ugh," he grimaced, scratching his unshaven chin. "Nasty." Then he flopped down beside Ichigo and leaned his head against the stone. "I'm bored." The Vastolord looked over at him suddenly. "Aizen told me your name, but I think one of my fleas ate it. How are you called again?" "Nutcase?" "Ichigo Kurosaki." "Uh-huh." The nameless hollow then started clicking his teeth in a broken kind of rhythm, staring vacantly at the bound Shinigami. You don't smell like a god. More like Aizen and, that other one, who never smiles, not the one who never stops. Although he has a little hint of it too. Hollow blend. He stopped, blinking in confusion. So if you're the same as them, does that make you on our side? Moron? No. Ah, shit. I thought I had this reasoning thing figured out. How do people live like this? It's crazy. They should want me to eat them, you know. Monster. Who are you? Fenris, wait, that's not it, Coyote. Or Coyote Stark. I mean, I'm Primera, but also. All of a sudden his features lit up and he laughed, this weird, wild giggle that made Ichigo's flesh crawl. I got all these names. One for every form I take now, maybe. Hey, hey. Stark dropped down and thrust his face close to Kurosaka's. You want me to be Cerberus? Could you go away now? In an instant the manic glee turned into a hangdog expression, and Coyote dropped his head and started sniffling in the manner of a dog. It was kind of embarrassing, watching a grown man or hollow or whatever be reduced to tears, like he was a teenager going through mood swings. And then it stopped, to be replaced by a crafty expression that brought fear to the young man's heart. Hey. You got any kids? The unexpected question caused mere fright to metamorphose into utter perplexity. What? It just hit me, you smell a whole lot like that little girl I met out in the woods. And you even look like her, come to think of it. You must be related. She your daughter, maybe? Like off a woman you humped and forgot about? If I had tasted her, I could tell you. I've eaten a lot of men's children right in front of them, and you can always feel the connection, it's like. You bastard. Struggling futilely, the maddened elder brother sought in vain to launch himself at the beast he knew had somehow been in contact with his younger sister. I'm gonna kill you. I don't care what it takes, if you come anywhere near my family, you're dead. You stay away from them, or you die. Stark seemed a bit surprised by that outburst. You? Be the one who kills me. He scratched at the jawbone beneath his chin contemplatively, curly brown locks fanning from side to side. I don't get it. What's the joke? Primera? Perhaps it would be best if you looked elsewhere for your amusements. Aizen and Anohana had come to stand over them, still holding on to one another like young lovers. Of the duo, the man wore a smug smile that seemed to invite the world to take him on, while the woman was affecting that kind-hearted expression which Ichigo now understood to be as much a mask as any belonging to the fallen spirits he had purified. Ah, you can have him, the shaggy-haired hollow sniffed, coming upright. This guy doesn't even know how to tell a joke. It's disgusting. And he stuffed his hand into his pockets and ambled off in search of something only he knew. This left the three souls, one living, two not, to contemplate one another. Ignoring the master illusionist, Ichigo focused in on his consort. I don't get something, he said in a soft, angry voice. You healed me. You even saved Momo and Hitsugaya back when Aizen almost killed them. If you were planning to wipe out everybody, why didn't you just let them both die? She watched him with those calm, knowing eyes that held precisely the same power to unnerve him back when it was only one. I've done many things to divert suspicion from myself. Not all of them I can be proud of, I'll freely admit. But it was expected of me, and I chose to follow those expectations while keeping true to my convictions. I saved Momo because she is one of us. But as for the boy captain, I did it for several reasons, the most important of which being that I have had enough of watching children die. Besides, it would have looked odd if I did not. That might have ruined the effect of my being the one to unmask Sosuke's cabal, which made me appear blameless. Does it make more sense to you now? Like a bad soap opera, Ichigo shot back. You should see yourselves right now, you look like a couple of cheesy newlywed villains going on a honeymoon. You might as well resign yourself to seeing our faces a lot more, young man, Sosuke smiled good-naturedly without seeming to take affront. Any allies you might hope will come to your rescue have been nullified. The only remaining worthwhile captains are here in this room, and all but one owes allegiance to me. As for Kisuke and his little pack, they're barred from entering this plane, courtesy of Yamamoto. Except for your Yuaki, and there's only so much she can do. Your comrades in the Godi-13 are even now engaging with Sosuke's forces. Anohana picked up the bait. The lieutenants under our command will strive to impress upon them the irresponsibility in continuing this conflict, and our Arrancar have been given orders to minimize casualties and accept all surrenders. Considering the craven nature of most Shinigami nowadays, I don't foresee the hostilities lasting too long. By the time we return from the real war, they'll hopefully come to realize that there is no need to continue fighting. It was like they were trying to reason with him about why he shouldn't oppose them. And to anyone else, it probably did look like a lost cause. Unable to call on either Death God or Vasored powers, caught by the enemy, with no real prospect of rescue or recovery, Ichigo had to admit that things had never looked quite so bleak. One thing jumped out at him, though. This situation he was in. It had a familiar ring to it. His eye then traveled past the sinister pair before him, off towards where a lone hero stood over his sister's body. Rukia. She had been in exactly the same position when they brought her back here to be put to death. With all that stacked against her, she actually resigned herself to dying as inevitable. Showed how much you know, you little big mouth. It was this thought that allowed him to disregard every deterrent to his spirit and raise his chin to the traitors challengingly. When the day's done, I'm just a substitute. The real thing is out there right now, though, and in this room. Death gods. What you're not anymore. It's funny how both of you were Shinigami long before me, but neither of you has any respect for that title. Otherwise you wouldn't stand there with a straight face and tell me any of those guys are going to just throw down their swords and give up. Maybe their souls aren't as strong as a captain's, but not even a year ago I saw a girl half my size jump down and split a 3-story monster in half to save 2 people she didn't even know. So don't be surprised if you do manage to come back from your trip and find your army doesn't exist anymore. There was something in either his words or his demeanor that caught their attention, for Aizen's smirk dipped a fraction, becoming rather contemplative. As for Anohana, she raised an eyebrow and studied him closely, perhaps in recognition of a familiar expression. Then the power-hungry Sophisticate lifted his hands in a welcoming gesture. Should you seek to rise against your god, he shall be more than willing to smite you. And if you challenge the rule of your king, we shall prove our right to that authority. For my lady's sake, I choose not to kill you at this time. There are those far more deserving of my blade on this day. He then turned his back and walked off, regal and assured, already affecting the air of a person over whom there was no higher authority. The confidence of a god was in his every step. That left the two of them alone for a while. The world is changing, Anohana said. And one day, you will be glad for it, I promise you. We will continue our discussion at a later time, Kurosaka-san. Please do not throw away your future before we have the chance to do so. Looking at the heavenly spirit's face, the very one he had been enchanted by only a few hours past, the same question he first asked arose. All that you've done, to everybody, who do you think you are, lady? This time, she answered him. I am a god, one who has existed for thousands of years, and I want paradise. Bending down low, Anohana planted a brief kiss on Ichigo's cheek. And against his own will, he felt his face turning a bright beet red. She drew up and turned away from the boy blushing at her feet. As should you. Then Captain Anohana Retsu walked back to rejoin her forces. Coming upon Aizen, he offered her his hand. When she took it, her champion pressed his lips lightly upon her fingers. You are sweet to be so tender with his ego, Retsu. The child has a very high opinion of himself, doesn't he? The white-clad physician looked back in Ichigo's direction, eyes holding nothing but sadness. He's a good boy. And she turned away. He was just born too late. How may I be of assistance to you, good sir? I have come for your sword, woman. Sitting in the reception chamber of her small mansion, Lady Anohana Retsu regarded her brash new visitor with polite tolerance. By her estimate, he probably wasn't any more than a century old. A rough and rowdy young spirit, attempting to project an air of firm authority. Small, deep-set eyes watched her every movement closely, in a way that did not resemble the lustful or flippant youths she was accustomed to dealing with. The man's brow bore a deep scar that entered his hairline and cut a bare patch through it. Heavy chestnut hair was tied in a ponytail at the back of his head, and a faint beard covered his lean jaws. While sporting a sleekly muscled body, evident in brief glimpses, his face was somewhat gaunt, as if he were unaccustomed to eating well. She had not failed to notice the way his eyes devoured the rich cuisine her servants had set before them, though he refused to touch a scrap, requiring that she hold off on her meal as well. Aside from the sword at his hip, the only other noticeable characteristic for this roustabout was a yellow tunic of simple design that still could not hide its good quality. Even had he not announced it so boldly on first approaching her domicile, she would have known that this person came as a representative of the so-called king, the ungracious monarch who could barely protect himself, let alone the souls supposedly under his dominion. I have yet to hear the name of the person who makes such demands. My name is not important, he announced in a clipped, military tone. Oh, but a good name can serve to cement your presence in people's minds. She slipped a hand through her silken tresses casually while offering him a serene smile. I myself have been given so many. Ishtar, Isis, Amaterasu, Earth Mother. I could comprise an entire pantheon with the identities mortals have cast me in. Your self-adulation in the realm of the living is partly why I am here. The fact that I speak in the name of your king should suffice in regards to my identity. Silver-haired Yuma, Retsu's servant, and one of her oldest supporters, gave a distasteful curl of his lip as he set delicately glazed teacups before both of them, but otherwise let show none of his feelings. For her part, the mistress of that house considered what this visitor might portend. I believe I made my opinion regarding such an idea quite clear when I left that company. Retsu took a sip, while he still declined to touch his own cup. His Majesty refused to consider my petition to offer comfort directly to the citizenry, declaring that my duty lay primarily in protecting his and the other titled families. So I chose to exercise my natural-born free will in that respect. It is my decision who requires my defense. The noble guardsmen he sent to emphasize his point were similarly bellicose and dogmatic as yourself. I left all of them alive, but none standing. She hoped the message was not lost upon this callow youth. But he gave no indication of being in any way intimidated. This was somewhat of a surprise. It had been a very long time since anyone had seriously thought to challenge Anohana. She was, without being boastful, the single strongest soul ever known. Her magic could perform wondrous miracles, and the strength of her arm far surpassed any other, whether man, woman or hollow. Her guardian spirit Minajiki commanded power over life and death. To underestimate her was to court your own demise. And yet here this boy sat, bold as brass, behaving as though she should be the one trembling in his presence. While not a vain person, Retsu did not like to be treated discourteously, and certainly not in her own home. Therefore the continued rude behavior from this nameless messenger was beginning to cause her distress. She reclined back in her silken robes and gave him a piercing stare. I take it then that you intend for me to return to my position within the king's court. That is not my intent, he retorted. His Majesty has bestowed upon me the rank of general. It is my intent to fashion a force that will put an end to the beasts that prey upon the living. To do that, I must have the greatest spirits in the afterlife at my command. Among the mage community you are reckoned to be far above the rest. Your presence in my ranks will serve as an example to all the others. And you have already given your allegiance to the king. I speak in his name, and so I order you to join me now. All this posturing was growing tedious. His speech was indecorous and without any sophistication. It was almost painful to hear him go on. And pray tell, should I refuse, how will you strive to convince me otherwise? His face did not alter one bit when he spoke next. If you refuse, then that makes you a rebel, along with everyone who chooses to follow your example. And I will have no choice but to burn you like the witch you are. That does it. Any more of this and I might not be able to restrain my temper. Your speech ill behooves one seeking my aid. You are no longer welcome in my home, messenger, Anohana spoke flatly. It is high time you made your farewells. She signed to Yuma, who came forth to stand behind the reckless envoy. He opened his mouth to speak. A katana was out of its sheath faster than the old servant could draw breath, and he fell cut in half, bursting into flames as he did. There was not even enough time for him to scream before he was completely incinerated. The graceful mistress came to her feet while pulling her own Notaki from its resting place beneath the couch. Even as she unsheathed the weapon, Retsu attempted to cover her shock, fury, and surprise. His speed, she was only a few paces from him, and there hadn't been a chance to begin a spell, much less stop him. He was so mercilessly fast. It suddenly became apparent why the king had chosen this person to bring her back into the fold. All the same, in spite of her misgivings about this course of action and recrimination for the murder, she still sought to give him a way out. "Are you certain you will not reconsider this behavior, child?" He stood and raised his burning blade. "The next words you speak will be to surrender. Otherwise I shall treat you in a manner that will make you regret your arrogance." "So be it." She grasped Minajiki with both hands, bringing it up to her shoulder and pointing it at his heart, just as the man raced towards her, a hellish inferno roaring at his back. "Show!" The unseen spell shot down the length of her Zanpakuto to meet his charge, faster than he had apparently expected. The force of the blast cannoned into his chest and sent him flying backwards, plowing through the rear wall. Anohana followed, shaken in spite of her successful defense. Mercy, but that had been close. She had practically felt the flames licking against her skin. Best not to take any chances. In Kosen, the magic user murmured, and a round shield of concentrated Kido sprang up around her left wrist. Now somewhat more secure, she proceeded in pursuit of her attacker. "I should finish this quickly before anyone else can get her. Reduce all creation to ash, Ryujinjaka." Hours later, what had once been a graceful palace was now a burnt-out hulk. Its inhabitants, whatever their nature or temperament, were reduced to charcoal. Only the mistress of that domain remained, on her knees gasping out a spell. Anshokubunda no Mori. A ring of giant blue-black stick figures shot up around the target, waving multiple appendages. The forest of angry branches then turned all their wrath upon him, pounding at the man's body with the frenzied strength and ferocity of nature itself. He staggered from one side to the next, repeatedly brutalized by those iron-hard limbs. Then he plunged his sword into the earth and roared. Fire erupted from the turf, creating a cone of flames in which her familiars perished with ghostly wails. Before the inferno could even begin to die down, he came bounding through its side, clad only in his loincloth and ready to attack once more. The back, which blocks off sight / the front, which reflects all light / stand before me and paralyze all who look upon you / you second imperial treasure, whose name is Kyaman, mirror door. Around her a transparent dome appeared, and her enemy's first attack caromed off its impenetrable surface in a wash of fiery scraps. The winded sorceress drew herself up trembling before that assault. Capable of repelling virtually any physical assault, this measure would hopefully grant her the time she needed to fashion a truly wicked attack or at least recover from her more serious injuries. Seriously injured. It was a phrase that Anohana had thought of countless times in reference to the misfortunes of others, and always before her power had proven sufficient to counter even the most seemingly fatal of cases. There was a reason she was worshipped in the land of the living. But never, in all the battles she had fought, had that term ever been applied to herself. Now it was. That and worse, as a matter of fact. There was hardly enough opportunity to attend to the minor cuts and burns she had received, much less the major ones. Several of the fingers of her left hand had been crushed after he got close enough to grab her, and her spectral frame was supported by only one good leg. The other had snapped painfully along with her hip from a brutal roundhouse kick. Retsu's left arm was wrenched from her socket when he held on during that attack, and she had saved herself from possibly losing that limb only by hurling a corrosive cloud full into his face, leaving the brute coughing and retching for a time. That was almost 20 minutes past. Things had not improved for her since then. A ways off, Minajiki lay amidst a circle of flames, shrieking inside her creator's soul as her metal was scorched and seared. Their adversary certainly hadn't escaped his fair share of injuries. But his endurance was proving to be phenomenal. Spells might knock him down or even lay open his flesh, but right away he would stand back up and come charging at her like nothing had happened. It was nothing less than inhuman how he soldiered on in spite of receiving damage that would have surely killed anyone else. She had practically cut his head open, opening a wound crosswise along that scar he had previously sported. But this proved to be as ineffectual at killing him as had that old attack. Fire held no harm for him, he seemed to bathe in any of those assaults she sent his way. Physical attacks like forest of angry branches did their fair share, but if he had sustained any wounds as grievous as her own, he certainly didn't show it. The grace that had been lacking in his dialogue was far more evident in his combat abilities. Sword and flame were wielded as effortlessly as she might have sung a spell. Clearly this nameless samurai was no stranger to the battlefield, as he possessed a soldier's instincts in terms of using the terrain and keeping his opponent unbalanced. It was a magnificent display of techniques. Of course, none of this was new to her. Retsu had encountered skilled swordsmen in the past, some of whom actually possessed greater talent even than herself. But always before, her mighty spirit and repertoire of magic had proven to be an insurmountable obstacle for any and all combatants. They simply couldn't touch her when it came to spell casting, which was where her heart truly lay. Like attempting to reach the crest of a tsunami by swimming up it, or flinging yourself at the side of a mountain in an effort to reach its core. It couldn't be done. Now the sorceress finally knew how all those who fell to her power must have felt. That was where this warrior's strength lay. Power. Raw, burning, indisputable power. A mere flick of the wrist held the strength of a fiery storm blazing across the face of the world. Behind his sword's movement was a physical force that seemed more fitting to an entire army of fighters rather than just one man. In an untrained opponent, that sort of natural ability would have proven difficult to overcome. Combined with the speed and sheer grace of this professional killer's style, it proved to be as effective as any spell she could muster. His lingering Ryotsu was as enduring as vicious poison in her body, hampering her ability to heal any wounds that were inflicted. Even going Bankai had not been enough to bring him low, although it had somewhat weakened him before he managed to separate her from her weapon. The fact that he had not died as a result of even a brush with her ultimate technique had proven to be the first true sign that Retsu might not be guaranteed a victory in this fight as she had always been. His talent was evident, but in the end, it boiled down to nothing more than smashing everything that got in his way. How could I be losing to this brute? No answer came, as she began to desperately recite the cantrips. House but never a home/wailing sound, the mother's grief. For a mile all around them, something began to take shape in that forest. So vast was its scope that her assailant didn't seem to notice its appearance at all. It was a multi-tiered pagoda, glowing in luminous neon green with its tip reaching up high towards the heavens. A star seemed to burn at its highest peak, making it look more like a lighthouse than anything else. But the only safe harbor this construct could lead any souls to was death. Soaring up into heaven, stone upon wood form a bridge across the river to Hell/. Building up piece by piece, the funeral tower took shape. While the structure grew more solid with every second, the ball of energy at its peak shrank in upon itself. A bell began to toll, heralding no joy in life, only its end. It was a curse, perhaps the mightiest she had ever crafted, and meant to be used only in the unlikely possibility that to do otherwise could only lead to her own death. While proud of her abilities, the supreme spellcaster had never simply assumed that she would be able to beat everyone using the same strategies. Born of life, born of hope/no yet not of any reason to fear. While Anohana watched him beat relentlessly against her barrier, a sort of sluggish torpor seemed to steal over his actions. It was not really tiredness, more like time itself was slowing under the pall of her enchantment. Safe within her shell, she permitted herself a weary smile. The spell was working. As you blow out the billionth candle/stand forever as a monument to the end of dreams. The pagoda was almost completely solid, and the beer was down to a mere cinder. A smell of incense and rotting meat went boiling out across this dimension, causing any souls still in the vicinity to cringe and hang their heads, feeling as they never had in life the cold promise of death for all of them. Grand Palace of the Death God. Die. And then, it was complete. The puny star of hope atop it flickered on the cusp of being snuffed out forever. In the stillness of certain oblivion, there came a word. Bankai. For a moment there was nothing. Then the tower glowed red. It flashed and smoked, light pouring out of its windows and seeping through its cracks, enough to illuminate everything for hundreds of kilometers in any direction. Had anyone been listening, they would have heard a sound like some titan taking a deep breath. In the next instant the murderous manse exploded, sending fire raging out all around. Where it had stood, a tremendous burning blue creature resembling a cross between a salamander and a phoenix lifted its fanged beak skyward and shrieked out its call. Then it disappeared, and the land knew peace. Down at the site of that blast, the warrior had one fist furled in the fallen Anohana's robe, and was calmly beating her with the other. Each blow proved smooth and slow, and he was careful not to put all of his strength behind them lest it prove too much for the necromancer. Always he hit her in the precise same spot, right in her left cheek just below the eye. The bone of her skull was pulverized, the flesh over it so purple it looked black. Tears of blood streamed from that eye, which was swiftly resembling nothing more than a crushed grape. Her head rocked back and forth as he continued to punish her, that dangerous mouth unable to utter even a single whimper of protest, much less any more spells. You will learn. He hit her. Your place. Again. Which? And again. You serve. Once more. You live. And again. Only at my. Again. Sufferance. He raised his fist back again, then paused. The audacious tramp was hanging limp in his grip, blood bubbling between her lips with every breath. Her vanquisher took the time to consider. It had not been his intent to kill her unless absolutely necessary. In spite of his previous insults, he found himself impressed by her power. No one had ever forced him to use his Bankai to win a battle before. Certainly a figure like this would be of great benefit in his war against the demons. Even if she was just a woman. So resolved, he let her broken body slide to the ground. You wished to know my name. She twitched, shuddering, and curling in on herself, hiding her ruined face. It would have been unsightly for me to tender it when my opponent was only a woman. But now that the fight is over, you should learn it, for you shall need to know who I am if you are to serve. And even if you die, it will not be with the regret of dying unaware of who defeated you. So. I am Yamamoto Genri Usaisha Kuni. Bending down, Yamamoto retrieved Ryujin Jaka from where it had fallen. He hefted the katana onto his bleeding shoulder before turning away. I understand you are a skilled healer. It is my wish that you tend to yourself now. I will await you at the mountain called Sentakyu in the morning. Do not make me come looking for you. The battle was ended. And so, he left her there. Nearly 1,900 years later. As of now, the incident of disappearances in the Rokanga is no longer minor. Yamamoto harumphed. Our very dignity as the Godi I-13 is riding on our successful resolution of this matter. With that in mind, I shall send 5 captains to scour the site of the event for clues. Uncomfortably, Jushiro watched as the young Captain Urahara Kisuk burst in and made a spectacle of himself, requiring both the Commander-General and his former captain to upbraid the lad. The investigators were chosen, while he himself was assigned to guard duty along with Shunsui. Considering this mystery already seemed to have instilled dread in every heart aware of it, Yukatake shuddered to think of how much more fearsome the truth might prove to be once revealed. Pardon me, sir. His breath caught in his throat. No. Merciful heavens, what are you doing? Anohana Retsu spoke up once more. Rather than remaining at the relief station to tend any injuries that arise, would it not be more effective for me to travel to the site of the potential conflict myself? The 13th Division captain flicked a glance over at their superior, already dreading what he would find. Sure enough, one of the Commander-General's eyes had opened a crack, and a terrible fire burned in it. Then it closed, and the old man calmly refused her suggestion, opting instead to send the head of the Kido Corps, Tessai Tsukabishi. There was a little more shuffling of characters involved, but in the end, the meeting was completed with Yamamoto thumping his staff against the floor, dismissing them all. Jushiro trooped out quickly, trying not to appear as if he were in a hurry. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I imagined it. It's a very stressful time for us, and considering how nasty this business might prove to be, I sincerely doubt he would risk. As the captain filed out, he heard the sound of a cane striking the floor once more. And then, again. A shiver went up his spine. The signal was clear. He couldn't pretend to ignore it. With that, he turned back around. Shunsui sent him a questioning look, but the white-haired captain only waved off his concern like all the times before. Nothing to worry about, just need to have a little chat with the old man about things. That was the vague excuse he always gave, and his old friend had never chosen to call him out on it. In some ways, though, he resented the fact that Kiraku trusted him so explicitly. If he would only just muster the interest to ask, just once. What? You really think he could put a stop to it? Why not? It would only lead to more pain. Just let it go. I hate it when you find excuses for everything. I do what I have to, for you to survive. Have you wondered why I never thank you? Just go. They're waiting for you. His steps took him on the well-remembered path, deep into the heart of the 1st Division barracks. There was no sense dragging his feet or wishing to be elsewhere. This was only one of the obscene duties that his mentor and commander insisted he do, without telling anyone about it. I don't have a choice. Eventually he came at last to the specific closed door. Anohana was already waiting beside it. She did not look at him, but he couldn't have met her gaze anyway. They both knew what awaited them. And so, the legendary figures opened the portal, and stepped inside. Yamamoto was standing with his back to the door. A single brazier burned in that chamber, casting dim orange light for a space before succumbing to the shadows that lurked in every corner and over their heads. Perhaps it was Yukate's imagination, but this infernal chamber seemed darker every time he stepped into it. Like the sins committed here soaked into the walls over time, building up to gradually leach away any light that might fall upon it. While he was absorbed in this reverie, Anohana crossed over to stand behind their leader. The wizened fighter turned at her approach. She looked at him, calm and regal, hands clasped at her front in a gesture of submissiveness. The gnarled stick of wood swung out and cracked against her skull. She fell, as she always did, and the only observer to this display of brutal pique gritted his teeth to keep from crying out. He watched as the old man rained blows upon her huddled body, striking her back and shoulders with his stave, thrashing her as one might a disobedient maidservant. That savage warrior, as hard and twisted as the stick he chose to hide his soul cutter in, displayed not an ounce of either eagerness or regret in his actions. No doubt he felt justified in doing this, like it was a necessary duty he must perform in order to assure the stability of his command. It was over in less than a minute. Coming upright, that once mighty warrior, still stronger than any of them even when bent by age, looked down upon his handiwork and grumbled, "It has been too long since I have been forced to chastise you like this. Clearly you had forgotten it. I trust that now your memory will be refreshed. You do not dispute my judgment. Remember your place, woman. Your life belongs to the Godai 13, and I will not permit you to shame it or me." Yamamoto peered up at the pallid Shinigami standing off to one side. As always, he gave the command. "Heal her. Make certain that she bears no sign of weakness afterwards." And with that, he tottered out of the room, tapping his stick along like a blind man. After he was gone, Jushiro played his part. He stood stock still, and did nothing. Anohana lay still, but he did not deceive himself into thinking she was unconscious. He had made that mistake the first time, when he had rushed to her side as soon as Yamamoto had left after explaining this abominable treatment to his own satisfaction. Before he could touch her, though, a spell had lashed out, slamming him against the wall with such force that it left him dazed. From that position, he had watched as the battered woman proceeded to heal herself. She never let him touch her, not even to offer support when she finally staggered upright. It was simply amazing how strong she was, to take this abuse every time, just stand there and let herself be mistreated like that, then undo the damage herself like it was no great effort. They never spoke to one another, not during, nor even afterwards. Not once in nigh on 2,000 years had either of them discussed what they knew. Yukatake knew why he didn't make the attempt. He was afraid. Afraid of learning what it was she thought of him, and Yamamoto, and all of them for permitting something like this to take place, even if they were unaware of it. So many secrets were kept in his heart. He had committed horrible acts, all in the name of preserving order. For the greater good. One of Yamamoto's favorite expressions, which he used to excuse the most vicious deeds. Yes, horrible acts. But nothing quite compared to this. Some nights when his illness was in full bloom, leaving him compulsively coughing up bright blood on the floor while his devoted subordinates hovered close by to tend to his condition, the gentle and venerable captain wished that he would just die. He didn't deserve their love and support. Not after what he permitted to occur throughout the ages. Why did she never back down? What was it that compelled her, every now and then, to say or do something she knew would bring that heavy hand down upon her? Why did she never speak out against it? More importantly, why don't I? Because I owe him? Is any debt worth this slow torture done to my soul? How long will I be forced to endure this misery? Until the day I die? Or she does. She was alone. She could permit no one to touch her, especially not Jushiro. If he did, if anyone touched her truly, they might feel it there, eating away at her heart. She remembered the first time she had come back from one of her nemesis lessons, and felt a peculiar deadness unlike the usual white-hot rage that burned within her. When she had disrobed to go to bed that night, she noticed a small mark on her breast. At first she had gone to observe it in the mirror, froing, thinking that she had failed to heal some injury at his hands. These wounds were not as enduring as the ones from that first titanic clash between them. It was not like the eye she had lost on that day, crushed and seared by his violent Ryotsu to the point where it was incapable of being restored, even by her. This might have been more the result of a weakness in her mind rather than her spirit, a trauma left over from that complete and utter debasement. But if so, it was one that she had never been able to overcome, no matter how hard she tried. She had pulled that ruined orb out, and fashioned a replica that would hide her disfigurement to any other eye. Unlike that day, there was nothing she could not heal from these assaults. Perhaps because he was going easy on her this time. The very thought made her want to scream. When she realized what that tiny black speck was, she almost did. The growing mark of a hollow hole. Tears fell from that single eye as her vision gazed back from the depths of the mirror. She could not permit herself to cry in front of others, lest they wonder as to why only one stream of tears ever came out. And so she chose to cover the sign of this fall into despair by slowly and carefully binding her thick mass of hair in front of it. Some people looked at her askance when she first emerged with this unusual coiffure, but no one ever dared ask outright what it meant. She loved her precious foster children. But sometimes, their blissful ignorance cost her greatly in terms of strength. And so the former witch of the marsh continued in her plans, desperate now for a different reason than before. She knew, just as a soul had been born who could defeat hers, one day someone would come to challenge Yamamoto. It was just a matter of enduring till then. Of course, if it didn't look like her hero was coming along in time, she might just have to see about making one. Byakuya crouched beside Rukia, reinforcing the spell he cast to protect her from all this fiendish Ryotsu swarming around them. While he did, Sosuke Aizen came to stand beside them. You must be wondering why we haven't bothered to rob you of your strength like the others. The dutiful captain did not respond. I couldn't have explained why yesterday, but now is a different story. He moved over across from Byakuya and sat facing him, with the girl in between them. It's because you serve a greater purpose in my world. Still he ignored him. Understand, I have never borne you any personal animosity. Even when my memories were sealed, I knew who my true enemies were. Yamamoto, the Central 46, and your grandfather Jinrei. But all of them have been disposed of, one way or another. That leaves the two of us free to discuss your family's future. At this, a visage dark as a storm cloud rose to regard him. I tell you this now, Takeyaku. You will never decide anything for me or mine. The use of his given name so rudely only made Sosuke grin. That right there is the reason why I chose to spare you, Kukaki-san. You are more than just a captain. You are everything a nobleman is meant to be. If ever there was a figure who embodied the virtues of our class to an extent that it was almost a fault, we need look no further than you. The people look up to you. They respect you. And when they see you standing to support my rule, in your position as both captain and head of your clan, it will make the transition of power all the more official. Less chance of there being unrest that needs to be violently quashed that way. You understand? Byakuya returned his attention to his sister, who gave no sign of hearing any of this. Spare me your delusions, monster. One way or another, you will be destroyed. That is the goal which shall have my fullest support. His fellow aristocrat cocked an eyebrow. He glanced around, inspecting the array of his forces in preparation of their impending invasion. Anohana stood speaking to Yumichika and Haribel, while Tyson was attempting to prop up Stark, who looked slightly rubbery-legged and was behaving in the manner of a happy drunk. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra and Barragan were lost in their own little worlds. "It's almost time," the moon god mused, lifting his chin towards the dimensional rift gaining cohesion overhead. Then he looked back down. "I never bore you ill will. But that doesn't mean I cared for you either. Even now, you take for granted the gifts you have been given. You are a man who has seemingly been blessed by heaven. But lest you forget, the wealth and privilege that you have enjoyed all your life came at the cost of my family's very existence. Does that sound like the sort of thing that God would allow to happen without any sort of repercussions?" Now Byakhya met that challenging stare directly. "Any sympathy I might have felt for your pain died prematurely, as a result of your evil. Do not expect me to shed a tear for the sins of our fathers." "Ah," Takiyaku sighed. "And what of our sons?" The raven-haired lord rose to his full height, looking down on that egregious egotist. "What?" Sosuke didn't bother looking up. Instead he passed a finger over Rukia's silent form, observing as the barrier around her sprang up in response to his proximity. "Even if you have not thought that far into the future, I most certainly have. And believe me, the idea is one that has given me immense pleasure since my earliest days." His hand hovered over the girl's face, and then it slowly dipped down. Scarlet energy flared around his wrist, but it could not serve to hold him back. "Your family robbed me of my own, Lord Kukaki. Wouldn't it strike you as being obligatory, then, and almost poetically justified, if someone from your clan were to provide me with a family in return?" No answer came from the man standing above him. "After all, every king must needs have a queen," the ruler of Hueco Mundo continued amiably. "Ah, but there are so many worthwhile candidates, aren't there? Not just from your family, but from the others as well. I recall that the Shiba heiress is still available, and missing an arm certainly wouldn't preclude her from having children. The daughter of my mother's murderer could be the mother of my own children, eh? And even still, there is, the Lady of Shihoan. A most heavenly creature, I have always thought. Oh, but it is such a dilemma, choosing from so many exceptional women. I find myself quite unable to decide, perhaps I should have them all." The tip of a razor-sharp sword lanced toward his eye, only to stop a hair's breadth from striking, denied by the concentration of his inestimable soul energy. He looked up then, with his palm hovering above the sleeping maiden's hair. Apparently his unleashed presence traveled through the barrier as a result, and the girl moaned painfully. In response, Senbonzakura was swiftly withdrawn. "I will forgive you your indiscretion, Kukaki-san," Sosuke breathed softly, coming upright. "I can afford to be generous. In fact, to prove it, I believe I will go one step further. You stated before that I would make no decisions pertaining to your family. Let us see how right you are. The choice is yours, Lord Byakhya Kukaki. I leave it in your capable hands to determine which of the ladies I mentioned shall be my bride upon my return. Should you find yourself unable to back your own vow, then I shall choose for myself. Consider this the largesse of your king." He spun away, the tail of his coat swirling magnificently around him. "But do not take too long." It was at that moment that the portal between dimensions opened, and golden light spilled down of such intensity that it might have come from the very first morning sun. Standing bathed in the center of that divine radiance, Aizen Sosuke slowly raised his hands skywards, head bowed, and eyes closed in perfect bliss. In that moment he truly appeared to be a god. "Thus begins my time." With that the moment ended, and the figure turned to his disciples. "The enemy awaits," he cried. Stark. "Yo!" That fearsome figure's head lolled upright on Kaname's shoulder. "The war of the end is here. You are the vanguard. Transform and take the fight to them. Let heaven see what hell's fury hath wrought." For once there was no indecision. The prospect of battle cleared away whatever mad spiders had spun their cobwebs in the ancient hollow's brain, and he yanked free his sword and lifted his head, a joyful light dancing in his face and spittle on his lips. Coyote howled. "Kick about, Los Lobos." Immediately there rose in his place a creature more animal than man, the greatest wolf the world had ever known. Black as the night sky and completely mad, the prime Vastolord crouched down and launched itself up into the golden river, passing out of this plane with an eager shrieking laugh. Byakuya stood transfixed by this display as much as from the feel of the beast's soul. Aizen, however, was all activity, firmly ensconced in his command. Go with him, Tisan. Don your mask along the way if his presence proves too much. The blind man bowed and leapt to follow in the maniac's wake. Baragon, Haribal, hold off. Let Stark's arrival throw them into pandemonium and attract their fire. He spun about, eyes searching for someone in particular. Retsu, are we decided? Yes. She flashed over to him. Yomishika-san will remain here in reserve with Ulquiorra and take Ichimaru's place in defense of our backs. Should the tide turn against us, they can be called upon. Ulquiorra, are we clear on that? The king glanced over at his Quarta, who was standing silently in the same spot as before. Ulquiorra. The demon blinked. One green eye rolled over to regard his leader, and he gave a nod. I understand, Aizen-sama. Kill only when necessary, Aizen reminded him. He then turned and indicated to the remaining two Espada. Go now. Do not engage Segunda Etapa until after you have cleared the portal. We don't know if it is stable enough to risk the two of you at that level. They both obeyed, rising to enter the tunnel of light and soon becoming nothing but black motes in its depths. Anoha Naretsu watched their ascension, then turned to Aizen. Nothing stands in your way, my lord. Shall we? Her champion placed an arm around the small goddess' shoulder, then cast a look first at Byakuya, followed by Ichigo. In this moment, with everything that was at stake, it felt like there was so much that he could have said to them. But he spoke not a word, and there was nothing but the deadliest seriousness in his expression. Then the king and his lady slipped all earthly bonds and rose up into the mouth of Nirvana. After they left, the door remained open, shining a gentle radiance down upon them that in no way correlated to the vicious struggle for power that was no doubt taking place in its depths. At Kukaki Manor, everyone's nerves were on edge following the sudden dispersal and reapplication of the protective dome around the Siraidii, followed by those horrific presences that could be felt all the way here. There had been heated discussion about whether or not the Hollows had breached the court, and if this could constitute a reason to obey their lord's final command to destroy the manor. So when a passing guard heard a noise coming from his lordship's vacated chambers, he didn't discount it, only entered the room cautiously, his halberd bared in readiness of an attack. For a time the valiant Sanes Chal stood still, seeking to verify with all his senses the location of the disturbance. He held off from raising the alarm until something more. FCK. Immediately his attention was drawn to the great cabinet in which were housed the master's most precious treasures. Strangely enough, while he knew that this was the time when he should summon his brethren, that unwholesome word did not stir his suspicions, but rather his curiosity. And so he approached the edifice cautiously, leaning in close to see what else he might hear. Figures he would lock the damn thing, just like that little, oh well, here goes nothing. Huh? Hey, you. Stand back. And with that the doors burst open in a flash, sending the diligent guardsmen tumbling back against a wall, already drawing breath to shout the alarm. This impulse died when the smoke cleared to reveal a naked goddess standing before him. Sorry about that, the brown-skinned beauty grinned cheekily. I just needed to pick up something. She hefted aloft a short sword that usually adorned the inside of the cabinet, grabbed it on the downswing, then turned and sped from the room, leaving the servant gaping in total awe. Yoriyuki Shihoan laughed delightedly as she raced along the rooftops of the estate, hugging the ceremonial weapon tight to her chest. Hey! Did you miss me? Desperately. Gods, it's good to hear your voice again. Leaving me with that mope all this time, where in blue blazes have you been? It's called setting up a strategy, my friend. These things take time. Let's hope your plans have improved in the past century. Nice try, but it's not my plan. It's Kisuk's. Oh, joy. I feel so much better. You should. Because it's the only chance we've got. Are you with me? Who else would I be with? Do you know who we're up against now? I've got a bad feeling, so yes, I think I do. Pray that I'm wrong. I'll pray you've gotten faster since I last saw you. Is this really all you've got? Oh, you saucy little. Let me show you. Yeehaw. That's more like it. We're coming to get you, you faithless traitors. And with that Yoriyuki tore off in pursuit of her accomplices. Kira glared at the pair, frowning. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Who, us?" The bulky one looked at his scar-faced partner for confirmation. "We're men of good faith," that figure responded. "Yeah, Donchano." The lieutenant flung off his shades, a bloodthirsty smile lighting up his face as he hoisted his shikai. "Now, show me the strength of a mad dog's determination, and I'll show you the strength of a man's. It is my purpose to stand in place for others' pain. But Nasan taught me, it is my choice for whom I do so." Nanao looked down her nose at the raging beast she had once counted as an ally. "Why don't we see just which of us cracked the spell books harder, Lieutenant? So what are you supposed to be?" Grimjo snarled. And the hybrid bared its fangs. "I'm the king, pussycat." The crown mask lifted skyward, and Sosuke Aizen roared. "Bow to your king." Strolling around the room, Yumi Chika tugged at his collar, appearing bored and dissatisfied. He looked to the pair of women now being watched over by the Kukaki prince, and stroked his chin leisurely. "Rule #1, he murmured to himself. "Never surrender." His gaze wandered over to linger on the depleted boy strung up by his vines. "Rule number 2, no sweets for the vice-captain after midnight." And lastly, his purple orbs fell on that pallid yet weirdly beautiful angel of death, who kept one eye roaming about the room and the other fixed firmly on Ichigo. "Rule number 3, do not hit Yumi Chika Ayasukawa in the face." And a small grin worked its way up that splendidly handsome visage. "He'll kill you." To be continued. Chapter 30, War in Heaven, Heroes Will Rise. There was a world of pain and remorse in Shunsui's normally carefree face when Anohana came to stand over him. Perhaps it was from the sight of what she had done to his friend Yukitake. But she liked to think that it was born from the realization that it needn't have come to this for him. "You were always the better man," she thought, and proceeded to stab him pitilessly. When both his Seiketsu and Hakyuzui were ruined, Retsu paused to wipe the blood off her blade before returning it to its scabbard. "What are you doing?" Looking up, the captain found they were no longer alone. Her Lieutenant Isane Katetsu stood at the other end of the rooftop, mouth wide open, hands raised to her face as though prepared to tear out her eyes at what she had just seen. The poor thing looked ready to go mad. It broke her heart to think that she might cause this devoted girl any more pain than she already had. "I had best see to her before this gets any worse." An incantation flowed smoothly from her mouth, and the area all around them was bathed in a greenish witch light. The forbidden spell, Jikantaishi, altered the flow of time such that everything under its influence would be divorced from the regular temporal plane for a short period. They could talk for as long as it lasted, and when the magic faded not even a second would have passed in the Siriti. It was powerful, and distressingly loud, such that anyone in the vicinity with soul power would sense it. But there was no further need for subterfuge. With that Anohana flashed over to appear in front of her silver-haired subordinate. Isane choked down a shriek, actually taking a step back and holding out her arm defensively. "Isane-chan," Retsu spoke gently, "you were not meant to be anywhere near here." "I wasn't." She looked torn between her previous horror and the simple need to obey her Teiku. Katetsu's soft brown eyes flickered over to where the other two captains lay, and she jerked her head away, as though unwilling to look upon that sight and all that it implied. Her body quaked, and she sat down heavily, shaking her head in denial. Anohana crossed over and knelt before her. "I regret you had to see this, Isane-chan," she murmured. "I would have spared you from as much of the pain as I could, but it never seemed like enough. You have no idea how much of a comfort you have been to me all these centuries. If not for you, I must surely have lost my heart long before." A touch of her hand to the Shinigami's sickly face told her just how much she was hurting. It was a deep, raw wound to the soul, and through it the ultimate healer could experience just how much their relationship had meant to Isane Katetsu throughout the years. It had not been her intention to do this now, but as the last few minutes had shown, she must be adaptable to any unforeseen events. "There is something you must know about me." Grasping one of the young woman's hands, she brought it up to her chest, allowing her to touch the space over her heart. It was an intimate gesture that no one else had been permitted to partake of in well over 1,000 years, since the first sign of encroachment began. After a few seconds of their soul bodies being in contact like this, a look dawned in Kotetsu's face, and when it did, Anohana knew that she had grasped the secret hidden within her soul. The shocked expression her lieutenant turned on her caused far more guilt than anything she had done to Jushiro and Shunsui. "I have been so lonely, Isen-chan. I had to take precautions to ensure what you are feeling now would remain a secret for as long as possible. Some of them were fairly obvious, like never allowing anyone to approach me intimately, for fear that they might discover it. And then there were other things I did." This particular revelation was one she had been dreading ever since they first met. For when all was said and done, Isen was one of the few people in her life she loved unreservedly. Everything in this girl's soul was a blessing, her warmth, her gentleness, the strength and compassion that had enabled her to outlast all of the other lieutenants that came before. It was as though she had been tailor-made to satisfy all of Anohana's needs. That was why she hadn't attempted to bring the girl into their plot. To take such a pure and wonderful soul and sully it with the darkness of her intent would have damned her more assuredly than anything else she could or would do. Even the purpose to which she had put her to all unknowing left a deep regret on the captain's heart. Now, it was time to unburden herself of that old shame. Retsu took the stunned Shinigami's hands in her own and began to stroke the skin tenderly in an attempt to soothe her. Kotetsu trembled beneath her touch like a wounded deer, but made no move to resist. "The grief that has been building within me, the pain and fear I chose to hide it took its toll on me, my dearest, as you have seen. There was no way to know how long it would take for my plans to come to fruition, and if the disease spread beyond my ability to control, it would all be for naught. In order to prevent that from happening, I had to devise a means to rid myself of the worst of my toils and troubles, my nightmares." The ancient spirit took a deep breath. She had to tell the truth, relieve herself of this agony before the fight. "Isen-chan, for as long as you have known me, I have been using you. During the day, I bottled up all my worst emotions, the ones that would feed the infection taking root inside me. And at night, I transferred them over to you while you slept. Not all of it, and not all at once, just enough to stave off the spread of the disease. The nightmares you have been having for over 1,000 years are the result of this." Her trusted companion stared, dumbfounded. In a rush Anohana leaned in and wrapped Isen in her arms, bringing the taller woman's head down on her shoulder. This time it was the black-haired beauty who trembled, but from disgrace, not fear. "I ask no forgiveness from you," she whispered in a tight, strangled voice. "I knew what I was doing. There is no excuse. But I swear to you, Isen-chan, by everything I hold dear, I hate myself for what I have put you through. You have suffered pains that should never have been yours to bear, and which you never agreed to accept. All because of my pride and self-interest. It makes no difference to tell you that I love you, now, dear heart." Her fingers smoothed the girl's shaggy silver hair, and she gazed off into the distance with tears building in her eye. "But I do. I love you as a mother, a friend, as surely as any living being can be loved. Know that I feel that much for you, beloved Isen-chan. It is only owing to the strength of your spirit, and your enduring faith in me, that I have come this far." The lieutenant of the 4th Division quaked helplessly in that secure embrace. "I have sustained you as much as I could without you noticing, but even when I felt certain I must have pushed you past the point of all existing endurance, you proved me wrong. You observed the worst of our world as I did. For centuries you have been by my side without wavering. There were days when the only thing I had to look forward to was your smile, your lovely company and quiet grace. Knowing that I have been a burden to you all unawares is the only thing that has given me true cause for reproach. Nothing else could ever make my spirit waver except the thought of how much pain I would eventually cause you. Isen-chan, you stand alone in heaven and earth as the one person who has given me regret in 2,000 years." She tightened her hold on the large frame in what might be the last time she was ever permitted to do so. "Do you believe me? Please tell me, Isen-chan, do you?" She waited anxiously for a response. And with every passing second, Anohana Retsu knew uncertainty. For here at last was something she could never accurately foresee or measure, the capacity for faith in one specific person's heart. No answer came. Pain caused her heart to ache like the wound in her chest. Her despair approached a feverish crescendo, and it was right then Kotetsu's arms slowly rose and wrapped around her, enveloping the sorceress in their warmth and strength. I do, the girl's sweet voice whispered. It was with boundless relief that Retsu sank into her lieutenant's embrace. There for the captain, as she had been so often before. A gasp of laughter broke from her throat. I knew that we were meant to triumph, Isane. From the day you came to me so unexpectedly, I was sure of it. Around them, the emerald pallor faded, drawing all back into the present. They drew away and stood watching each other. Isane's eyes drifted over to settle on the two fallen division heads once more. Teiko, the tall medic spoke tearfully. Please, tell me what is happening here. There was so much confusion in that cherished face that Retsu fiercely hated the people who had forced her to deceive this wondrous child for so long. She then rose up and drew the woman along with her. Never fear, my darling. The time of pain for you is over. No more will my foulness trouble your rest. I release you from all obligations to me. All which awaits you now that you have woken from the long nightmare is paradise. The matchless enchantress then placed her hand over the lieutenant's heart and favored her with a fond smile. Now, rest. Anohana Teiko. Hakufuku. A white haze rose around them, and the next moment Isane was falling unconscious into her mentor's waiting arms. Retsu bore the woman's weight without effort, lifting her over one shoulder and flash-stepping away from there. In seconds she had come upon one of the meditation gardens that were tended by her company in Siriti. There was a small green island at the center of a stream, reached by a bridge. Crossing over the span, she settled her charge to rest on that secluded spot. Anohana cast Soul Tower around that place to protect the sleeping spirit before heading towards the heart of the Siriti and the long-awaited triumph that lay there. Sit down and shut up. You're not going outside and that's final. Karen glowered at the white-haired businessman sitting cross-legged on her couch. Spooky. That was the best word to describe him. He had the look of someone your parents would warn you not to go anywhere near. But her own father had insisted this man was trustworthy. But the world needs me. The other one she wouldn't trust to watch her lunchbox. Don Kanonji looked the part of a defender of justice from the television shows, but his personality was as grating in person as she remembered. The two boys who had dragged him in here, Ichigo's friends Kigo and Mizuoro, had spent all their time since casting shamefaced looks at everyone else in the room, as if to apologize for foisting this goofball off on them. The one-sided debate between the clown and the straight man continued, and as if sensing her thoughts, the taller girl seated on Karen's right raised her eyes from the booklet she was intent upon and murmured, "Who's on second?" "Kunyada-chan, did you say something?" Mikuru Ogawa was on the left, still clutching that big pink plushie toy. Karen didn't think any less of her for it. She had immediately taken a liking to the teenager when not Ichigo brought her in, probably because this girl reminded her a whole lot of her sister Yuzo. The absence of Yuzo's presence had been troubling her more than she realized, for the elder Kurosaki twin had latched onto the tiny high schooler with almost embarrassing gratitude. Mikuru seemed to appreciate the company, no matter the difference in their age. "It's English, an old American gag," Karen supplied helpfully. "Two guys arguing about baseball, and all the players are named questions, so, well, it's confusing, but it's meant to be." She crossed her arms, tapping her foot. "I don't think this is very funny, though." Don Kanonji spun about and pointed his finger at her. "You are right, Li Tu Sis Taahh. This is no time for staying put or playing safe. We must hasten out into the world and join our comrades in defending the defenseless. Or at the very least prepare to protect all the good souls currently under this roof. It is the duty of a hero of justice. Now, Kanonji-sama, you're just having a little bout of cabin fever. Please take a seat and have a glass of water, you'll cool down in no time." Misato Oki, the only grown woman in the group, certainly sounded sensible and reasonable. But considering the position she was in right now, it was hard to take her seriously. When not Ichigo had first come in with her draped over his shoulder, she had been scolding him crossly a mile a minute, and the look on her possessed brother's face had implied this had been going on for a while. However, Misato had left off her upbraiding lecture entitled, How to Handle Women, after taking one look at Ishida, whom Karen privately referred to as Professor Whitey, and latched onto him with a girlish squeal. The professor had exhibited his first recognizable emotion at that time, looking distinctly annoyed. This irritation had slowly but perceptibly increased since then as Misato bombarded him with questions, apparently having recognized him on sight as the parent of another student in her class, gushing over some kind of family resemblance. Currently she had her arms wrapped around Whitey's neck with her chest pressed against his arm in a most inappropriate manner. Was this woman really Ichigo's teacher? Misato-sensei, Kigo Asano stammered, coming forward nervously. You know, Kanenji-san does have a point. You don't really understand what's going on here, and we might want to look into. Her hand whipped out suddenly. Here. Blinking, Asano reached out and accepted the offering, which proved to be a small slip of paper. What's this? A detention notice, she shot back primly. For contradicting teacher. To be put into effect as soon as this business is over. The mournful-looking teen's mouth fell with an almost perceivable clang. What? But we're 2 detentions. Another notice flew through the air. I can keep this up all day, and you won't have a free afternoon till you graduate high school. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss, Asano-kun? Apparently there wasn't, for the kid deflated into a miserable shell and trailed off under a cloud to slump down near Mizuho, who consoled his ally in an equally friendly and insulting fashion. You're a dope, Asano-san. Kuniya Dario shifted in her place where they sat around the tankobon table. I really must have lost my mind, she drawled. I can't seem to get away from comedy duos today. Karen knew that she was referring to the pair of outrageously dressed men that had brought her here about half an hour past. When her father had opened the door, he didn't seem surprised to be confronted by identical twin muscle slabs attired in the garb of traditional Chinese guards. They both looked fierce enough to qualify for that post, but their tendency to talk at the same time tended to lessen the intimidation factor. She had been speechless at their appearance, recognizing them as ghosts of some kind, but the furious-looking teenager held between them was definitely alive. Ishine Kurosaki had accepted the goon's shouted explanation of not being able to swiftly return to Shiba Castle for fear of attracting the Scylla's attention, and had gladly accepted Kunieda into their home. The apes departed soon after, bowing and expressing an almost humiliating gratitude to her smiling parent. Since then, their house had been converted into some kind of aid shelter for anyone still remaining in the otherwise deserted Karakura town. Not Ichigo had brought several people, most of them apparently from Karakura High. The place was getting just a little crowded, and, after Professor Whitey had shown up and her father had entrusted them all to his protection before lighting out, much less comfortable. Still, at least they were all alive. And right on cue, a pall of doom descended upon them. Nice timing, the girl thought with a sigh. Professor Whitey shot up from his seat, upending Misato in the process. Ishida-san. They're coming, he murmured. Indeed, you are correct. Don Kanenji uttered, putting one foot up on the coffee table and posing with one hand at his ear. I can feel the presence of bad sup Iritsu. What's going on? Mikuru whimpered, cringing in on herself. I'm going outside, Ishida Ryokan stated calmly, withdrawing a star-shaped ornament from his coat pocket. The rest of you stay here. Don't venture outdoors for any reason until I come back. You'll die if you do. When the flamboyantly dressed TV star seemed about to protest, Ishida fixed him with a look that seemed to strike the other man instantly dumb. Satisfied, he then moved off towards the front door. Hey! Karen yelled and sprang up in pursuit. Standing at the exit, the pale physician paused. When she came to stand beside him, he looked at her in a way that just screamed condescension. It made her blood run hot with anger. We want to help. Not all of us. Kigo screamed from his position cowering under the table. There is nothing you can do here, Ryokan spoke flatly. No sense being foolhardy. Just let me protect you. I promised your father that I would. Don't make either of us regret that. Hey. Kunieda had stood up with her novel dangling from one hand. I don't know what any of this means, but seeing is believing, in my book. We're about to be invaded by monsters, right? I don't want to sit around doing nothing. Isn't there any way we can be of help? I agree. It doesn't have to be fighting, per se, her teacher Oka mused thoughtfully as she walked up, swinging her arms back and forth. We could act as a diversion of sorts. You know, maybe Kigo-kun and Mizuru-kun can dress up in women's clothes and do a little dance to distract the enemy's attention. That's a terrible idea. I don't know, Asano-san, the sight of you in a dress would probably make those ghosts pause for at least a second. It would be so strikingly hideous that I'm gonna kill you, Mizuru. But Ishida was having none of this. Listen to me. You'll be safe inside. Before I came, I spent some time setting up defenses around this house. It would take a great deal of strength to break through, but I don't doubt there are enemies out there who can do just that. All of this will be for nothing if you just wander outside the boundaries. I don't care about staying safe, Karen insisted spiritedly. I've fought these things before, you know. Not like this. He knelt down, seeming to recognize the need to speak to her on a more even keel. The things coming this way aren't like the weak hollows you and that idiot Kanonji have been picking off. I know you're probably the most spiritually advanced person in this group, so you must have felt that creature who came sniffing around before I came. Am I right? The memory of that ferocious madness caused her ardor to dampen somewhat, but sheer stubbornness refused to allow her to give up that easily. I'm not scared of them. Don't lie. It's a bad habit for a girl, and insults both of us. Reaching up, the erstwhile parent laid a hand on her small shoulder. You're brave enough to fight, I don't question it. But I can't work at full effectiveness if I'm worrying about whether or not you're safe. That's a cruel thing to do to me, to say nothing of your own father. He went to confront the heart of this disease we're facing, but he could only do that when he felt certain you would be safe. Are you really going to ignore his feelings in favor of your own? Karen hated being reasoned with, even if it showed someone respected you enough to do so. And she had to fight very hard not to let the tears show. I don't want to lose anybody. Hey, now, Oka spoke softly, crouching down with them. Nobody's going to die. And kids shouldn't be worrying about something like that anyway. Let the grown-ups protect you until you don't need it anymore. It's what we're in your life for. By this time Karen could see that whatever she said or did, it wouldn't make any difference. As frustrating as that may be, there was a certain comfort in knowing that people were willing to defend you. Okay, she finally managed. I'll stay here. But you had better not let us down, Ji-san. Then she turned and marched back into the living area. Come on, let's see about dressing up those two dorks in girls' clothes, just in case it comes to that. Hey. What is this, a Shakespeare play? Mizuru sighed. Ryukin stood up with a frown. Ji-san. He muttered sourly. Oh, she's just feisty. You know kids. Misato removed her glasses and regarded him with her head tilted to one side. So are you really going to have to do some fighting? Undoubtedly. Oh. She polished her spectacles and put them back on. Well, don't get anything pulled off that you'll need on our date. I want to make you mine when this is over. Suddenly nervous, the last Quincy wished dearly for a cigarette to help him deal with this situation. But Misato must have been more perceptive than he thought, for she just grinned at him and went trotting off humming to take charge of the children under their care, dragging Don Kanonji along by the collar of his cape. The feel of the approaching hollows took precedence then, and Ishida quickly stepped outside, forming his silver bow in preparation. After fighting my heritage for so long, it's actually come to this. Father, wherever you are, I hope you appreciate how much this rankles me. Without another thought for his own feelings, the Quincy leapt straight up to land on the roof and looked off at the horizon, where a dark mass of wicked spirits was heading in his direction. Look. It's happening. I see it. From her position, Yoriyuki was able to bear witness as the armies of Hueco Mundo at last met the Godii 13 in battle. As the two opposing powers clashed, she felt all sense of individual soul responses being swept away under the blanket of carnage. Composed of hate, fear, and death, it all washed over her in a hot wind. It was like being enveloped in a tide of blood, allowing her to be aware of no one but herself. Clutching her Zanpakuto, she trembled at the realization of the long-awaited war of souls. You knew it would happen. Besides, we can use this as cover. There's no other way, so try to show a little backbone, why don't you? Quiet. I have to contact Kyokaku. Exhaling quietly, she brought the tips of her fingers together. Black lines like tattoos already wound up and down the brown skin of her arms. Bakudo 77, Tentiakura. In spite of the interference from the pitched battle at her back, along with the monstrous creatures settling in at the heart of Siridi, the connection went through as quickly as before. Yorichi. Right here. You safe in your hidey hole. The old family mansion's still standing. Nobody's going to intrude on us. It's started, hasn't it? I have a clear view from where I am. The gate is still opening, but all the major villains are milling around it now. We've got time before that happens. Good, because we're going to need it. This incantation takes the better part of an hour to recite. Lucky for us the final chant can be delayed for as long as we need to. So then you got it. Yup. Your man delivered the item right on schedule. And you're certain it's the real deal. You wouldn't ask if you'd touched it. Yuriuki, it's incredible. How did they ever think of making something like this, anyway? It's a miracle, to be sure. No, what's miraculous is that Freak was actually true to his word. Where is he, anyway? Maybe right behind you. Well, you're certainly in a chipper mood, considering all we're facing. There was silence for a while. How does it look? She turned her head to inspect the war zone. It's bad, but things could be much worse. The Hollows don't have as much help from behind enemy lines as they thought they would. Before I called, I got in touch with the Clean Ones, let them in on what was happening. How'd they take it? Considering what they've lost today, better than you might think. I'm kind of proud of them, actually. They're off doing what needs to be done right now. We're lucky, though. Some new recruits popped up from out of the blue. Because of them I was able to convince the fat one not to try and take on any of Aizen's little sneaks. He's gone to see to fighting in the northern Rokanga instead. New recruits? Anybody I know? Not likely. They're all Hollows. Pardon me. Yeah, one's a former Espada too. Our odds have gone up considerably in the last few minutes, especially since it looks like the most powerful of those traitors has done an about-face on King Aizen. He's heading towards the main concentration of the Hollow lines as we speak, and I don't think he's in the mood for thoughtful deliberation. Don't expect me to believe you planned any of this. Our style is to be adaptive, not plan everything out to the last tiny detail. That's partly why it's always been us against them. If Kisuk weren't a freaky genius, you wouldn't have a prayer of winning like that. Shouldn't you be getting back to that incantation now? Well, I suppose I could. But how can you be certain Aizen's only going to leave one of them behind? He can't afford to leave more than that, considering what they're facing. It's a risk with even one. If things start to look grim, he can call it through the portal as a reserve. Trust me, Kisuk's given this a lot of thought. It's the only way Takiyaku could reasonably protect his flank and be prepared for any surprises Zero Squad might have in store. Takiyaku still can't believe one of them is alive. It explains so much. Who else would hate the Siridi as much as them? You think that's bad? It turns out the traitor was Anohana. Another pall fell over the conversation. I know. Sucks to be us, huh? Sweet divine monkey balls, I never suspected her for a second. I thought it was Kiraku and Yuka take together. She already made short work of those two. I felt it happen. She took them apart. That's sick. Agreed. So, about that binding. I know, I'm on it. Don't worry, this is part of our legacy. There shouldn't be a problem, as long as I can keep that little redhead from trying to play grab-ass with me. Don't understand, but it sounds fun. We just picked up some strays, is all. A few girls from Ichigo's group. One of them can't keep her hands off me. Kaganihiko and Shiraganihiko are sitting on the other one to keep her quiet, and we picked up a third who won't stop grilling Ganju. No big deal. Funny. I thought all the humans were supposed to be evacuated. Apparently those with a certain amount of spiritual energy above and beyond the normal pale got left behind. We've been gathering up all of them and hiding them behind a barrier. Same at Kurosaka's house. Still, I have to wonder why so many of these girls are spiritually aware. You can ask Urahara about it afterwards. He's got some ideas. That's it, just assume we're going to make it through. Remember, after Sosuke and the rest leave this plane, we wait for the signal. You mean we wait for Ichigo? Believe in us, Kyokaku. We know what we're doing. Then you won't be surprised when nobody thanks you for it. No. But I'll probably be dead by then. You're Yuki. I hate when you talk like that. I don't want you to die. It's all part of our plan. I never intended to live forever. And this is as good enough a reason to die as any. I've made all the necessary arrangements. Including Byakuya. The golden-eyed shapeshifter closed her eyes. Goodbye, Lady Shiba. Love you. Goodbye, Lady Shihoan. I'll miss you. And with that she deactivated the spell. Yuki settled back and turned her face skywards, keeping her eyes closed. She could feel the warmth of the sun on her skin, and it was terribly good. So much she never wanted it to end. But there was no one else who could do this. You'll always have me. Right up to the end. You couldn't get rid of me if you tried. You cocky beast. Did I mention I felt lost without you? Just don't leave me behind this time, okay? I'm sick of feeling all his grief. I promise. Wherever I go, you will too. Both stopped talking then, Master and Blade turning their attention on what was transpiring around them. The conspiracy of 100 years unfolded. Lay down your arms. Lieutenant Kira commanded the shocked Shinigami that surrounded him. There is no choice but to surrender. You will be spared if you give yourselves over to my custody now. Don't listen to him. An officer from the 7th screamed. What are you standing around for? We have to avenge the capta. Izuru streaked over in a blur and clocked him in the forehead with his sword handle. The brash youngster slumped limply to his knees and collapsed to one side. His attacker had flashed back to where he had been standing over the prostrate Captain Komamura before anyone could even think to intercede between them. The other captains have all fallen, he proclaimed to the sea of incredulous faces. Yamamoto is no more. The only power that exists now is that of Captain Aizen. The Shinigami will follow his example and join with the Hollow Nation, and he will rule over us all, as the new king of Soul Society. It rather hurt to see the way so many of them were looking at him. They were actually making him feel guilty. Had the lesser Shinigami truly held me in such high regard that my betrayal would stun them so? Kira had always thought they resented him. Perhaps it was simply the idea of a lieutenant laying low a captain that was causing them such obvious discomfort. Yes, that was probably it. Their opinion of me had nothing to do with it. I mustn't take my feelings into account here. I've done what was asked of me. Pay it no mind. You're all that matters here. If only you had let me in on this sooner, it would have been such a relief. You had to be kept in the dark. It was part of Ichimaru Teiko's strategy. You're not upset with me, are you? Not at all. I am proud of you. I had no idea you were so sure of yourself, Kira. You always seemed so fatalistic, but now we see there are numerous possibilities for you. In life, in prospects, in love, even. You can have any of them you want, you know. Hinamori, Matsumoto, even Kukaki if you so desire her. Wabisuke, I never knew you were such a lecher. Forgive me. I am simply so happy for you. It's making me feel. I don't know. Hopeful? Anxious, but in a good way. I can't wait for your new life to start, Izuru. Well, thank you, I suppose. You're more than welcome to share in it. As he was thinking this, a few of the ranking death gods began to edge towards him, weapons drawn and clearly hostile. Again. The nobleman glared at them dismally. Do I really have to deal with some idiots charging me again? Why don't you see that it's all futile? There's nothing left to fight for. Don't force me to kill you and have your ghosts hanging around me as well. Perhaps another demonstration was in order. His feet tapped over the ground, swifter than a hummingbird's wings. Wabisuke licked out just as fast. Whether their eyes could follow him or not made no difference, for clearly their bodies couldn't. This was proven when every one of those belligerent Shinigami collapsed to the ground, clutching weapons that had become unnaturally heavy. Now there was no mistaking the expression they all gave him. It was naked fright. I'm trying to save all their lives. Can't any of them see that? To his relief, it looked like several of them were about to follow his advice and start sheathing their swords. Well, this might prove to be a bloodless affair after all. Excuse us. Pardon me. Coming through, here. What? Clear a path, Don Chano. Important business coming through. Confused murmurs came forth. Turning his head slightly, Izuru saw a commotion in the ranks behind him. Mixed in with it was something he was having difficulty recognizing. That spiritual taint, it was almost like. As he was thinking this, a hole swiftly opened up in their ranks. Shinigami from third seat on down gaped in horror and amazement as three individuals came walking towards them. One of them was easily recognizable as Sentaro Katsubeki, co-third seat of Division 13. He wore a scowl that was much less comical and more angry than Kira was used to seeing, and he appeared to have been crying. The tear marks were still visible on his cheeks. The other two were hollows judging by their soul signature. Aaron Carr, to be precise. Most of the death gods present had never seen one, and this combined with the fact that they were traveling accompanied by a ranked officer apparently kept the pair from being set upon and slaughtered. One of them was bald, squat, and heavy-looking, with huge hands and feet that were rather pale and clunky-looking. The other was skinny as a reed with shoulder-length blonde hair and seemed to be missing his left eye. Both were stripped down to a loincloth, exposing their muscular frames. Each of them had severe facial scarring that left one loath to look at them directly for very long. Another trait they shared was that, in spite of being Aaron Carr, neither was sporting any mask remnants to be seen. And on top of that, they were both unarmed. Curious. Not to mention dangerous. Their power was nothing to sneer at. Just what was this? Another of Aizen-sama's plans. Attention all fighters in the area. Katsubeki barked, red-faced and practically steaming. By my authority as third seat of Squad 13, I am relieving Izuru Kira of his rank and placing him under arrest. You are to proceed with military operations as previously stated. Several people fidgeted uncertainly, but Kira wasn't one to rest on his laurels. Sentaro-san, the flaxen-haired renegade spoke calmly, don't go confusing them. You have neither the power nor the authority to impede me. Don't force me to make an example of you. Go on back to your division and brew some tea, it will help settle your nerves. The other man looked so furious at the suggestion his head might have exploded. But it was his strangely dressed comrades who stepped forward in answer to that threat. Actually, Izuru-san, the lanky one spoke in a crisp, easy tone, the only one in danger here is you. His cohort trundled up, looking like a barrel with arms and legs. Yeah. Considerin' everything Ichimaru Teiko let slip about you in our hearing, I wouldn't advise pickin' no fights with us, yo. Kira glared at the pair, frowning. Who are you? He demanded. Who, us? The bulky one looked at his scar-faced partner for confirmation. We're men of good faith, that figure responded. Yeah, Don Chano. And unlike you, Izuru-san, we make no secret of where our loyalties lie. Since we're here, maybe you'd like to keep us entertained? We're wild about games, yo. What would ya like to play? There was chattering coming from all around him now. Kira felt his grip on the situation swiftly loosening. He couldn't permit these malcontents, whoever they might prove to be, to encourage his soldiers to throw their lives away in fruitless combat. Perhaps you should show them all what will become of them if they try. Excellent suggestion. Sentaro never saw the kick that sent him crashing into the front rank of assembled Shinigami. Before he had traveled a few feet, though, Izuru was already bringing his weapon down upon the closest of the hollow fighters, the large one. The Aaron Carr gazed dully at him and opened his mouth. But they were too close, and there was no time to charge up a zero. Poor combat technique. You brought it on yourself, the lieutenant lamented silently. Instinct alone saved him, as something long and black sprang from the hollow's gaping jaws. Bringing up Wabisuk, he caught the attack on its edge, hearing something clang with a mild impact. Kira sprang lightly back to assess the situation. As his feet came down, his knees buckled, and the astonished fighter found himself almost pitching forward onto his face. At the last second, he managed to brace himself firmly, winding up only about at the waist. "Kira. I'm stuck." "What?" Disbelieving, he looked up. There appeared to be a tongue extending out of the brawny creature's mouth, but even as the idea came to him, he watched it spit the slimy cord out. That glistening line proved to be a chain with huge elliptical links. The front part of it was hanging off of Wabisuk. Not even wrapped around it, just dangling there, as though stuck to his weapon. And suddenly Kira knew what had happened. It was the weakness of his soul cutter, one that few knew about because he kept his ability such a closely guarded secret. Somehow that chain had affixed itself to his Zanpakuto. And as soon as it did, the power of Wabisuk automatically made those links heavier, and heavier, until they were so heavy from the prolonged contact that he could no longer hold them up and they slammed to the ground, taking his sword with them. "How?" Infinite Sticky, the skinny one supplied, apparently reading his shocked expression. "The second of my special abilities. It bonds two items together and makes it difficult to separate them. We suspected you would be gung-ho in attacking us with your gravity saber. But neither of us wanted to lose our own weapons to rob you of yours. Good thing Santa Teresa changed back to normal after that miserable shit died," his lumpy partner responded in turn. "Gave us a chance to harvest that length of chain it was attached to, which meant we could attack you from any distance we wanted, short or long." He coughed suddenly, rubbing his throat. But it certainly didn't taste good. At least he swung at it right away and didn't dodge. Ichimaru-san always said he was aggressive about disarming his opponents. "Just be glad I coated your throat with infinite slick before you swallowed it, otherwise it would have gotten stuck in there." The slender fighter held out a hand. "Anyway, cough up Ultima, would you?" At this command, a sword handle came out of his partner's mouth and flew towards him. He caught it, and a beam of blue light extended out from it. A mace followed after, until both hollows now stood armed before their opponent. Appraising the situation, Lieutenant Kira calmly let go of his sword, allowing it to hit the dirt with a dismal thud. "Change me back to sealed form. The effect will disappear. You'd still have the chain attached to you. And once I unsealed you, it would happen all over again. What if you..." "I won't run away. This is a fight I brought upon myself. Damn him. That goddamn bastard Ichimaru. He must have told them how to defeat you, I hate him so much. I warned you about trusting him, Kira. No more words, now. Please. Katsubaki-san." The sword-wielding Arrancar called, his scarred lips twisting around the words while never taking his single yellow eye off of Kira. "Please see to leading the rest of these troops into battle. My brother and I will deal with this serpent in your ranks." Sentaro had recovered from the attack and was now on his feet, supported by several other black-robed fighters. "Yes, Pesha-san." He turned to regard the other officers present. "You there? Don't just stand around, move Captain Komamura out of harm's way. Then regroup with the rest of us. The enemy is on the march." They obeyed him without hesitation. Watching them all scurrying around the cleared space in which he stood, Izuru made no move to prevent them from removing the dog-headed fighter away from there. That one made no more difference anyway. In fact, none of them did. What matter that they were going off to die? He had tried to persuade them, and his efforts had been met with scorn and resentment. "Fine, then. Have it your way. Go and die, all of you, see if I care. You bastards. Why don't you understand? It didn't have to be like this. I would have let you live." The unmasked hollows advanced on him. No one else moved to offer him aid or otherwise interfere. "Curse you, you fallen souls," Kira thought. "It's all because of you. I will not die here. Not to you. I have nothing to be ashamed of." "Kira. You're crying." He ignored this. Ignored everything outside of his furiously pounding heart, and the fear that made his knees tremble. "I once heard these are the same symptoms for falling in love. But I don't know whom I am in love with. Doesn't matter anyway." They were bearing down upon him. The Fukotaiko's palm came up. Each of them sprang to either side as Kira Izuru snarled out a deadly curse, voice quivering with fury. Hado number 88, Flying Dragon Striking Heaven Shaking Thunder Cannon. A roar of electricity, followed by an explosion of earth and stone. This was the last the escaping crowd of Shinigami saw of this battle. They had already dismissed all interest in their former officer's life, in favor of their own. The Kenpeki was feeling ready to rend the world apart with his bare hands, he was so enraged. And this building storm of fury was made even more violent by the fact that it was rendered completely impotent. They were alone now. Him, the sleeping Yachiroa, and the filthy traitor holding her hostage. The rest of his men had not needed to be told where their true duty lay. All of them had seen the enemy armies coming down upon them, and gone to do what their commander was no longer capable of. Hisagi Shihei had not attempted to dissuade them. Apparently his orders only involved subduing the captain, and did not include his men. This could indicate a disdain on Aizen's part for anyone below the rank of lieutenant, or simply for Zaraki's crew specifically. Like they were too dumb to possibly have an impact on the battle. He would have resented that, if his brain was in any condition to make the connection. But the only thing flowing through that battlemonger's head was a stream of images showing everything he wanted to do to that tattooed shit in his precious sickles. That, and the even more pressing image of Yachiru having her throat cut as a result. Or being blown to bits. "You're dead," he promised Hisagi with his eyes. "No way out for you." Across the way, the disgraced lieutenant shuddered in response, but Kusanai's edge did not waver from its spot near the girl's jugular. He kept his back pressed against the wall of a building. There was a noticeable sheen of sweat on his skin, and it looked like he wanted to wipe it off to keep it from dripping down into his eyes. Every time it looked like he was going to do so, Zaraki imagined killing him with a blow to the throat and yanking Yachiru away before the kamikaze bomb could go off. And even if she dies, at least I got to kill the Basta. The thought came unbidden. To punish himself for it, the giant clenched a fist and smashed himself right in the nose like he was crushing a walnut. Blood was flowing into his mouth now, causing his fighting tendencies to thrill up and down his spine. Hisagi looked sickened by the self-mutilation. But the pain had actually served to clear Zaraki's head a little. "I think I just came up with a way out of this. You know something, Hisagi?" The sound of his voice caused the misfit Shinigami to flinch, arousing in Shihei a comparison to a metal saw grating through bone. "I told you not to talk, Teiku. I've been telling myself that story about a bomb in your belly is bullshit," Zaraki continued, smiling in a distinctly shark-like fashion. His hand came down and clasped hold of his nameless Zanpakuto. "You'll regret thinking that in a few seconds, I assure you, Zaraki Kenpeki." With slow, deliberate care, the big fighter began to withdraw his blade. He relished the sound it made now more than ever. "'Cause everybody knows you're a pussy who don't even like killing." Hisagi's scarred eyelid twitched at the insult. "But you know something else?" The weapon came completely out of its scabbard with a hiss. "I think you really would do it, wouldn't ya? Blow a little kid up, I mean. That's the sorta guy you've always been at heart, ain't it?" A glare was his only response. "You like it when your opponent's helpless, right? When you've maybe cut off their arms and legs and they can't get away, it gets your rocks off, watching them scream and piss themselves. Right before you chop them to pieces. Then you whine about how bad it made you feel in the bars afterwards, to make the ladies wanna comfort you. Am I right?" Hisagi's jaw was clenched so tight he couldn't speak to deny the accusation if he wished it. But he didn't need to. Zaraki had always been an apt study of human character. "So how's about we make a deal?" That seemed to catch his enemy's attention. "What kind of deal?" he asked warily. And Kenpeki Zaraki chuckled. "You're only supposed to keep me from fighting, right? So instead of holding Yachiru hostage, how's about I let you kill me?" Those sneaky little eyes went big as a chameleon's. "What? Take my head off?" The maniac held out his arms, grinning and feeling quite pleased with himself. "Then you let her go, and afterwards you can chop your dick off to atone or whatever you think will make you feel better. It's a win-win situation." Hisagi's skin had gone white at the implication. He licked his lips and coughed before seeming to master his obvious indecision. "You can't mean that. I won't be tricked by you, Zaraki Teiku. You're simply trying to make me lower me guard. Is that right?" And that hideous ogre grinned so big it looked like it would split his face open. Then maybe I'll just do it myself and lop my own head free. Then there wouldn't be any doubts, right? Judging by the way the little creep was looking at him, he clearly thought the Kenpeki must have lost his mind. Or that he didn't really intend to go through with it. But you know something? Zaraki did. He had realized that this was the only way he could be certain Yachiro wouldn't be killed. Knowing himself as well as he did, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't snap at some point and just go for Hisagi's throat. And then she would be dead. Didn't matter what happened after that. His little girl wouldn't be breathing. And an outcome like that just plain sucked, no matter how you sliced it. Let me show you what I mean. This was the only way. And when he flipped his chipped, battered sword and caught it backhand in preparation to swing, the flabbergasted lieutenant finally realized that Zaraki had meant every word of it. Immediately there came an impulse to leap forward and stop this madness before it could go too far. Screw that noise, Hisagi. He wants to die so bad, let him do it. But, this isn't what we planned. There was always a chance that, no one had to die. What are you, everybody's mother? You can't protect people from themselves. This is his choice, and it's a damn good one, if you ask me. But. Zaraki laughed then, baring his fangs wide. Be sure to tell her I said, bye. And the suicide swung towards his thick neck. Hisagi saw it happening, though he could still hardly believe it. I'm going to live after all. It made him feel. Teiku. There was a clash of steel, followed by a wash of two soul powers colliding together. Hisagi stared in disbelief. So did Zaraki. And standing before the astonished captain, Tetsuzumon Iba grimaced. The lieutenant of Squad 7 had his knife out and interposed with the dull side against Kenpeki's throat, blocking the deadly stroke that would have surely decapitated him otherwise. His arms were trembling at having attempted to stop the blow in midair. All the same, the block-haired brawler sighed in relief. Glad I made it in time, he rasped. That was a pretty reckless move, even for you, Teiku. The fuck? His former boss grunted while narrowing an eye. You in on this asshole's game, too. Iba drew himself up straight with an air of wounded pride. No, sir. As a former officer under your command, I simply felt the need to point out to the captain you are guilty of dereliction of duty. Duty. And Kenpeki reached down with his free hand, snagging a handful of black robes and lifting the lieutenant up to dangle before his face. What the hell are you yapping about? Even in this position, Komamura's second seat kept his face stiff and proper. Zaraki Teiku. If you would, please tell me. What is rule number 1 in the 11th division? Kenpeki's face grew confused for a second as he gazed down upon his prodigal underling. Then it became thoughtful. Never surrender. Precisely, Teiku. Squirming a little, Iba managed to extricate himself and fall back to solid ground. Coming to his feet, he tucked his slim Zanpakuto back into its sheath. And in spite of what you might think, this affair is not a foregone conclusion. With that, he turned and frowned over at where Hisagi watched them both warily. There was a new and more menacing tone to the Yakuza lookalike's voice now. There is something I would like to discuss with my delinquent comrade. With little Kusagishi still held securely under his left arm, the spiky-haired Shinigami offered him no sign of self-reproach in any way. Whatever you have to say, Iba-san, do it quickly and leave. Your presence here is not necessary. Slowly, then, so as not to alarm anyone, Iba reached up and removed his trademark sunglasses. To the surprise of virtually all, there proved to be tears building up in his black eyes. They slid down that stoic executioner's face without any effort to prevent them. You should know, before anything else happens, that I always considered you a worthy adversary, Hisagi-san. Both in combat and in terms of our hearts. I knew how much your captain always meant to you, and the distress his betrayal evoked within you. It hurt me to see the pain his inconsiderate abandonment caused. Yours was ever the part of a loyal officer. His counterpart hadn't moved a muscle. Zaraki too appeared to be mesmerized by the normally taciturn combatant's words. However, in spite of the deep and abiding respect I held for you, their lecturer continued, I could never bring myself to fully trust you. Maybe it was your shameless attempts to curry favor with your captain by accepting his prissy I hate fighting doctrine. Hisagi flinched, looking at his old friend in stunned amazement. Or maybe it was your fawning over a certain golden-haired lieutenant whenever you were in your cups. The other man's expression went red with embarrassment. You. Or perhaps my contempt owes simply to that sorry excuse for tattoos you consented to wear in an attempt to appear more manly, which I might add was a cheap rip-off of the much worthier captain who came before your own, in case you weren't aware. Shut your damn mouth, Iba. Though it might be because I always knew you were just a foaming-mouthed dog who had been whipped often enough even he believed he was domesticated. Tetsuzumon had lit a cigarette by this point. Languorously inhaling, he breathed out a wreath of smoke and watched it ascend into heaven. But that's not it. The real reason I never felt I could fully rely on you was simply because you never gave me the credit that was my due. You don't know what it means to be a man. Shihei now looked as vicious as Zaraki had been only moments past, ready to fling himself forward and behead his talkative nemesis. He was inarticulate with rage, spitting and frothing savagely. Facing down that picture of shamed mania, Iba calmly hoisted his shades back up onto his face, hiding his eyes. Did you know that prior to joining the 7th, I was briefly a member of the Kido Corps? It didn't really suit me, and everybody laughed back in the 11th, but I was looking for any open lieutenant positions that were available. While I was there, they taught me some interesting tricks. He took a drag on his cigarette. The burning end flared, and as it did, Shihei's right arm exploded halfway between wrist and elbow. Hisagi gaped, watching in disbelief as his severed appendage fell towards the ground, still clutching one of Kusanai's blades. Before he could make a move, Kian Katetsu appeared beside him. Grabbing hold of Yachiro still held loosely in his grip, she dragged her free and sped swiftly away, racing down the street. At this point Hisagi dropped to his knees, drew in a deep breath and screamed as loud as he possibly could. It was the sound of a wounded animal, raw and totally devoid of anything but pain, and it made Zaraki's ears prick up. With newfound eagerness he started towards the howling invalid who was now clutching his bleeding stump and sobbing in the dirt. "Wait, Teiko." Tetsuzumon spoke as he swiftly intervened between them. "There's no time. There's always time for this." Kenpeka bellowed and proceeded to surge forward. Tetsuzumon hauled off and punched him in the jaw. While it did more harm to him than it did Zaraki, it certainly got the berserker's attention. For all the good that did. The hollows. Lieutenant Iba shouted desperately as that bloodthirsty madman turned his sights on him. "You have to go stop them. Your troops need to see that they're not fighting an impossible fight. They need you to show that to them. You're the man who will not die, damn it. No one else is better suited for dealing with what's happening out there. Leave this bastard to me and just go." It was hard to tell if his words were reaching anything inside that bullet-shaped head. But they seemed to be giving him pause. "I'm your man, Captain Zaraki," he breathed. "I always will be, no matter where I'm transferred. I'm one of the 11th forever. So please, for the insult that was done to you and our lieutenant, please allow me the honor of dealing with this wretch." Kenpeka stared down at him, the sword clenched tight in one great meat grinder of a fist. Then a particularly loud explosion sounded off in the distance where the fighting was taking place. A baleful yellow eye turned in the direction of that carnage. The most unwholesome of smiles stretched his lips, and his tongue flicked out as though almost tasting the spray of blood from a dismembered hollow. Without further ado, the mightiest fighter in all the Siriti ripped off his eye patch and charged towards the war that was his lifeblood, burning with power and laughing all the way. Iba came back about to confront Hisagi. Down on his knees, the man was panting and gasping. But still he managed to raise his head and fix the Fukotaika with a wild-eyed stare. "Sleeping Kido," was Tetsuzumon's reply to the unspoken question. "Remember after the lieutenant's conclave broke up and we all went off to prepare for war? I stopped you outside the hall. We clasped hands, and I murmured what I told you was a prayer to the goddess of fortune. But in reality, I was inscribing a spell onto your forearm, just in case." He flicked away the smoldering nub of his cigarette. "And no, if you're curious, I didn't know you were a traitor beforehand. Not until your Yuaki-sama contacted me a little while ago. But I did know that I didn't fully trust you. You were always too damned devoted to pleasing Captain Tyson. Even when it conflicted with your own beliefs, you made them take a backseat to his convictions, because you believed him to be strong. Only my captain always knew he was a coward at heart, and wasn't afraid to let anyone else know it. That's why Kaname hated him so much. Kira never would have been taken in by my little mumbling act, and as for Hinamori. He sighed dismally. Well, I guess I just couldn't bring myself to believe it about her. Maybe that makes me a fool. But at the very least, and once more the dagger was in his hand, gleaming brightly and eager to carve into his opponent's flesh, I was never the sort of inhuman dog who would threaten a child. Hisagi snarled like the animal in question. There was no longer anything remotely resembling restraint in his face. Reaching down, he snatched up the fallen sickle blade and slapped it against his truncated limb. Kushini's chains wound around and under the weapon's shaft, anchoring it to that stump. He grabbed one length of chain between his teeth and tugged back viciously, tightening it down. Then with a shriek the maddened fighter staggered upright, now once more boasting two curved implements of death on either arm. The sound of his heartbeat was thundering along in time to the voice of his soul cutter. Kill him, Hisagi. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill. Across from him, his one-time rival in love smirked as Iba's own battle hunger rose to the fore. The lieutenant flung off his shades, a bloodthirsty smile lighting up his face as he hoisted his shikai. Now, show me the strength of a mad dog's determination, and I'll show you the strength of a man's. With roars of equal ferocity, the two destined enemies drove in on each other, fighting with all their hearts and souls. Anohana. Uriah stared at the laboratory floor, still shocked by what his brain had teased out. For her part, Nemia was busy bustling around the laboratory. The other inhabitant of that room, the now bodiless Mayuri Kurotsuki, had apparently fallen to seething silently inside the tub where his remains were now contained. She's the one who created you, along with Mayuri. The Quincy ran his hands through his hair in an effort to try and calm himself. It felt like his brain might explode at the enormity of the implications contained therein. I never really thought about it, but there is a sort of resemblance between you two. Even the way you wear your hair. Good lord, does that mean? Anohana-sama did not contribute any of her own soul material to my development. Nemia spoke as she moved around the room, consulting instruments, and adjusting their functions. My physical construction was largely parthenogenic, deriving almost entirely from Mayuri-sama. It was not in her best interest to allow him to study her nature too closely. The idea that Anohana and Mayuri might have done that together had almost poleaxed him. But to find it wasn't true allowed blissful normalcy to come back into his world. Except for one thing. What do you mean, not in her best interest? She didn't even stop to look at him before replying. Anohana Retsu is transforming into a hollow. She is seeking a means to prevent that from transpiring. Oh. What? Ishida fairly screeched. Nemia remained focused on her endeavors. Yes, she murmured, gazing impassively down at her hands. This information was not present in me until recently. She wished for me to explain to Mayuri-sama after I nullified him as to the reasoning behind it. While the other captains are having their power stripped of them by certain lieutenants in her service as we speak, he alone was considered worthy of protection. But at the same time, considering his mercurial disposition, it was not considered wise to try and include Captain Kurotsuki in the preparations for Soul Society's downfall. Afterwards, however, he will be afforded all honors that are his due. This was getting just a little too complicated morally. Ishida found himself wishing for the bullheaded simplicity of someone like Kurosaki to help him clear out the cobwebs in his head. That one certainly wouldn't need to think about the finer points of intellectual soul-searching. Uriah was feeling somewhat ridiculous just standing there in the center of the room, but right now there was nothing more reasonable to do. At least until he had some more information to go by. Nemia-san, can you briefly explain to me the cause of all this? She paused, apparently giving his request some thought. Those jade eyes had gone distant for a moment. Then she went back to inputting information into a distressingly organic-looking computer. Anohana-sama seeks to destroy the Godi I-13's power base along with the rule of the King of Soul Society in retaliation for forcing her to do their bidding these last 2,000 years. The despair and persistent abuse she endured as a result of her involvement with these organizations led to the deterioration of her heart on the way to becoming a hollow. Hence her interest in hollowification and the construction of an army based on the inhabitants of Hueco Mundo. It is Anohana-sama's intention to devise a new system under which souls and the living world endure in cooperative fashion. To this end, she has recruited an elite force throughout the centuries and placed them in advantageous positions. With Aizen Sosuke, who is the last living descendant of the king's family, she will oversee a change in the perceptions of life and the hereafter. The melancholy lieutenant continued to perform her inscrutable exercises. Then she stepped back. Done. The lights in the room dimmed, and a soothing green glow came up from the tub where Mayuri's liquefied body floated. Several tubes and pumps around it began to churn and vibrate. During this process, Nimue came and stood beside Ishida. They watched the viscous goo swirl slowly before them. Parameters complete, she spoke in soft cadences. Mayuri-sama is restricted from leaving. He is removed from all harm and his environment is at optimal levels for eventual reformation. Relevant information regarding Anohana-sama has been imparted. My objectives have been fulfilled. No further imperatives remain. He looked over at her. The emerald radiance of the pool was causing her eyes to glow in a way that left her looking more alive than ever before. And Ishida found himself speaking without any chance to hesitate. Help me. Nimue did not so much as bat an eyelid. Please, he continued. I don't know what to do in this situation. Still no response. I've never felt more useless in my entire life, Ishida stated softly, looking down at the Quincy bracelet he wore. It dangled on his wrist, limp and without purpose as he himself felt. You tell me the captains are lost, and Anohana's a traitor. I still don't know what's really going on, but some part of me wants to keep fighting in spite of that. Like if I can just locate an enemy to shoot and defeat, things will all become easy. It's aggravating to admit it, but I'm a lot like Kurosaki. Only in his case when he goes off half-cocked he's got Rukia to possibly steer him in the right direction. I kind of envied him that security. When I get lost or confused, I've only got myself to rely on. There's no one I trust anymore to tell me what the right way might be if I don't see it. It didn't look as though the scientific marvel was listening to him, but still Uriu couldn't stop talking. Who else could possibly help at this point? I choose to believe what I see in people. Whatever I might have heard about you, that you're a robot who only does what her masters tell her, I can't forget that when we first met, after no one was around to tell you what to do, you chose to save my life. I think you're a decent enough person to agree with me that what Anohana is trying to do now can't possibly end well. Eventually things will get out of hand, to the point where no amount of power can make a difference. After that this revolution of hers will turn into a bloodbath. You have no proof of that. Ishida gave a little jump when she finally spoke. Not exactly a ringing endorsement, but still it gave him hope of sorts. Talking like this was helping him come to grips with his own feelings. Can you deny that Aizen, Ichimaru, and Tissen are all maniacs to some degree? And considering what I've seen of those Vastolord, they're not really the benevolent sort. A world with them on top rather than the Shinigami captains is only replacing one source of fear with another. I don't want for them to have a say in how I live my life. Or those of my children, or however long their rule can last. Not even a day, if I can help it. Nimue looked slightly downcast, but what else was new? What is it you are asking of me? He blew his breath out and adjusted his glasses. Help me stop them before it's too late. A slight tilt of her head came then. Mayuri-sama will benefit from the world that will come afterwards. I have been assured of it. My reason for being is to be of aid to him. That is why I did what I did. When he pulls himself back together, the first thing he's going to do is take you apart. You should know him well enough to realize that. I exist to bear pain, was her flat response. His heart was starting to pound in desperation. What am I even doing here, trying to reason with this golem? I should just start looking for a door and go fight those bastards myself. And wind up dead as a result? No. My best chance for victory is right in this room. Unfortunately, he seemed to have run out of words. The two of them remained side by side for a while. The boy in white tried feverishly to think of some type of cogent point that would sway her, while his black-clad cohort appeared to be lost in examining whatever lay straight before her. What Ishida didn't know was that an argument was raging in her head at lightning speed. This is boring. Let's do something. We have not received any orders. I don't want to do orders, I want to play a game. But Anohana-sama told me to remain with Mayuri-sama. Insubordinate meat. You have failed me for the last time. Dear Nimue-san, you are so close to fulfilling all my dreams for you. Why confuse yourself like this? What is my purpose? Please tell me. To play, you big silly. To do as I tell you to, amoeba brain. Take comfort in yourself, my darling. That is all I ask. Nei-san. What do you say? Nei-san? Why are you looking to her now, Nimue-san? You already have received your answer. I will hear Nei-san out. Listen to me. I demand you look to favor my interests in this matter. Determine what best serves me and then act accordingly. Please talk to me, Nei-san. Nimue, your Nei-san isn't in here with us, she's out there. Always has been. You know that. But she speaks to me. They all do. No. I speak to you. You are not the same as them. So what am I hearing? Your blood. Stuff that's been placed inside you by others. If they are in me, then where do they leave off and I begin? It isn't like that. They're the nitty-gritty of who you are. You know, the basics. You relied on them until you could decide things for yourself. I have always listened to them. Are you saying I no longer should? That depends. Do you want this game to end? Which game? Tug of war, silly. Mayuri and Anohana have been playing it with you since you were born. Then where does Nei-san fit in? I-san. She's special. She's the first person you ever loved. I love someone? Yup. Because you decided on your own that you wanted to protect her, without anyone having to order you. Why? She told you that not everybody had to do what Mayuri told them to, remember? I do. Well, that was the moment I woke up inside you. Mayuri's side told you that she had to be punished for saying that. Anohana said to go home and forget it ever happened. You chose not to hurt her but also stay. There was only one way to do it. That's when you learned how to forgive other people. That matters? Sure it does. Whenever Mayuri hurt you after that, you not only accepted the pain, you forgave him for it. But I do not remember choosing to. That's because you had me do it. And I'm a part of you. I am not certain if this helps me decide what to do here. You dum-dum. That boy you're with is someone special too. He cared about you even when you were his enemy. Remember how angry he got when he saw Mayuri hurting you? Yes. It reminded me of Nei-san somehow. Yup. Then you gave him the antidote to Ashizajijizu's toxin. Because he fought your father and you without killing either one. So? Come on. You've got this. There's only one reason you wouldn't want him to fight Anohana-sama, and it's not because you might get hurt. Because. Yeah. Because, he might kill her. Bingo. But you already know, don't you? He can see beyond just killing someone. He can fight and beat her, without killing her. And there's no reason you'd want to hurt her now, right? I know. Because I already forgave Anohana-sama for forcing me to turn on Mayuri-sama. So what do you think? Anohana-sama wished for me to subdue and defend Mayuri-sama. And he wanted to use the Quincy boy to kill Aizen Sosuke and all his allies. That includes Anohana-sama, though he did not know it. But Nei-san would insist that she be protected. That's a real mess. There is only one solution. I must remove the point of contention between them all. Namely, the new world that Anohana-sama has envisioned. It is incompatible with my decision on who must be protected. That means we need to kill Aizen and all his bigwigs. Goody. Agreed. All this took less than 2 seconds to determine in the real world. Just as Uriah felt himself on the verge of a truly undefeatable argument, Nimue suddenly lifted her head. It is my purpose to stand in place for others' pain. But Ne-san taught me, it is my choice for whom I do so. She then turned and strode briskly off. Ah! Nimue-san. The purple-haired lieutenant drew up to a control panel sticking out of the ground and tapped in some commands. As she did, a metal object that looked like a round lava lamp with spears sticking out of it descended from the ceiling and hovered directly over Mayuri's pond, its prongs dipping down into the sludge. At the same time, a hatch popped open in the floor beside Nimue, and she trotted down a gangplank into darkness. Moments later, the Shinigami rose back into sight. She was pushing a gurney draped with a white cloth. Beneath the shroud there was something that might have been a human body. "You are in the way," she informed Ishida brusquely. "Please stand aside." Uncertain of what exactly was about to transpire and suspicious that she might be about to invite him to have something to eat, possibly in the fashion of cannibals, he did as requested and moved back a few paces. Kuratsuka wheeled the table over beside the puddle that was her father. In one hand she held something like a spiked cap. This she placed on what might have correlated to the head of the figure on the table before turning and addressing the tub. "Mayuri-sama, can you hear me?" "Of course I hear you, idiot. Don't bother me with puerile questions." She didn't seem perturbed by his hostility any more than usual. "I have brought an appropriate vessel. Please prepare for synthesis. Don't expect this absolves you of your treachery, imbecile." Ishida gawked. "What are you? Beginning transfer?" She didn't move or speak, but immediately purple lightning bolts flared between the ball floating in midair and the helmet. They lit the room with flashes bright enough to singe the corneas, and the archer stumbled back and spun away from that sight, covering his eyes desperately. Behind him, Nimue remained in her role as an impassive observer. She didn't even blink in the face of that indoor thunderstorm. After almost a minute, the fireworks display stopped. When the sounds diminished, Ishida risked a glance backward. Just in time, for it was then that the body beneath the sheet began to twitch. "It's alive," he whispered. Slowly the cloth-bound form rose upright. A more accurate term would be animated, Quincy. His jaw dropped. The words made him think it was, but that voice. It couldn't be. Then the figure reached up and pulled away the concealing shroud. Sitting naked on the table was Rukia Kukaki, an evil grin stretching her face. "Gaia! What in the name of hell? Oh, spare me!" The demonic pixie snapped. "I wouldn't expect you to comprehend any of this. Suffice it to say that, recognizing in the past my need to remain active even during periods of corporeal reconstitution, I developed a means to bridge the gap between my liquid state and a suitable Jigai for limited periods. This just happened to be the only one handy. Mayuri." She hopped down from the gurney. "Don't think you can get away with referring to me without an honorific when I'm like this, you degenerate." "Wah!" he gasped in response, and then his face contorted in total outrage. "Why in God's name do you have a Jigai that looks like Rukia?" She was done using it, Mayuri sniffed dismally. "And anything Kisuk creates belongs to me by rights." She looked down at her nude body, moving from one foot to another, inspecting herself. "This seems adequate. Now, to work. Nimue, come along. We can address the matter of your disintegration later." "Yes, Mayuri-sama." Uriah was seriously considering stabbing out his own eyes by this point. He was seeing things that would inevitably get him killed were certain people to find out. Rukia almost certainly, her brother without a doubt, and Ichigo, well, you didn't have to be a genius to see that death sentence coming. To mitigate the damage, he resolutely spun about and presented his back to them. "Hurry up, Quincy. We are still operating on a schedule here." "For what?" he demanded from between clenched teeth, standing very stiff and rigid. "Not that way, no please, don't let it be that way." He heard the two women walking up behind him. "What do you think, dolt? Nothing has changed. I still intend to attach Tauto Imimizu to you and see my obligation to Kukaki Ajausama discharged properly. Please don't say discharge." Uriah pleaded frantically, struggling to control himself. Mayuri sighed dramatically. "I knew this procedure would be nerve-wracking. But enough of this nonsense. Nimue, pick him up." "Yes, sir." Hey! This cry was all he could manage before he was jerked off his feet and draped over Nemu's shoulder. She then followed her mistress out of the room. Make haste, now. Heaven knows how much time we have. The door was opened a while past, and I want all preparations made before anybody comes through. Those Squad Zero upstarts won't steal my thunder, I assure you. Momo, I swear I can help you, Hitsugaya spoke softly, still spread-eagled against the floor by her magic. If it takes the rest of my life, I will help you find a way to live peacefully in this world. She tapped the blunt edge of her katana against her shoulder and gazed down at him curiously. Toshiro-kun, that line sounds so unoriginal. Are you quoting from a book or something? There's nothing wrong with me. I'm perfect the way I am. It's the rest of the world that needs changing, to get their priorities straight. Don't you get it? His mouth twisted in response. You're not perfect. You're insane. And that madness is keeping you from questioning the validity of anything you do. Have you even bothered to stop and think if killing people is always the right way to respond to not getting your way? Of a sudden she covered her mouth with one hand and giggled girlishly. Oh, you should hear what she's saying about you. Tabayam, I mean. You're making her so absolutely furious. Her head lolled around with a sigh. I can't say I disagree with her. You sound like every other stupid person who wants me to act a certain way for their benefit. Face it, Toshiro-kun. You don't care about helping me. You're just desperate to keep me from killing you. Momo suddenly reached down and poked him in the shoulder with the tip of her sword. The leader of Squad 10 flinched and gritted his teeth to keep from crying out as it pierced his flesh, however briefly. His attacker crouched down on her haunches and wagged the bloodied blade before his face. The great Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya. He can't die alone in a hallway, killed by a girl, can he? No, his life is supposed to end in some grand auspicious battle with evil, in which he fulfills his destiny and makes the world safe for the decent and righteous once more. I can't believe you, Shiro-kun. You've seriously bought into this, legendary guardian, horse dung, haven't you? Thinking that you're the one who will make the vital difference and stop Aizen all on your own. You can't even beat me. How do you expect to win against him? Aizen, Aizen. The helpless prisoner yelled suddenly. I never thought I would miss the days when you told me about whatever stupid girly thing you and your friends did last evening. Can't you think about anything other than that bastard? He had expected her to explode in another fit of pique again. Instead the girl became very still and quiet. I can't believe it, she murmured. I almost forgot. That espada even reminded me, and it still slipped my mind. Where is my head? And she stood up. I'm supposed to kill you, aren't I? She smiled and raised Tabayam on high. Hitsugaya stared in utter disbelief at this nightmarish scene. It's understandable if you don't believe I'll do it, Hinamori said calmly. You just always made the wrong assumptions about me, that's all. Her arm tensed to bring the slender saber slicing down. Momo paused, looking him right in the eye, a strange expression working over her features. Who? She turned her head. There came a meaty smack as Momo got punched right in the face. That was how it looked, at any rate. To the boy's eyes, it appeared as if everything was happening in slow motion. He saw the nose press flat, eyes closing in instinctive response to pain and lips twisting. Her neck arched backwards into a most peculiar S-shape. Someone hit her. That was a fact. The only problem was, he couldn't see who did it. There was nobody there. A second later there was a spurt of blood from her nostrils, and then time swept smoothly back to normal. Hinamori staggered backwards, lost her footing and collapsed in a heap, where she lay without moving. Hag, a cold voice muttered. Focusing on the space where that sound came from, Toshiro finally thought he could detect a vague disturbance in the air. Like there was a piece of warped glass present that twisted the light ever so slightly. Suddenly he knew what his senses were telling him. Bakudo 26, Kyoko. Also known as curved light. The spell for hiding one's presence. As this realization hit, Nanao Ise appeared beside him. The slender woman crouched down. She grasped the pillory around his neck with one hand and murmured, Oate. At her command, the trap sprang open. Hitsugaya came up swiftly. He looked at his rescuer in disbelief. Staring back through her glasses, Nanao then made a swift chopping motion in front of him. When she did, the binding spell around his throat broke away, allowing his own magic to once more flourish. "Thanks," he murmured, gingerly rubbing his neck to ease the sense of prickling after effects. "You're welcome." She stood. Hitsugaya stared up at the dispassionate sorceress. Compared to a lot of his other colleagues, there had never been that much of a height difference between himself and the slim, elegant lieutenant of the 8th Division. But right now, for reasons real or imagined, she seemed to tower over him. To say nothing of the fact that she had never looked more beautiful. "You should probably retrieve your sword, Taeku." Ah. He felt himself blush slightly at the mild reproach in her words. "Right." The underage officer then flashed over and picked up Hyarin Meru from where Momo had kicked it. "We could have died. But we didn't. You still have a lot to learn, a fact you sometimes tend to forget. If ever in the future you feel I am growing too full of myself, just say Peach. I will not forget." Bakudo number 73, Falling Mountain Crystal. He flinched instinctively. But even as he recognized Nanao's voice once more, a glowing blue pyramid sprang up around the senseless Hinamori, containing her in its walls. Once more the matchless savant who had attained his peak position at an unprecedented age, Captain Hitsugaya spared a glance to where his childhood friend still lay unconscious before proceeding to rejoin the other woman. "You certainly didn't hold back on her, did you?" he commented drily. Nanao flexed her fingers as if to ease out stiffness. "Before I cast Kyoko to conceal my approach, I inscribed a show spell on my fist to maximize the attacking power. There was no way to cast any demon arts near her without giving myself away, and I couldn't risk that she might put up a defense in time. Lieutenant Hinamori was rather skilled in magic, as I recall. That was putting it mildly. His former friend was widely hailed as a genius when it came to demon arts. But then, this woman boasted an almost equal reputation for witchcraft. He could think of no other lieutenant who could perform a Kyoko that would not only fool his senses to such an extent, but also Momo's. Can you tell me what's going on, Ise Fukutaiku? She took a deep breath. For the first time he caught some indication of emotion off her. Perhaps sorrow, but it passed swiftly, replaced with the mask of a professional soldier. The lieutenants belonging to the three traitors have all gone rogue. As you saw for yourself, their mission was to incapacitate as many of the captains as they could and blunt our forces' drive. Captains Komamura, Soifone, Yukatake. She swallowed briefly. And Kiraku have all been disabled. Well, that is certainly grim news. In addition, the Commander-General has been crippled beyond repair, and Captain Anohana has revealed herself to be a traitor. Captain Kukaki seems to have been captured by Aizen, along with Ichigo Kurosaki. At present only you, Captain Zaraki and possibly Captain Kuratsuki remain unhindered. You spoke too soon, Hyarin Meru. How do you know all this? He asked with only the bare minimum of suspicion. Yuriuki Shihoan, was her prompt reply. She used Tentiakura to communicate with all remaining loyal lieutenants. Apparently she and Kisukura Hara have concocted a means to defeat the leaders of the Hollow Army. But according to her, the plan requires us to wait until they have already passed through the king's door and entered Nirvana for it to succeed. Hitsugaya frowned in concentration. He could feel the soul signatures marking the Vastolord along with several figures of captain rank farther inside the 1st Division offices. So Aizen's just waiting to spring a surprise attack on the king, he groused. And the remainder of his army is looking to slaughter our forces here. Ise pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose with one finger. There seems to be a tendency in the Hollow officers to disable rather than kill at this time, and they are enforcing the same restrictions on the lesser ones for some reason. But all the same, our people are dying. Toshiro and Nanao watched one another, junior and superior, measuring the situation they found themselves in. Did Yuriuki leave any specific instructions for us to follow concerning her plan? According to her, after the enemy commanders leave this plane, we are to wait for a signal of some kind from Ichigo Kurosaki. After that all captain-class fighters remaining are to immediately convene on the door and engage any leftover Vastolord or renegade captains, preventing them from warning Aizen of what is transpiring. A quick scan of the area confirmed a rather obvious flaw in that plan. I don't seem to be sensing Kurosaka's presence at all, Hichuga mused. Usually he's hard to miss, even in the press of battle. Are you certain he is alive? Yuriuki assured me of it. She seemed somewhat ill at ease, perhaps not liking the idea of trusting anything of such obviously vital importance to someone she barely knew. There is no time to debate the merits of the Catwoman's actions. Your men are dying as we speak. Until you are called upon, our duty is clear. Yes. You're absolutely right. Neneo's violet eyes narrowed in concentration. I can feel Zarakiteika fighting somewhere in the east, so Lieutenant Iba must have succeeded in freeing him. In addition, a former Espada named Nilil has apparently joined our side and is opposing her brethren. There is supposedly only one Espada left overseeing the Hollow Army's offensive. It's the sixth, called Grimjojiger Jax. Then at least on the current battlefield, we have them outnumbered in terms of captain-class fighters. Ise Fukutaiku, the emerald-eyed prodigy spoke, I'll take your word on this matter. Until we receive the signal, I am going to help our troops combat the Hollows. I'll do the same after I scout out the status of Captain Kurotsuki. We haven't been able to determine his condition, she responded. He nodded briefly, those childish features seasoned by experience and grief. Then Captain Hichuga vanished in swift pursuit of his duties. Neneo prepared to follow. You. She paused. Bitch. The cool-eyed spell mistress came about. Inside the prison she had cast around Hinamori Momo, a dull red glow burned over the girl's body. Narrowing her eyes, Neneo thought she could detect a human outline of sorts to it. Goddamn whore, a faint, whispery voice brushed over her senses. You think this is enough to stop us? You don't know who you're dealing with, book girl. What on earth is that? Don't hold me to it, Neneo, but I think that's Momo's Zanpakuto. Tabayam? You mean she's trained it to materialize its presence? Yeah. She must have been shooting for Bankai or something. If so, she's pretty darn close. Though it's still kinda fuzzy, if you ask me. You don't know a damn thing, you patchwork piece of shit. That nebulous figure almost seemed to jump up and down in anger. Momo and I both had our memories sealed, but now we remember. Aizen-sama has been helping us out for years. Think you know everything? You don't even know what I really look like. From where it lay a few feet in front of Momo, the physical form of her soul cutter began to glow an eerie scarlet. Neneo, watch out. She's doing something strange. An instant later, the blue pyramid flared with red light that left everything with an indistinct. When it faded, something was hovering in midair. It looked to be a bronze circle about the diameter of a person's chest. Stylized metal flames ran all around its outer edge, and 3 curving bands branched in from the interior to meet at its center. At this spot, there was a round disc. And as Neneo watched, a blazing red eye opened in that expanse and focused on her. Ononoko, is that a Bankai? No, it's not. I don't know how to explain it, but I think it's another form of Shikai. Damn right, you stupid fangirl. Tabayam hissed at them. That other released form you always saw me in was just a front. Aizen-sama taught us how to achieve it so that nobody would know our real power. And speaking of which, the occult eye blazed. Check this out, bitches. A beam of red energy shot out and collided with the side of inverted mountain crystal. The barrier quaked and glowed violently, at which point the cone of fire increased. Ise flung up her arms in preparation of reinforcing the spell with its incantation. Prayer of the striving slave / working from dust to churn the eternal ruler's mausoleum / Before she could get halfway through, the transparent pyramid cracked, and with a final scream from Tabayam, exploded altogether. In Kosen, a shield of yellow energy formed before her to catch the shockwave. Neneo skidded backwards, amazed at the amount of power displayed there. Even with her own Zanpakuto still sealed and having cast that cage without an incantation, the sword showed an incredible amount of Ryutsu in having destroyed it. The cloud of dust from that assault was swept away. Momo Hinamori stood upright once more, bringing her arm about to further dispel the smoke screen. Tabayam now hovered over her head in the manner of a halo. There was a purple bruise forming on her nose, and her eyes held a queer impression of not seeing anything before her. Like she was drugged or simply not all there. When she opened her mouth, Naneo was horrified to hear Tobiam's voice come out, now strong and clear. I might have had to let that white-haired freak go because we're not strong enough to fight him head-on. But you're another sort of shit, Four Eyes. When I'm done with you, you'll wish you'd stayed curled up in your captain's bed. At this particular comment, Naneo flinched. She stood up, dusting herself off and allowing the shield before her to dispel. Naneo, do you think we should? It's all right. I intend to finish this without your aid if I can. I value your concern, but I am not angry enough to kill. Not yet, at any rate. I'm here if you need me, though. Don't go dying. Shunsui would blame himself if you did. I'll give it my best shot. Across from them, Tobiam began to spin over Momo's skull, the witch light burning at its center. Its user smiled unpleasantly. Get ready to die, you pompous ice queen. Naneo looked down her nose at the raging beast she had once counted as an ally. Why don't we see just which of us cracked the spell books harder, Lieutenant? Grimjo Jiggerjax sank his teeth into a Shinigami's arm and ripped it off to wave in the air. The red wet flesh spurted blood all over his face, and he spit out the appendage to lap it up. Come on, Shinigami. Come and meet your ends. Around him was the carnage of pitched battle. The Sexta's composite soul swelled in pleasure at the sight of animal-like hollows crushing their opponents and flinging them aside. Aaron Carr fought with greater precision, obeying their previous orders to restrict the number of enemy casualties. All because Aizen told them to. Even thinking that hateful name left him hungry for his next victim. There was a brief lull in the fighting around him, and as a result he caught a clear glimpse of the White Palace off in the distance. The mark of his superior's presence was still exuding out of it in the form of a pillar of dark Ryotsu. Their overwhelming power, combined with the chaos in which he now stood, prevented him from sensing any specific souls in that far-off place. But the fact they were still there told him what he needed to know. Aizen Sosuke remained in Seirai. And as long as he did, the command that his new master had placed upon Grimjo remained in place. They were to obey the usurper's wishes. But the instant the Shinigami Overlord went off in search of his precious heavenly kingdom, that's when the real fun would start. The War Panther left off his perusals and brought his attention back to the present. The Shinigami were proving more resilient than he had expected in the face of their loss of leadership. As Aizen had predicted, not a single captain of the Seirai had come out to face them. While a part of him still resented not being able to cross swords with those overblown incompetents, this way he got the chance to kill more of the cannon fodder death gods. Blocking a strike from a man wielding a poleaxe, Jiggerjax whipped his tail behind his opponent's legs, tripping him to fall flat on his back. Before he could rise, his vanquisher planted one black hind foot on his chest and pressed down, crushing the spirit's ribcage while vaulting over him at the same time to meet the next opponent. This one was a mage who attempted to burn him with a shot of purple fire. The blue-haired berserker swept out his claws, dispelling the attack with ease. Before the shocked woman could respond, he sent missiles firing from his elbow joint that pierced her kneecaps and sent her flopping over to howl on the ground. Too easy. They were all slim pickings for him. No one so far had presented the slightest challenge. And something about that seemed odd. While a hunter at heart, Grimjo seemed to remember that he didn't usually bother with anyone who didn't stand a chance against him. Normally he sought out the strongest in a group. But since this fight had started, he had been indiscriminately engaging with anyone that came along. Was that normal? While he was thinking this, something hot and burning flowed through his bloodstream. There was a brief recognition of this presence as alien before the venom took hold. Fight, it told him. Obey your ruler. Shaking his head, Grimjo dismissed his previous uncertainty. Catching sight of a stampeding mob of hollows, he followed them to see what might lie ahead. A ring of Shinigami presented themselves before him. The ones forming it all wielded their blades to fairly impressive efforts. The remains of wounded hollows lay strewn around their perimeter. Who knows how many of his brethren had been completely purified by this lot. Within that circle of elite warriors, other death gods were firing off spells from behind the safety of their more martial comrades. It was a fairly effective strategy from what he could see. But not anymore. The crazed killer spread his legs to anchor himself and opened his jaws wide. He then roared, and the sheer volume of noise this produced converted into pure physical force, a shockwave that blasted apart the defensive arrangement and sent its members soaring through the air with pained shrieks. Behind them, a series of barriers cracked and shattered like a nutshell, leaving the spellcasters behind it standing devoid of any protection. It was only a small group, Grimjoe thought. Eisen was probably too busy to notice, intent as he was on his own elevation to kingship. Yes. This is what my king wants of me. And with that, the sexta bit the inside of his cheek. Blood flowed out, and he prepared to perform a Gran Re Zero that would completely annihilate this huddled mob of vermin. Blue light burned all around the ultra-powerful Hollow's body, and his followers stumbled over themselves to distance themselves from what was coming next. Laughing crazily, Grimjoe prepared to let his murderous attack fly. A flash of red light, like a pinprick off in the distance. That was all the warning he got. But Grimjoe's instincts were the finest of them all, and so he recognized when he was in danger. Instantly he brought his head up and fired. The blue beam met its crimson counterpart well over the heads of the onlookers, and for a time everything was lit purple by the force of their collision. Screeching and burning, the two forces sought to overwhelm one another, almost as if they were animals looking to establish superiority. Then it all exploded, flattening virtually everyone in the area to the ground. Grimjoe remained on his feet, hunched over and rocking from one side to another eagerly. A scowl caused his eyes to narrow down to slits. With the majority of the combatants temporarily out of commission, he had a good look at anyone left standing following the blast. Thanks to this, it wasn't hard to pick out who it was that had sent that attack his way. Coming across the field was a tall figure dressed in the black robes of a Shinigami. But there the resemblance ended. It wore a mask reminiscent of a baboon skull, and bright red hair flowed all the way down its shoulders and back. Tattoos came up the fighter's bare chest that glowed with strange designs. A tan chasuble covered the shoulders and stretched down to envelop the arms. In one black-gloved hand was clenched the handle of a whip, one which proved to be hundreds of meters long and in the form of a giant snake's skeleton. The fleshless head of that weapon bristled its red mane and shrieked out a war cry. All of this was rather interesting. But even more was the fact that this creature's enormous Ryotsu carried traces of both Hollow and Shinigami in it. Like it was some kind of mixed breed. This stirred something in Grimjoe. Briefly he got a flash of another fighter, an enemy of his, who bore a mask but wasn't a Hollow. When he tried to follow this memory to its source, the miasma in his veins burned up once again, preventing him from drawing any further conclusions. Well, that's all right. No need to think too hard when this guy clearly wants to pick a fight. And he even managed to counter my Gran Re. Impressed, Jiggerjax shook his head and waited eagerly for this intriguing foe to approach. At last the whip wielder came to within a convenient distance, where it stopped suddenly. As Grimjoe watched, the mask split in half, each piece dropping to settle on its shoulders. The face revealed was strange. Were those eyebrows actually tattooed on? And what was up with his eyes? They were orange with black sclera. Again a feeling of recognition arose inside and was cut off by the blessing left him by the mighty Baragon. Baboon soldier and killer cat stood appraising one another. So what are you supposed to be? Grimjoe snarled. And the hybrid bared its fangs. I'm the king, pussycat. This comment irritated the Hollow for some reason. It sounded like something he himself might say, but that can't be, it is Baragon who is king. Now less certain of himself than he had been a moment past, the Arrancar scratched deep furrows in the earth with his paws, feeling as though he was missing something here. Are you on the side of the Shinigami? And his foe laughed. I guess Ichigo messed up your head worse than I thought. Yeah, I'm your enemy, Grimjoe. Don't really care much for cleaning up Kurosaka's leftovers, but you're doing some damage out here to my buddies. And since my captain's off on more important business, it falls to his lieutenant to lead the troops to victory. Incidentally, that also means I get to deal with your scruffy hide. A very personal feeling of bloodlust, different than the one before, made itself known, and Jiggerjax rumbled deep in his chest with pleasure. You know my name, but I never got yours. Better say it now, because later you're gonna be too busy choking on your own blood. The Shinigami lieutenant raised his arm and cracked the bone whip violently. Red fire seared out from its hinges, scorching the earth. When you see your buddy Ilford in hell, tell him that Renji says hi. Ilford? Wait a minute. Oh. And when Grimjo smiled this time, it was because he honestly felt happy. You can tell him yourself. The commanders of the different armies then sprang at each other across the field of churned mud, grass, and blood. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.